Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will
relevant.
bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican parade service Latin.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to have you here this morning on day 4 of the Kouri Richins trial. We'll get video from court in just one moment for you. A big shout out and welcome to JMR. Where are you at, JMR? There you are. Congratulations, JMR. You were first in chat. First in chat comes with its privileges, but we're going to focus on the punishment it also comes with. We're going to punish you with internet ownership. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility for the rest of the day. Hopefully you didn't have anything big on your schedule because our internet safety, peace, and security is resting on your shoulders. So make it good. Make it good. All right. Why are my lights just a little off? What is... Let's do a slight tweak here live on air. What a better place, right? The blacks are a little... It's because I'm missing a light. That's why. There we go. I fixed it. All right. Good morning. Good morning. JMR says, Hoslong to Diet Cola. Hoslong to Diet Cola. Thank you, JMR, for that, for being first. All right, it's not very bright, says Tumwater Troy. It was a little dark. I better be fully rested. Ivan, yesterday when the judge called it quits halfway through the day, I came back and we were a little, I was a little tired. I'll tell you that. I was a little tired. And I called it quits after about an hour or so. And I went and I took a brief nap, just the briefest of naps. Like, like a little cat nap. You just close your eyes for a little while. You just need a little bit of rest. 5 hours later, I woke up pretty well rested with the family all getting ready for bed. So I'm like, well, why are you guys going to sleep? I'm not tired. Why are you guys sleeping now? Stayed up for a little bit, went to bed by 4:11, and slept again all night long, and then now we're here. So... yes, the old age is settling in. The cat nap, 5 minutes, let alone 5 hours. It was beautiful. Oh, it was wonderful. So I'm well rested. I have no reason whatsoever to doze off in court, even if it's incredibly slow and tedious and boring. Won't happen though. I know it won't happen because today I have brought my jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles because I anticipate today is where we're going to start getting into some spice. So we have these, by the way. Life changers. You can't really tell how amazing they are in this camera picture. I mean, you have to sort of illuminate the. These are some good pickles. These are some good pickles. I don't know why Walmart stopped making them, but this size jar, especially the 24 fluid ounce, which I refer to as a single serving size, not available anymore. I guess they're just selling out the remaining stock online, and I have, thanks to a very, very appreciated subscriber, I have 3 jars in my pantry. So maybe we'll open the spicy maple bourbon pickles days to celebrate some spiciness that's going to happen. We'll keep those on the shelf here. We do have some birthdays to celebrate before we go to court, which is right here. Oh, look, I've got a fun little message. Let's see what that is. Apparently there are updates available on iOS. Do you want to update tonight? I would say remind me later, like sometime when it's not now, and then we'll try to do it tonight. All right. There we go. So court is here, but we have to sing happy birthday to a couple people. We have John, Nate, and Shelty Mom all celebrating the birthdays today. The way we celebrate is pretty simple. We just sing to them, and then we let them eat pancakes. So we're gonna do that. By we, I mean all of us. Wherever you are, stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There you go. We're ready. In front of the Walmart. Happy birthday to you. Court has to wait. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John, Nate, and Shelty Mom. Happy birthday to you. I actually started the live stream on Tom Mark Media in the middle of that. Double tasking, dovetailing as my mom calls it. John, Nate, and Shelty Mom, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Denlight's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. There we go. Georgia Lisa says, my first birthday celebration here. Welcome. It's every morning. There's always somebody's birthday. Pancakes are looking great this morning. Thank you, Stephanie, Jennifer Juniper, Lindsay Bay. Serving them up hot. Well, the birthday song dancers continue. Just want to say thank you to a couple other people. First of all, Ladybug's mom gifted a membership. How nice of you, Ladybug's mom. Thank you. Judy Freese, member for 19 months. I'm going to call it both Judy and Shelty Mom 19 months, but I think you've been here longer. You are both OGs. Congratulations. Love it. Thank you. Original Goats, greatest of all time. Welcome. A little more music as we wait for court to start. If the court starts, we have to kill the music. Thems are the rules. It's just like when you go to a professional basketball or football game or something, and the arena is playing like rock music during the break, during the timeout, and then they like whistle for the ball in, and the music has to just zoop. That's us. If the judge says if the bailiff yells all rise, music goes off. Happy birthday. What a way to start your day, honestly. I mean, if you don't sing happy birthday to somebody in the morning, did you even really wake up? Drum solo for the finish. You can't see, but I'm playing. Beautiful. And also, just a huge gift came in from Shelly Small, who gifted five memberships this morning. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you. Meg Osborne, member for 31 months on the jury. Hey, girl, give me that OG. Love y'all. Go hit that like button. Thank you very much, Meg. I appreciate your support. It would not be the same without you here. So glad you've hit that huge benchmark. You've got a couple months, and you're going to get a new color courthouse, which is great. Debbie, the creative bee, says, hey, y'all. Sorry I was late. Debbie, you're here now. That's all that matters. Wonderful. Speaking of 36 months and getting a new color courthouse, look at this. Gail Pett, 36 months. That is magical. 3 years. You get the new red courthouse. Congratulations. And thank you so much. Wendy Dillenart. Did I say that right? Is it like a Wendy, but it's with an accent? Wendy? Congratulations. I mean, congratulations to the people you just gifted memberships to. 5 new memberships. I appreciate that. You're a new member yourself, and you came in and you said, I'm having so much fun. I'm going to let other people do what I'm doing. And you did in a big way. Thank you for your generosity. All right, where we are in court, basically yesterday almost nothing happened, only because of other reasons. The judge, it was a late start, just by a few minutes. We had some lengthy sidebars. We had an issue that may have been like close to mistrial-ish because we had a motion in limine that sort of got violated, but it was at the poorly worded question of the defense that elicited the answer from the witness. So jury was just supposed to erase the fact that Kouri Richins was in jail from their minds, and then we sort of went on. Didn't get a lot in because then the judge called a break right at the time the witness spilled water all over the witness stand, and presumably not the evidence. But she was doing cleanup. Judge says, I've got to go for an hour. I've got something that just happened. He left. He came back an hour later, which, I mean, we had no warning whatsoever. It was just like, surprise, I'm leaving for an hour. And we came back an hour later, and he's like, guys, I'm just going to call it for the day. I've got to go. And he left. So that's where we're picking up. So we still have the same witness on the stand from day 3. and also day 2, because she was the one we finished with on day 2. Which means
Walmart.
Chelsea Gibson, who some people have been referring to as Mona Lisa because she bears a striking resemblance to Mona Lisa. Like, check the genealogy. That might be an ancestor of yours. Is still in the stand. And she may be very near the end of the cross-examination, if not at the end of the cross-examination from the defense. So that's where we're picking up.
I was told counsel wanted to see me inside back.
Yes, Judge Beverly. The unusual suspect member for 2 months says, New G. Thank you. I love it. That is a beautiful, like the pencil line drawing profile picture. That's really cool. Let's see. New G is the place to be. Yes, that's good. All right, Francis Fitzgerald, member for 20 months. That makes you an OG. I love it here watching court, hanging with everyone. Thank you so much. We'll do shout-outs here before court starts. We have to sort of be quiet once court starts because we like bringing it to you uninterrupted and as clear as possible. So the enthusiasm I have for court will be tamped down just a wee bit as the happenings proceed. Let me just check everything. Are we doing okay over
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I think we're okay on Top Mark Media if we can get a thumbs up when that begins live. We do have a clean feed with closed captioning on our Top Mark Media YouTube channel, which is my parent company. I own them both, right? But Top Mark Media is officially the company name. We have a clean feed going over there, so it's going to look a lot like this. And it also has closed captioning. If that is better for you, it will have the same audio. I'll do the same audio tricks that I do here over there. But
don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Don't. Judge Simpson giving us some little advice if you ever are decorating or outfitting a diplomatic vehicle. RA as a parent to 6 kids and 2 companies. Don't forget the failed companies, because I have more failed companies than I had kids. Many failed companies. Your Honor. And the email addresses to prove it.
People do not get to have it their way.
We're going to pin that message right here because for right now, we are expecting Chelsea Gibson. I think is it Gibson or Gibson? Josh, is it a B or a P? I'm not sure on her name. I had it as a B, but I might be wrong.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
You cannot be successful without first having failures. No one gets it right the first time. Here we go. Of course. P is in Papa. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll update my record. So day 13 was her, and now, or day 3, now day 4, we're starting with her as well.
Bring the jury.
Still on number 12. Leona, you're welcome. You're welcome. I love watching court. Ricky says, I missed your milestone message. Let me go back and catch it. See if it fell in our milestone message bucket. I have to say, I did a milestone message on Ian Runkle's feed a couple days ago. But I might have used a banned word because it never posted. So used up the message. I think I'm about 31 months on his channel as well. And it just never posted. And it was really funny, but it might have been a little too close to the line. Ricky C, 31 months. OG, thank you for RA for what you do and don't do. I love this part especially. Thank you, Ricky. I think we got everyone else. We got the unusual suspects, Francis Fitzgerald. Katrina Buddy, member for 5 months. Just realized I found this channel a year ago. So glad I did. Love my RA family. We're glad you found it as well, Katrina Buddy. It would not be the same without you here. I'm stoked for today. I really am. I think we've got a lot of the key evidence in that we can start delving into. We might have to do a little more chain of custody stuff.
I was told counsel
on a few items.
To see me inside back.
I know there's a notebook and things like that haven't really been admitted, just been introduced. We want those items in, so that's going to take some more foundation. But Denisha says, Brett, love it. Baby Sharkay, member for 26 months, says, locked in for this trial. Love this community. Been here since Maya. That makes you an OG. Thank you, Baby Shark, or Sharkay.
Is that correct?
For Recovery Addict, the bad word was probably the S word, shucks. No, I think I said something about I don't always post memes about getting rich right after my significant other is suspiciously found dead from a fentanyl overdose. But when I do, I wear matching pajamas. It was something like that. But there was something in there that might have referenced death or overdose that probably got caught by YouTube. It was just a little saying. The Debbie B, thank you very much. I am captivating member for 35 months. Next month, you get a brand new color courthouse. Thank you so much. So happy to be watching this trial with all of you. You said a naughty word. I think it was overdose. Honestly, I think overdose was the word that YouTube's like, I'm not sure about that one. Let's see. Aurelian, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Orange Courthouse as well. Speaking of Orange Courthouses, Linda Lou, 33, was here before you had Brandy on live for the first time, and she was terrified but did great. When was that? That was, Brandy was during Murdaugh, which was what we followed right after. So that was basically our second trial on YouTube. So that's way back. It was way back. Over 3 years. OG. Brandy's amazing. I love her. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? I think we got Baby Shark. I'm captivating. Aurelian. Linda Lou. Let's see. Debbie says I arrived during Murdaugh. Probably during the, well, if you arrived during Murdaugh, there's like a 60% chance that you arrived right as this was being said.
Alex stole it.
Or this.
And Alex Murdaugh stole it.
Or this.
Alex stole it as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things was being said right when you arrived. That's when I arrived, says Ivan. Alex stole it. Yes, Brandy Churchwell. With her Churchwell charts, Ruth A. Presley, member for 34 months, says, I feel your energy all the way in California. Mostly it's just excess sleep, I think, that's done this. And, and I had a little yogurt parfait. Wait, can you call it a parfait if you don't put the fruit on, if it's just like yogurt and granola topping? Is that still a parfait? Because I did, because it was like lemon yogurt, which is like a fruit. I don't know. I just know it tasted good, and it was great. I arrived during that Looney Tunes trial, Daryl Brooks. You know what I've never heard? I've never heard the people that say, I arrived the first day you were streaming that RICO trial when the court Zoom feed got shown live on the air, when it got
I'm not going to argue
invaded by inappropriate transmissions. I'm glad nobody said that was the moment that they showed up, because I can tell you what happened. I immediately killed the live stream and deleted it. It's one of the few times I've done that. It was bad. I mean, Mark Jensen was a trip. This was bad. I arrived during the pole stream, the lightning, the light pole, the power pole outside my house. Mary says, a friend of mine recommended you a year ago. You know what that says, Mary? That says you have a good friend. You've got a great friend. All right, we are 1 minute late for court, but the judge is here, so we're going to go ahead and begin. Looks like he's well rested. Give us a second, and if we can get a thumbs up on top, Mark, if the audio is all good.
0139. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for the defense are present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we begin this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Is Ms. Gibson close by?
She's ready.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, he said Gibson. G-I-B.
I'll get that happen. Ms. Nestor, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this mouse has to go away.
It's really nice.
Thanks, Brady.
It's great. Much better.
You can. Feel free to have a seat. Thank you.
The Southern Febreze. Oh my goodness. That was a clip.
Please have a seat. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We will continue with cross-examination of Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, you are still under oath. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to try this one more time. So when we were last speaking yesterday morning, we were talking about an individual from the United States Postal Service named Agent Travis Smoot that was present on the search on the 12th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the reasons he was there was to just look for any evidence that might have come through the Postal Service, right?
Yes.
Well, was there another reason he was there?
I believe he was also there to test any drugs for narcotics.
Right. And the reason that you all asked him to do that, or, well, I'm not going to say y'all anymore. The reason that he was asked to do that was that there was a thought there may be fentanyl in the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason that you all thought there might be fentanyl in the home, that you personally thought there might not be fentanyl in the home, or there might be fentanyl in the home, was because you all had been informed at that point from the medical examiner's office that there was a positive result for fentanyl in Mr. Richins' body. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on the 12th, when you and your team...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Nestor, but it's April 13th.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
I don't want to confuse the dates.
I apologize. I meant to say April 13th. Did I say March?
You said April 12th.
Oh, April 12th. Okay.
I don't want the dates to get confused.
Thank you. Thank you very much. April 13th. When you and your entire team were in the home on April 13th, all of you were aware that there had been a preliminary finding that fentanyl was at least partially responsible for Mr. Richins' death, correct?
Correct.
When you were there, you noticed, I'm sure, and you have noticed since you've done the Matterport videos, that there was a very large garage detached from the home, behind the home, correct?
Yes.
And in that garage, did you all examine any vehicles that were in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware, or were you aware then, of what vehicle Mr. Richins regularly drove in?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you know whether he had a work truck, personal truck? Did you know any of that?
I believe he had both.
And were those vehicles within, you're about a month away from his death, a little over, a month and a week. Did anybody search his vehicles?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I believe we did search a vehicle that was inside the main garage of the home.
A personal vehicle, right?
I'm assuming it's a personal vehicle. I don't know for sure.
Were any of the vehicles that Mr. Richins drove in the detached garage searched?
I don't believe so.
I'm also interested in that warrant that you had on the 12th. It was also included, I did it again. It's because I have the 12th written on my paper, so I'm fixing it right now. The 13th. The warrant, the search on the 13th, it was also for electronics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for electronics that could have belonged to either Mrs. Richins or Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in the home Mr. Richins' computers?
I don't believe so in the home.
At some point, you did take Mr. Richins' computer into custody, or into your custody, correct?
We've located a computer in the office shop. I'm not sure whose computer that one was, though.
But in fact, didn't you actually get the computer from Mr. Todd Gabler?
If that's who turned it in, yes. I'm not sure who exactly turned it in.
So, being the person responsible for everything that was checked in on the day of the 13th, when you all did this search, did anybody turn in a computer for Mr. Richins on that day?
I don't believe it was that day. I'd have to double check the records on which day it was booked into.
And if you checked your records, would you be able to tell, well, strike that. So just to be crystal clear, on the 13th of April, Mr. Richins' computer was not in that home or the detached garage where his office was located, correct?
I don't believe so, but it's a large home and I'm not sure who owns what.
Okay. Did you ever go back and get a warrant to search that truck that Mr. Richins drove on a regular basis?
Which truck are you referring to? The one that was in the home or outside?
The red truck.
Yeah, I believe we searched it that day.
The red truck?
I believe that's the one that was inside the garage.
Okay. There was a picture in the, well, strike that. We're not going to talk about that right now. Did you ever go retrieve any of Eric Richins' personal items, either vehicles, computers, anything, from his business partner, Kouri, right?
I did not personally know.
Do you know if anybody did and brought them to you?
I believe so, yes.
And what items were taken from Kouri Wright and brought to you?
I believe it was a computer or a hard drive from a computer.
And before, were you present when that hard drive was obtained from Kouri Wright?
No, I was not.
And just to keep the searches clear, when you were doing your Matterport, did you prepare kind of like a key that has all the purple dots are from this search, all the orange dots are from this day's search, all the green dots are from this day's search? Did you prepare a key like that?
Yes.
All right. Can we please pull up State's Exhibit 1-15 and just show it to the witness, please? Can you see that?
I can.
Is that the key that you prepared?
It is.
And it has a link on it where if you click on the link, it'll take you to those Matterport walkthroughs, right?
Correct.
Okay. And has this been altered in any way since you prepared it?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit
Can we,
1.
sorry, before we do that, can we have a side note?
Yes?
Hold on. Let's
What?
make sure we know what we're asking for.
Oh, you mean with the judge? Or what are we asking?
Pause for just 1 second.
Okay.
Ms. Shervanack is answering.
The witness calls for a sidebar on this key. You could tell when she was asked, did you create this key? She said yes, and it's like she wanted to say something else. Yeah, yes, but there's a problem, or there's a correction, or I left this off, or there's something about that key that the witness thinks needs to be clarified. And she's like, before this comes in, before this is hard evidence, they want to address something. So let's see if, because the state didn't catch it. Judge says thumbs up to the witness. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it was just a tech issue, but.
Thank you for that redaction.
Oh, there's a redaction. There's like our phone number or something.
With that redaction, any objection to stage 1-15?
Wait. It's got my email on it.
Hold on, not yet.
No, I need to clarify. I want to make sure this box is going to travel when we publish it, so just one moment.
Yeah, it will? Okay, sorry.
We approach. We about got to know Chelsea Gibson's personal information, either phone number, email, address, something like that, that she might not have wanted out. She's like, wait, don't make it public record yet. That's funny. The y'all counter, if it goes too high, I'm pretty sure Ryan's going to sue us, but that or we have to become a weather channel. But we are expecting more y'alls today from the defense. Ms. Nestor, she brings it. Kelsey found us through the au pair trial, the Banfield. Oh, man. Muted for work call, but very interesting to see what just happened. Is this box going to travel? The box they're talking about is a grayed out box, a redacted box on the display. Ooh, big showing for Eric's family. Obviously, not so much for Kouri's.
Ms. Sherman, I need a yes or a no here.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
We'd actually need to be in black so that we know something.
Yeah, if they could just be in black so we know that they're not just removed, so that it looks like a redacted version.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Any objection from the state?
No.
Okay. 1-15 as redacted is now published.
All right, let's see what the redaction was.
So,
From there, Mr. My apologies.
no worries. Thank you, Your Honor. So that list right there, that is the list of the dates of every single time through December of 24
Who chose
when
these
the home was
colors?
searched by law enforcement, correct?
Ocean blue,
And in
sunflower
your
yellow,
Matterport
forest green.
videos, which have been introduced, if the jury wants to use this key, they can go back and compare. The little pink dots were from the search on March 5th, and the magenta dots were from the search on August 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Since this list was prepared, you all have been back to the home again, right?
Correct.
And what date did you return to the home that is not listed on this list?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was about a month or two ago.
So sometime in February of 2025 or
Correct.
6.
Yes, I believe it was February 6th around that time.
Okay.
The key is
Were there
sponsored by
any other
Sherwin-Williams.
searches after December 24 and between the one on February 6th of 26?
I don't believe so.
And every single one of the times that you guys went in this home, you're trying to find evidence about what happened in the 6 hours before Mr. Richins' body was discovered, right?
Correct.
And you kept going back and back and back.
Yes.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit. You can take it down. Thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the Matterport. You mentioned you did some measuring.
Correct.
With, is it the same device you do the video with that does the measurements?
Yeah, it's the Matterport.
Okay. And I believe you said you measured the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Correct.
And then from what is the second one you did?
There's one from the master bedroom to the kitchen, master bedroom to each boy's room.
Okay. And what's the purpose? Why did you make those measurements?
I was asked to try to figure out how far they were to correlate with data that was retrieved off of a cell phone.
Perfect. Did you also take any measurements from the master bedroom to the back porch door?
I have not, no.
Did you notice the day that you were there when Mr. Richards died? Did they have a dog?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice the day did they have a dog? That was funny. Interrupted herself with a question.
Did you also measure the distance from the master bedroom to the master bathroom?
I did not.
Or to the hallway bathroom?
No.
Also, in your report from the search on the 13th, you mentioned that you all collected some hydrocodone pills. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Where did you find those?
Hold on. Okay, my apologies, Ms. Nestor. Keep going.
Where did you find those pills?
I didn't personally find them, but they were located in the laundry room in the cabinet.
And how many hydrocodone pills did you find?
Like I said, I wasn't the one that found them. I collected them. I don't know the exact, approximately 10 around that.
And were they in a bottle or were they loose?
They were in a bag.
And in the garage, I know you were very careful about marking where every single thing was found. When these hydrocodone pills were found in the garage, what were they near?
They weren't in the garage. They were in the laundry room.
The laundry room, which is right at the door where the garage starts, right?
It's near it, yes.
And what was it near?
It was inside the cabinet in the laundry room.
Up high?
Correct.
Is there any way to tell if a hydrocodone pill was purchased, if you find it loose like that, not in a bottle? Is there any way for law enforcement to look at it and say, hey, this is bought on the street or this is bought in the drugstore?
Not that I know of on scene.
You also had a picture that you referred to when Ms. Shervanack was questioning you that had the picture of all the gummies on it. I believe it is exhibit number. Sorry, give me just a second. Thank you. 9-12. Can we put that up, Your Honor? It's been admitted.
Let's make sure it's the one you want before I show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
No worries.
Yes. Yep. That's the one I want. The one that's on the screen. Can we publish that, Your Honor?
Any objection, Ms. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
One moment.
And I need to approach the screen. Do I need permission for that, or?
No.
Okay.
Just make sure your mic is working. We're not going to pick you up.
Love the judge's attention to detail on the audio. That helps all of us.
So this picture that you have in front of you, you told Ms. Shervanack that all of these gummies were seized together. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm seeing these two little plastic baggies of gummies up at the top that are not labeled, that don't have any commercial labeling. Are you saying these two were all in the same place with all the rest of these?
Correct, that's what I was told.
So if there's a picture of these in the top of the kitchen where you actually have a dot above the fridge, then you would be incorrect that they were all found together.
That's a different package that was found above the fridge.
Oh, so there was at least 3 clear packages that had no commercial marking on them?
Correct.
With gummies in them?
This is a trap.
Okay.
Where is it? That's the next question. Can you show me that third package?
And the gummies that are on the screen that have the red packaging, at least one of those was found in that green jacket in the closet, right?
Not these specific ones. That's an additional one that was located.
It's another 4.
So there was another red bag of gummies.
Correct.
Did anybody take that green jacket into custody?
No.
Do you recall where in the
Kouri wear it to
closet
court.
it was as compared to near men's clothing or women's clothing?
I was in the the southeast corner of the closet.
Is that where the men's clothing was located?
I'm not sure if it was men's or women's, to be honest.
Okay.
It'd be a bold move if Kouri wore that one to court, the green one.
All right, now I want to move to the search that occurred on Can we put the key back up that we just had on, the key? Make sure I have the right date. I don't want to say the wrong date and get corrected. Oh, there it is. March 14th of 2022, right? Is that the next one that was on your key?
Yeah, that's the second one, correct.
All right. What was the purpose of the search on March 14th, which was just about I think that's a typo because
that is a typo. Yes.
Okay, can we?
It's April 14th.
Can you pull that out, Katie? Can you pull that out? Make it bigger so the jury can see it.
Let's
So where it
enlarge
says
the typo.
3/14/22, sunflower yellow, that actually should read April 13th, right?
Correct.
So is that the only mistake on there?
I believe so.
Okay, just want to make sure the jury remembers that. All right, so the next search would have been May 8th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those are going to be forest green dots on your Matterport.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of going back to the house a couple months or a year later on May 8th of 2023? What were you looking for that time?
I believe that one was to obtain additional electronics and also documents and drugs.
And when you went to that search, was any fentanyl located in the home?
No.
All right. And then the next search you did, which was October 24th of 2023, what was the purpose of going back for that search?
I'd have to double check my notes. I believe that's one that we were collecting some more electronics.
All right. Was there ever a time prior to any of those, well, let's just keep going. On the 31st, do you remember why you guys were searching a week later? Why you went back?
I believe that one was also for electronics and or documents.
Prior to all of these searches and the ones that are listed below it.
Or I'm sorry, I believe those two in December were actually for some copper cups and drugs.
Okay. And the copper cups, you actually found them, right?
We found several, correct.
And where were they when you found them?
I believe on the first one, some were located upstairs in the kitchen.
And they were tested, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. And so if Ms. Richins, in any of her interviews, stated that they had a gift of copper cups and had a drink that night, you found something that corroborated that part of her story, correct?
We found copper cups, correct.
All right. And if Ms. Richins gave interviews that said that her husband may have taken a gummy that night, you found gummies that could have corroborated that part of her story, right?
We found gummies, yes.
And if she said that she pulled him on a sheet off onto the ground to try to start CPR, you found a sheet that corroborated that part of her story.
Correct.
And you measured the distances between the bedroom, between the children's rooms, not the whole house, but a good part of the house. And so there were steps that were recorded on her phone that were consistent with her moving around the house prior to calling 911, correct?
Correct.
So that corroborated her story that she had been somewhere other than the bedroom.
Your Honor. She's introducing her client's statements as hearsay through this witness.
Well, I think they've already all been brought up. Okay.
Overruled.
And then,
all right, they asked to approach. Why is my super source not populating? Okay. I don't believe they were introduced properly, those statements, yet. I think they've been talked about in the opening statements, but that's it. Where's my Kouri layout? Give me a second. We'll get the counter back on the screen for you. Brief little sidebar here. The comments with this is corroborating Kouri's story. Kouri's story hasn't come in yet. For Kouri's story to come in for those sayings, she might have to take the stand unless the state introduces those statements, which I'm not sure they have. We haven't played the 911 call in its entirety. We haven't played all the
In these
Some came through the body
searches
cam.
that you all were conducting, was there ever a time where you were conducting a search because the private investigator had revealed to law enforcement that there were items worthy of going back to the house for?
Yes.
Yes.
How many times did that happen?
At least one that I recall.
All right, I want to talk about that one time. Does that involve the letter that was recovered from the bed?
Okay, there's two.
Okay, 2 times. So tell me about the first one that you remembered.
I believe it was a voice recording or a recording device that was located.
And you all got information from a private investigator that had been in the scene on the house that he'd found something he thought you wanted to see.
Correct.
And so you issued a warrant and went and picked it up.
I did not issue the warrant, but somebody else did.
Of course. I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. A warrant was issued and
Correct.
you guys went in. All right, and the second time,
Make sure the jury remembers that.
what
too.
did that involve?
A letter that was located.
And the letter that was located in this search, and do you remember the date of the search? You want me to refresh your memory?
If you could, yes, please.
Sure, no worries. 11/7/24.
Okay.
Your purple day. It's your purple dot day.
Mocking her for the colors.
My understanding is a letter was recovered on the foot of the bed, of Eric's side of the bed.
Correct.
Now, the jury has seen multiple photos from that night where there's clearly no letter on that bed.
Correct.
And there were several, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 searches prior to November of 24 where that letter was not seen on the bed, right?
Correct.
And that included walkthroughs of defense counsel, walkthroughs of prosecution team, you doing Matterport videos where there's no letter on the foot of the bed, right?
Correct.
And then when all of a sudden, when you guys get there in November, there's this letter on the bed.
Yes.
Right. And you took that into evidence.
Yes, we did.
Same when you went and you got the tip off that there's a recording device, you went and where you showed exactly where it was by the private investigator?
Yes.
How many times when you all searched the house was the private investigator there and present?
I don't know. I wasn't told.
When you saw him with your own eyes, right?
Just the one time.
Just once that you saw him?
Correct.
Defense painting the private investigator as the bad guy here.
Okay. At some point, and I just need to clarify this for the jury too, in addition to the physical evidence that's seized at the scene, documentary evidence, electronic evidence, you also were in charge of maintaining video footage of witness interviews. Is that right?
Correct.
And every witness that was interviewed that had an audio or videotape, you saved it and did all those procedures we talked about at the very beginning of your testimony.
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that 2 witness interviews, the audio or the video was missing?
I vaguely recall that, yes.
Does it refresh your memory if I tell you that you were unable to locate interview footage for witnesses Nick Bonsavage, and Nancy Peterson?
I don't know for sure if those were missing or if they hadn't been booked in yet.
Have you ever located those 2 interviews to this day?
I'm unsure.
Also, one of the items you recovered on a search on September, well, I'm not sure of the date, so I'm just going to say one of the searches you seized or took custody of an Apple Watch that belonged to Eric Richins. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you took custody of that Apple Watch, it had a massive amount of data on it, correct?
I wouldn't say a mass amount of data. It had a gigabytes worth of data.
So it wasn't deleted?
No.
So if someone testified that the Apple Watch had been deleted, that might not be true. Wasn't true, because you got it.
On Eric's Apple Watch, we had very little data off of it.
You had how much data?
I don't recall the exact amount.
But you had data on it?
We had some data, yes.
So it wasn't deleted?
I don't recall if anything was deleted off of it.
Thank you. In addition to the computer that Todd Gabler turned over to law enforcement that had originally belonged to Eric, did Todd Gabler take physical possession of any evidence first before giving it to the law enforcement? Do you know besides the computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. One of the things you found on the search in November 7th of 2024, you all found what's called an epinephrine medical injection unit, right?
Correct.
And can you tell us what that is?
I believe that one was just a EpiPen that's used to administer insulin.
Or maybe not insulin, maybe something for
Epinephrine.
an allergic reaction.
Yes.
And that's something that you normally find on a scene if someone's severely allergic?
Correct.
And where did you find that epinephrine medical injection?
I believe it was in the kitchen. I believe it was inside the refrigerator.
Wasn't there also one located in the master bathroom?
At one point, I believe so.
All right. And you did not take that into evidence?
No.
You just noted it?
Correct.
You also found syringes in the master bedroom?
Yes. In the master bedroom.
I'm sorry, master bathroom?
There was some in the master closet.
And where in the closet were the syringes located?
At the very top shelf in the northwest corner.
Up high?
Correct.
And did you all take those into evidence?
Yes.
Did you test them?
No. They were unused.
And destroyed them?
They were not destroyed, no.
You still have them?
Correct.
And there was one syringe that you found in the master bathroom, I believe, that did have residue of substance in it, right?
There was a syringe located in the kitchen.
Okay. And was that tested?
That one was, yes.
And what was the substance that was determined to be inside that syringe?
I don't recall what was the positive.
When you were searching the home, did you also find oxycodone pills?
I'm unsure.
And the quetiapine pills that we talked about yesterday, that was in the bag that we had you open and untape?
The quetiapine?
The quetiapine pills that were in the bag that we opened, actually I think it was yesterday or the day before, I can't remember. But it had some little substance in it that was
2 half pills.
That's what I was about to ask.
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine.
Yes.
And that pill was cut in half, correct?
I don't recall if it was. It's in 2 halves right now, yes.
Right. So the pill was in 2 halves.
Correct.
And you didn't do that?
No.
And you've protected that, so that must be the condition it was in when you got it?
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
Been trying to capture Miss Gibson when she looks most like Mona Lisa. Just waiting for her to sit perfectly straight and look towards the camera. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Redirect here. I think the state will fix a couple things. Defense being quick to jump on every typo and mistake, although they made several of their own, even just today.
I believe, if it refreshes your memory, that the last search that was conducted on the house might have been February 9th. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And when you went and searched the house on February 9th, what did you take away from the house on the 9th?
A black Under Armour jacket.
Where did you find that jacket?
In one of the downstairs bedroom closets.
And how many jackets would you say were in that house 3 years after the death? 4 years?
A lot of jackets.
Right. And that's the jacket you picked and you took it with you out of the house?
Correct.
And I want to be really specific about the search of the truck. So there were 2 trucks. One was a brown work truck and one was a red truck. Which is the truck that you believe was searched when you were present and logging in all the search materials?
I believe it was red. It was the truck that was inside the garage.
So you have no notice or no note anywhere that the brown truck that Eric spent all day, every day in was ever searched on the day of his death or in the month after?
I didn't personally know.
And you didn't note it down because that would be your job, right?
If I didn't search it, then it wouldn't be my job to note it down.
Well, if someone inventoried anything out of the truck, it would be, right?
If they took anything out of the truck, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. There was a canine search run at one point with a dog?
Yes.
When was that, approximately? You don't need to know the exact date.
That was on the April 14th of 2022 search.
And was the canine just run through the home?
I can't attest to where it ran. I believe it just ran through the entire home.
To your knowledge, did the canine go into any vehicles on that day?
I'm unaware.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Sherman.
Let's see how many things I can stack on this podium. Okay. Ms. Gibson, let's talk about March 4th. That's the day that of 2022. That's the day Eric Richins died. Did you have a search warrant that day?
No, we did not.
Were you legally permitted to search the house for anything you wanted?
No, not at that time.
Were you looking for prescriptions of Eric Richins?
Yes.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
No.
Why not?
A little closer, yeah.
How's that? Are we better?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
Correct.
Why not?
Typically, when we have a death investigation, we only look for the decedent's medications or any other medicine that could be potentially misused. I think we did note some prescription bottles of Kouri Richins just to verify, make sure there wasn't an overdose possibility on those.
And you didn't find any hydrocodone that day?
No.
So let's move forward 5 weeks. April 13th, 2022. That's the first time the house is searched by a search warrant.
Correct.
You weren't in the house between March 4th of 2022 when Eric died and April 13th of 2022.
Correct.
There was no search warrant on the home in that time frame.
Correct.
And you went back on April 13th with a search warrant looking for fentanyl.
Yes.
Because fentanyl killed Eric Richins.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Nestor asked you about a truck being searched on April 13th.
Yes.
And the truck that was searched was a red truck.
I believe so.
When you were at the home during any of those searches, but in particular on April 13th, was there a brown truck at the home?
I don't recall.
If there was a brown truck there and something was found in it, would you have been made aware of that?
Yes.
If we could, Scott, put up Exhibit 1-16 and 1-18 side by side. Are they up? I can see one picture.
Let me know when you're ready.
I messed something up.
Is this what you wanted to show the witness?
Yes, Scott, is there a second page to 1-18?
you show them side by side.
Okay, go. That's the view that I would like, please. If we could publish that to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No. So when we're looking at these two photographs, the photograph on the left, I just want to make this clear for the jury. These items were located on April 13th, 2022.
Correct.
And the items on the left were located in the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
The item on the right was located in the kitchen.
Correct.
Now, you also testified with Ms. Nestor there was hydrocodone found in a baggie.
Yes.
And that was located kind of like a mudroom area.
Yeah.
Were those items sent to be tested at the lab?
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Scott, if we could show the witness exhibit 1-17, please. Is there a second page to that one? Okay, that view is fine. If we could show that to the jury, please.
No objection.
Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Did you look at that jacket?
I didn't look inside the jacket.
Not inside the jacket, but did you look at the jacket?
Not really, no.
Could you tell if it was a men's jacket or a women's jacket?
I can't tell, no.
You can take it down.
If Kouri
Now,
wears
I
it
want to
court.
talk about the black jacket, the Under Armour jacket. You went back and retrieved that jacket from the home.
Correct.
With a search warrant.
Yes.
Why did you retrieve that jacket out of all the jackets in the home?
It was the jacket that a pair of tweezers and a small piece of plastic was located in.
So, Miss Nestor has gone over these multiple searches with you. Why do you keep going back to the house?
We obtained additional information that could potentially lead to something else that we could have missed originally. We're looking for different items.
The investigation, is it developing between those searches?
Yes.
You're receiving new information?
Yes.
And we talked about some phone calls that you had retrieved and booked into evidence. Were you ever, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you ever involved in downloading, storing, retrieving, preserving any secret phone calls?
What do you mean secret phone calls?
Uh-oh. Careful.
Yes or no?
No.
Secret
Give me just a
phone
minute.
calls.
Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Within the scope of redirect,
I will,
please.
absolutely. So what you just said to Ms. Chevernick,
About the secret phone calls.
you would go back in case you missed things,
And we obtain additional information
in case you missed it.
with additional information.
And you had to do that, looks like a minimum of 10 times?
Yes, we kept obtaining additional information.
So each time you went back, you found things you'd missed before?
It's things that weren't being looked for before.
Okay. At the very beginning of Ms. Chevernick's questions, she mentioned that you were not legally authorized to search the home on the day of the death pursuant to a warrant, correct?
Correct.
However, you can certainly legally search a home if someone consents and says, hey, search my home, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Richins didn't stop anyone from searching anything in that house, did she? At any point?
I didn't have any interaction with her, so I'm unaware.
I mean, she didn't stop you?
Correct.
And you knew when you arrived, because you were there to help Detective Woody, you knew from the minute you got there that somebody was making allegations that she was involved in the death. from the minute you got there, right?
Not the minute I got there, no.
How soon after you got there?
I don't recall how long it had been. I was just there to assist Detective Woody, and there were some suspicious circumstances.
And you knew that day, right?
I know there was some allegations, yes, that day.
Did you ever go to Ms. Richins and say, may I please photograph your bathroom? May I please photograph your kitchen sink? May I please have those drink cups that are in the sink? Did you ever do any of that?
No.
Okay.
It's getting spicy. It's getting fired up.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Shervinack, anything else?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, you can step down. You can take the things in your custody with you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Am I released from my subpoena? Or am I gonna
I'm
be
actually not
back?
sure. Let me ask. That's a fair question.
Yes.
Do we need to release her or just hold her?
They're gonna
If
hold
we
her.
could just not release her, but we promise if we need her, we'll give her much advance notice that
Fair
she needs to
notice,
come
yeah.
back.
So you're not released. We'll make sure you get fair notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Can't talk to anyone, but
And if she could be advised not to discuss her testimony.
that's what.
Yeah. Counsel, would you approach?
Yes.
Yeah. This is her job. This is what she does. About that. Is she just going to be on paid standby for a month while we wait for her to be able to talk about anything? Eat a pickle every time it gets spicy. Oh man, I can eat a whole jar of pickles. They are so good. I actually think she scored some points on the recross. I will say this. A couple of you have been asking for the goat, the screaming goat. I have not been... Maybe I'm just more patient today because I got tons of sleep. I have not been put on edge by defense questioning. Some of it does seem like a fishing expedition. Some of it seems a little out there. Some of the questions seem a little weird. But I think it's just defense doing defense job. With, well, like we talked about, they've got a poor hand that was dealt to them. And they're trying to magnify any possible minute evidence, minutia. It's tiny. A typo in the key on the report, which color represents which day. You got the date wrong. Ma'am, you blew it up to the jury. Could you zoom in on that? Because I'd like the jury to remember that this witness typed the date wrong. Ma'am, literally this morning, you said it was the 12th when it was the 13th.
Thank you.
It was one number off. Hers was one number off. Give a little grace and space.
Ms. Shervinack, Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Dr. Peterson.
Okay.
Dr. Peterson is number 13. What's number 13?
Your Honor, I need to go look at one piece of evidence and bring it up for this examination, so could I just have a minute or two to
Yeah,
talk?
you know what, folks? We'll just let you stretch your legs for 5 minutes. All rise for the jury, please. Have a seat. The court will be in recess until... Mr. Burmester, why don't you do that, and I'll give Mr. Bloodworth the benefit of the record. How about that?
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. I've actually asked Ms. Payer for a quick dirty of the transcript. I think that would help the argument. I don't have it yet.
No problem. We'll do it later.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30.
Oh, interesting. Asking for a quick copy of the transcript. That's basically saying, can we get a read back on what just happened because we have an objection? Let's see where that goes. It could get spicy early this morning. Could get spicy early. A quick dirty. It's like when you order a drink, I guess. You know how they've got names like Moscow Mule and Duck Fart and things like that. A quick dirty, I guess, is you go to the clerk and like, can I get a quick dirty? Oh, you want the quick recap of what happened this morning on the transcript? Sure, coming right up. He did want a quick dirty, so. Dirty martini. Let's see. They call it a dirty because it's not cleaned up official version of the transcript. Right. It's pre-edited, so it's going to have typos in it, right? But it will give the gist of it, and maybe the clerk can clarify or even read it. Denisha, I'm doing my best to not interrupt what's happening in court, but I'll definitely give you a screaming goat. A screaming goat right now. Let's see. Why does it feel so disorganized? It feels so messy. Yes, I think that's the purpose of this. They're trying to make it look disorganized, especially on the investigation side. When I say they, I'm talking about defense. They would like it to look like the police just kept screwing up, right? Like the previous 9 times they couldn't get it right. It took 10 times to finally get the thing they needed from the search warrant of the house. That's not the case. Yeah, they went back because as the case develops and they're chasing down leads, now it's like, okay, now something else is relevant. Let's look for that in the house. Why, we wouldn't be like day one we get a call, hey, can you report to this address? There's a male deceased, not breathing. The wife's on the phone, hysterical. Make sure you look for the green jacket. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know any of that. Look for copper cups and the green jacket. We've got to get those stat. No, later on, as things develop and go further and further, they became important. The detective should have elaborated to clear this up for the jury. Miss Misty GT, this is my first case live. It's totally different from TV. Oh, it is amazing. And let me just say, Miss Misty, first of all, welcome. Thanks for being here. If you ever get the chance, even if it's just locally at a small misdemeanor type court, check out your local court. Go in person, learn the rules, because there are rules, and follow the rules. Go and just watch it. It is incredible. It is, I guess you could say, addictive. As you know, we're all addicted to it. Let's see.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
110 years ago. That's when we did start. But isn't that confirmation bias? Aren't they supposed to let the evidence lead them, not the other way around? Maybe I'm off base. Ashley, are you talking about looking for something and then picking it up? I think it was more chasing each piece of evidence they got. Initially, when they show up on the scene, Eric's dead, he's not breathing. The bits of evidence they got is, the wife's acting a little different. And, wow, there sure was a lot of blood when they did CPR. That's not normal. That's where they started, right? And then as they're digging more into it, they do a quick peek around. It's like, there's a pill bottle. Okay, it's in his name. It was just basic. And I would think if you asked most of the officers, none of them would think we're walking around in a murder scene that day. A couple of them like, that's not normal, but they see things that are not normal every day. No THC in the blood or stomach. That develops later on after the autopsy. And of course, yes, it's true. The private investigator was digging through everything at the family's insistence, looking for evidence that this was not as it may have seemed initially. And it says, also, I have done some research and I have a whole branch of family in American Fork, Pleasant Grove, Utah. Wow. Call them up. Say, need to stay for a while. We've got a court case just down the road from you, or up the road, as the case may be. It's normal to miss things. Yes, and search warrants, the way they're written, you have to basically tell the judge what you're looking for, right? If you were looking for a double-barrel, full-size shotgun, we're talking, a 4-foot barrel or something like that, 36 inches, 4 foot's pretty long. But a long-barreled shotgun, even 36 inches is, yeah, anyway, something over 20. You cannot open up a little jewelry box in the room. Though you have a search warrant for the house. It's somewhere in this house. We think it's on this property, Judge. Any vehicles on the property, any buildings, we want to search this residence for this shotgun. We think it's involved in the crime. Here's the reasons why. Give us permission. Judge signs off on it. You go on the door, say, everybody out, we're looking for a shotgun. And you start looking around. And you can't open up the jewelry box. Even if you find a little shoebox that says, drugs inside, do not show police on the outside. You can't open it up because the shotgun wouldn't fit there. Now, there is some evidence, there's some rules about if you're legally allowed to be there and they're investigating and they see something that they would just discover, probably the drugs inside, don't show police would be enough to let them do that. But normally you wouldn't be able to, let's shred the couch pillows to see if there's anything inside the couch pillows. Shotgun wouldn't fit there. You've got to sort of stay within the rules of the search warrant. And then if something does come up, it's like, well, actually, we think it may have been a pistol that was firing shotgun shells, so like a big old hand cannon. Well, now we can search smaller areas. Get a new search warrant, search for smaller areas. Let's see. Yeah, plain view and inevitable discovery. Those are the exceptions. They also had to go back for additional search warrants as the evidence developed. I think, if anything, the fact that the police, Summit County Police, it was the sheriff's office, I believe, that they went back 10 times with like 10 different search warrants is an indication of the thoroughness of their effort. If they just said, oh, we got a search warrant, just head back and grab whatever you got, that's not good. I like seeing that every single time they went back, they got the warrant. Even if Kouri had said, yeah, I'll let you search the whole place. You've got blanket permission between now and whenever. Just go ahead, whatever you need. They got the search warrant. Cheryl Friedman, good morning to you. Welcome. They can call and get the green light for extra things. They can. It's a quick process. Search warrants can happen really quickly, sometimes just in minutes. Judges are literally on standby, a lot like your tech support for a critical server for the government. If the server goes down, there's somebody whose job it is to wake up in the middle of the night and fix it. If they need a search warrant, there's a judge whose job it is to quickly listen and sign the search warrant and get it done. Kouri not stopping anyone isn't the same as giving permission. Correct. What calls was she talking about? Well, there are a couple calls. There's jail calls, which I don't think are coming in, just from the way the motion to eliminate was the objection that we got yesterday, just to a mention of jail, of her being in jail. I think those are not coming in. There would be wiretap calls between Kouri and her family for a year.
We invite the jury in.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We need Mr. Burmester.
You will bring the jury.
We do think the walk the dog letter is coming in, and that is going to be an epic day. It'll probably be towards the end of the state's case.
Piggy. Tom, would you get the jury lined up for me? Oh, thank you.
Does anyone recognize any of the pictures or any of the clothing in the closet?
Sir, if you
Kouri's
just wait in the
wardrobe?
gallery for just a second. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there is fine.
I believe her family is bringing her clothes. These are not
Okay.
like jail wardrobe things.
Mr. Burmester, are we ready for the jury?
Be on.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Looks like Selena is in white and black in the back behind Kouri, almost straight behind Kouri. Now straight behind her tall attorney that's behind her. That's our court watcher for the day, Selena Kay. Glad she made it back into court.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
The state calls Brianna Peterson.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Brianna Peterson.
Dr. Peterson, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Is perjury painful? Asking for a friend.
Hello, doctor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brianna Lynn Peterson, Peterson.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic toxicologist with NMS Labs.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
Over 20 years.
And with NMS?
I've been with NMS since June of 2021.
Okay. So you were working there in March of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. What is a forensic toxicologist?
Forensic toxicology, you analyze biological samples for the presence or absence of drugs and alcohol.
And what is your education, briefly?
I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse in 1997, a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois at Chicago in 1999, and a PhD in toxicology from the University of Georgia in 2007.
Since becoming a forensic toxicologist 20 years ago, have you had training, continuous training?
Yes, so throughout my career, I've received training specific to the chemical extractions that are to be performed on the biological samples, the instrumentation that's used for the analysis, and then also pharmacology for the interpretation of the drug and ethanol results and how they might apply to either impairment or a medical legal death investigation.
So have you had a chance to, this is kind of a funny question, have you had a chance to check the data from biological samples?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
So my primary job duty is case review. So on average, I probably review 12,000 cases a year with NMS Labs.
And have you ever testified before as an expert in a criminal case?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 160.
How does the toxicology process work? I mean, how do you get it, at whose request, and what happens to it?
So NMS receives samples from various clients like medical examiners, coroners, law enforcement, hospitals. So we receive the evidence and the client will request specific testing to be performed.
And you said they come from all over the country?
Correct.
And so how do they get there?
So they can be shipped via FedEx, UPS, hand delivery, U.S. mail.
Then once they arrive at NMS, what happens to the sample?
We have a specimen processing department that will open up the packaging, compare the evidence against the information that was provided by the client on a request form to make sure that the information matches. And then we create our own unique case. We have an electronic laboratory information management system where we'll input all the information provided to us, what testing was requested, and then we give each case a unique 8-digit number that we barcode. So all of the evidence is barcoded so it can be tracked throughout the time in the laboratory.
Once they receive it and process it as you've just described, then is it secured someplace?
Yes, so it's a secure facility in general, and then so the building is secure, and then the laboratory also has limited access to the people that need to use the laboratory, and then where the evidence is stored in like walk-in freezers or fridges, that also requires like a prox card access. So it's secure and then limited to staff that need access to those areas.
So when it comes to testing, what happens, we heard about some gray vials and stuff, for example. What happens to how does it get into the laboratory?
So for this case, we received 2 blood samples. They were both in gray top vials. So each vial is going to get its own unique barcode number. And then when testing is going to be performed, we will take out a small volume of blood that's needed for the test. So we have the original container that was received, and we just remove out or aliquot the amount of volume that's needed for the test. And then, that's placed into a clean new test tube that also is barcoded and tracked.
Then this aliquot is forwarded to the lab for the scientists to run through the instruments?
Yes, so the aliquot is given to a staff member who will perform the specific test following a standardized operating procedure.
Okay. Is it run by itself or in batches of cases?
So we run batches, so there's going to be many other unknown case samples, and then also every batch will have a set of standards and controls that is also run concurrently with the unknown cases.
So when the instrument runs its test on any particular sample, how is the data entered?
So everything is being tracked by that unique case number that we gave it. Once an extraction is performed, the sample is run on an instrument. The instrument has inputted, like they scan the barcode to tell the instrument this is, this vial is this case number. After the data is reviewed, it's sent electronically from the instrument to our electronic laboratory information management system that stores the results. So it's always just following our unique case number.
Is there someone near in time who then reviews that data to make sure that it was processed properly?
Yes, so after the person in the laboratory performs their procedure, it runs on an instrument. When the instrument is done running the entire batch, someone's going to review all of the data for the knowns to make sure that the positive controls were positive, the negatives were negative, and then that all of the unknown cases, that any results that were found meet the acceptance criteria for reporting. So they'll look at the batch in its entirety to make sure that it's acceptable based on those standards and controls. And then when they're done, a second person is going to do the exact same thing. So it's like a double check of their work before that batch is released and those results sent to the computer system.
And that's the same process for each test that you run on all the various substances?
Correct.
Okay. When do you come into the picture?
So after all testing has been completed for a case, then in my role as a toxicologist, I'm going to review the data from all of the testing that was performed for this specific case. I also have access to the administrative information provided by the client on that request form, so I'm making sure that the correct testing was performed that was requested. So I review everything, and then I will issue a final toxicology report with the findings from all of the testing.
So in this particular case, you received some samples from the Utah medical examiner on March 8th?
Correct.
Okay, and it was assigned the unique number at that point?
Correct.
And what did you receive?
We received 2 tubes of blood, vitreous fluid, urine, liver tissue, and gastric fluid.
Okay. And initially, what were you asked to do?
Initially, it was just requested that we perform a test that screens for alcohol and drugs in one of the blood samples.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. In the screening, were any of those, did any of those come up positive for substances that you subsequently tested a confirmatory test?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that.
So we first perform a broad drug screen that looks for hundreds of different drugs. And then based on those results, if there's any positive findings, then we will perform a second confirmation test that's more specific and sensitive for that drug or drug class. And so that's, we're taking a separate aliquot, performing a separate test, running on another instrument to confirm those original screening results.
And in this case, what did you find in the confirmatory test?
Fentanyl and norfentanyl.
Okay, did the confirmatory test identify levels?
Yes, so fentanyl was reported at 15 nanograms per milliliter and norfentanyl at 3.3 nanograms per milliliter.
What is norfentanyl?
15.
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So when your body is trying to eliminate drugs, they'll break them down into a different form called metabolites sometime that are easier for the body to excrete. So it's inactive, it doesn't cause any effects, but it just shows that some fentanyl has been metabolized to norfentanyl.
Did you screen for hydrocodone?
Yes.
And did the screen identify anything for further testing?
No.
Okay. Any other opioids tested in the screening?
Yes.
And any others besides fentanyl positive for further testing?
No.
Do you know how long hydrocodone stays in the body that you're able to find it in a subsequent toxicology test?
So hydrocodone has a half-life of maybe 4 to 6 hours. So a half-life refers to how long does it take for the concentration to go in half. And usually drugs will be completely eliminated from your body in 5 half-lives. So if someone took a dose of hydrocodone, we would expect it all to be eliminated within 20 to 30 hours based on that 4 to 6 hour half-life times 5.
Okay. When a person dies, does it freeze in place whatever is there? I mean, you don't continue to eliminate it, or it doesn't evaporate once the blood is drawn out. It freezes it in place. Is that correct?
In general, it's going to be a snapshot of what was going on. There are some drugs that might have limited stability, like cocaine can be broken down after death just due to enzymes that are present that can break it down into its metabolite. So there are a few drugs that we know have limited stability in the biological samples after death, but for the most part, yes, it's, your body has stopped working, like it's no longer going to be metabolizing, etc.
Is that true for opioids then?
That it should be a snapshot of them, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of a principle or a theory or something called postmortem redistribution?
Yes.
Can you give a brief explanation of what that is?
So postmortem redistribution, so after someone dies, the pH of your blood starts to change and the permeability of the tissues isn't maintained the same. So it means if there was like drugs stored in like major organs like your heart or your lungs, they might start to seep out of those organs and go into the neighboring blood. And so this means like they're being redistributed. So maybe there was a concentration of drugs in your heart, and now after death, due to the changes the body might be undergoing, they might go into the blood and increase the concentration. So the blood might not be, the concentration that's there might not be an exact representation of the concentration at the time right before death, right? So it might have increased due to the tissues releasing some of their drug stores into that blood sample.
When you obtain the blood, when the person, the OME or whomever is obtaining the blood, does it, after death, does it matter where they obtain it from with regards to this redistribution?
Post-mortem redistribution should occur less if you take from a peripheral blood source like the femoral vein, because those veins aren't as close to the major organs, versus if you take blood from a central source like a cardiac, that is closer to your heart and all of the other organs. So it's more likely to have postmortem redistribution in a central blood source compared to a peripheral, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen in a peripheral blood source.
Okay. So does the literature say, identify what is a lethal dose of fentanyl?
So studies are published that provide concentrations of drugs found where it's been determined that fentanyl contributed to the death. So there are studies that give these concentration ranges, yes.
And does it vary from person to person?
Yes, so based on an individual's history of use with the drug, they might have a tolerance to it, which means that you might need a higher concentration to obtain the same desired effect. And it also means that you might need a higher concentration from someone, a chronic user, compared to a naive user for that drug to cause their death. So it can vary what is a lethal concentration for individual to individual.
For a person who has never taken fentanyl before, what is the literature say is a lethal dose?
So just in general, the lowest reported concentrations of fentanyl are 3 nanograms per milliliter, where it's been contributed to their death.
Okay, so in this case we had 15.
That's 5 times.
Correct.
Which is 5 times that.
Correct.
Okay, now even assuming this redistribution, postmortem redistribution, is that significantly still above this 3 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, 15 is greater than 3.
Thank you. I am just a lawyer, so pardon my math. Okay, at a later time, were you asked to examine other of the samples that you were sent by the Utah medical examiner?
Yes, in October of 2022, the client requested that we perform an alcohol and drug screen on the gastric fluid.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did, following that screen, did you get positive results for which you subsequently performed confirmatory tests?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about those?
Yes, so ethanol was detected at 279 milligrams per deciliter. Quetiapine was detected at 16,000 nanograms per milliliter. Fentanyl was detected at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. Norfentanyl was detected at 52 nanograms per milliliter, and acetylfentanyl was detected at 29 nanograms per milliliter.
We haven't heard about acetylfentanyl. What is that?
Acetylfentanyl is a fentanyl analog, so it's similar in structure, but it's an illicit drug. So there's no prescription pharmaceutical drug where it's going to be prescribed. It's solely illicit, and it's often seen in illicitly manufactured fentanyl as a co-product.
So for purposes of an analyst or a criminal investigator, that would be a marker that this came from a source, this fentanyl came from a source that was illicit?
You could provide that interpretation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they could have just had acetyl fentanyl and maybe a fentanyl prescription, but often when you see acetyl fentanyl, it's an indication that the fentanyl was illicit.
Okay. This 279 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol, I want to go into that. First of all, how much alcohol is that in layman's terms, like in order of, say, shots of liquor or 12-ounce beers or whatever?
So this will be kind of a multi-step answer. So the 279 milligrams per deciliter is a concentration. And so your question was asking just about milligrams. So like if you have a beer or a shot of alcohol, that's just in terms of milligrams of ethanol. So to figure that out, you would have to take the 279 times the total volume of gastric fluid that's available.
Were you made aware of the total volume?
Yes, I was.
From whom?
Dr. Ulmer.
Okay, and did she give you a figure?
700 milliliters.
Okay, and so from that you were
279.
able to make a calculation?
Out of 700.
Yeah, so you would multiply the 279 times the 700 milliliters and doing the conversions for deciliters to milliliters, but you end up with around 1,900 milligrams of ethanol versus a standard drink of ethanol is 14,000 milligrams. So it's well below the amount that you would find just in one standard drink of ethanol.
Is there another possible source for this alcohol than alcoholic beverage?
Yes, so it's known that if you have a source of glucose and bacteria, that ethanol can be formed post-mortem. So the bacteria convert glucose, because it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, just like ethanol. It can convert glucose into ethanol. And so obviously, like in gastric contents, you might have a source of glucose if there's food there, and then your stomach naturally has bacteria. So this postmortem formation can occur either in the body prior to sample collection, but it could also happen in the collection container because often they don't have a preservative that would inhibit the bacteria from doing this process of postmortem formation of ethanol.
Is there any way you can chemically identify whether it's this post-mortem decomposition or vodka?
Not in the testing that we performed.
Can you tell us, based on your knowledge of the volume in the gastric fluid, anything about this quetiapine, how much of a pill, if you will, would be there, or a dosage?
Right, so again, you would take the concentration, the 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, multiply it times the total 700 milliliters, and you get a very large number, but drugs are given typically in milligram doses, and there's 1 million nanograms in 1 milligram, right? So after you do that math, it ends up being 11 milligrams of quetiapine. I just want to state, like, the assumption is that 700 milliliters of gastric was homogeneous, so that the concentration was consistent throughout the entire volume, and that the sample that was sent to us represents that 700 milliliters as a whole. Like, that assumption has to be made for the calculations that I'm providing.
And so is it that 16,000 come to equal a standard dosage, prescription dosage?
I would say it's less than a standard dosage. I mean, it depends on a person's prescription, but typically like 75, 100, 250 milligrams of quetiapine might be prescribed versus our calculation was 11 milligrams.
Okay. Did you, a few minutes ago, did you have an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 9-1, a quetiapine bottle with its label on it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You also have the results that you obtained through screening and your confirmation test. With the knowns that you have available to you, are you able to say that the quetiapine and fentanyl had to have been taken sequentially, either one before the other one, or at the same time, or anything like that?
I cannot make any of those conclusions.
Okay. I have nothing for this witness.
Ms. Lewis. Glass of water is for you.
Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Morning.
I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. Nice to meet you. So you've been working at NMS Labs, you said, for how long?
Since June of 2021.
All right. And prior to that, were you still doing the same type of work, forensic toxicology?
Yes, I was.
All right. So part of your job isn't working with live patients, true?
Correct.
All right. So you don't deal with when someone comes in who's maybe possibly overdosing from some kind of drug?
That's correct.
All right. So you look at what's happened only after death by looking at samples, correct?
I look at the data generated from those samples being tested.
That's fair. That's fair. How a scientist would describe it rather than an attorney. Okay, so I want to talk about fentanyl and follow up a little bit on what Mr. Burmester asked you regarding lethal doses of fentanyl. So here you said we had 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in the bloodstream. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. And fatalities for fentanyl, there's a fairly large range of what could be a fatal dose of fentanyl. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. So a much lower dose could cause the death of someone. True?
Lower than 15? Yes.
Yes. And in some people who have some tolerance, it could be a higher dose than that before it would be fatal. Fair?
That's correct.
All right. So when someone takes fentanyl, is it fair to say that it would take about 30 minutes from the time the fentanyl is ingested before it starts to show up in the bloodstream?
Yeah, some of it's going to depend on if the stomach is empty and if it's in liquid form or solid, but I would say usually 15 to 60 minutes it might take for absorption for it to be at a measurable amount in the blood.
All right. And is there any way to tell, let me rephrase that. There was also fentanyl found in Mr. Richins' stomach. We spoke about that.
Correct.
So we know that he for sure ingested fentanyl. It wasn't given to him or he didn't take it any other way. Like he didn't use it, he didn't inject it. True?
I mean, you could do both, but the presence of it in the gastric contents does provide the interpretation that one route of administration was ingestion.
All right, that makes sense. Now, you mentioned that also present was norfentanyl.
Correct.
And norfentanyl is a metabolite. Did I say that properly? Of fentanyl.
Yes, that's correct.
So when the body starts to metabolite the fentanyl, you'll see norfentanyl also in the system.
Metabolize.
Or in the samples.
Well, correct.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. Maybe we can clarify. It's possible that someone could die of a fentanyl overdose so quickly you wouldn't see norfentanyl in the system. True?
That's correct.
All right. So in someone who's never taken fentanyl, hypothetically, it's possible that first exposure, they take it, they die so quickly, norfentanyl is not observed.
Yes, that can happen.
All right. So when someone has a high dose of fentanyl and we see norfentanyl on the report, the body has started to metabolize the fentanyl.
Correct.
And wouldn't it be more, well, strike that. Let me ask one question before I get to that one. So that would mean that after the fentanyl was ingested, Mr. Richins was alive long enough that his liver began to metabolize the norfentanyl, or the fentanyl resulting in norfentanyl.
Correct.
All right. And that would be more likely for the body to start to metabolize it before death in someone who it was not their first time taking fentanyl, correct?
Like if they had been poisoned with
I
it
don't
previously?
think you can draw that conclusion.
And, well, let me back up. So it's possible someone has no exposure to fentanyl, they take it, they die very, very quickly.
That's a possibility, yes.
And someone who has had exposure, I'm not saying that 100% wouldn't, they may show norfentanyl, but it's more likely that someone who's had some exposure to fentanyl would start, especially at a higher dose, would start to metabolize it, having the norfentanyl appear, as opposed to someone who had never taken it. True?
I don't agree with that.
All right. You talked about things that were not found in the blood, and was naltrexone tested for?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and there was no naltrexone in Mr. Richins' blood?
The screening result did not meet the threshold to go to that second confirmation test.
All right. All right, I want to move to post-mortem production of alcohol that you talked about with Mr. Burmester. So post-mortem production of alcohol is more likely to occur in some scenarios than other scenarios. Fair?
Yes.
I mean, not every body is going to have post-mortem production of alcohol. We don't see that just because someone dies, that's not there. True?
That's correct.
All right. So some of the circumstances that might result in postmortem are things such as a long delay between the death and the autopsy. True?
I mean, the two variables that are needed are glucose and the bacteria.
All right. But is it also true that there are certain scenarios where it's more likely to happen, such as a long delay between the autopsy and the death? You're more likely to see it than an autopsy that happened fairly quickly. Fair?
Are you talking about in any matrix or gastric in particular or just general?
Well,
sorry.
No, now you're getting scientific on me.
I'll just answer your question that yes, a longer postmortem interval is a pre-analytical factor that could lead to postmortem formation of ethanol.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And I'm not saying every time, but these are
Correct.
circumstances that make it more likely.
It can be, yes.
Okay. And we didn't have a long delay here between death and autopsy.
No idea.
Well, assuming he died somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., autopsy's done at 7:30 a.m., that's not considered a long delay in terms of an autopsy, true?
That's just not something I do.
Okay.
So I don't have
So
an
that would be a
opinion.
question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Question for an ME.
Yes.
All right, fair. Does trauma to the body increase the chances of postmortem production of alcohol?
It can, because if you have trauma where the gastric tract gets broken open, then that bacteria is released and can be in the blood, and you need the bacteria to do the postmortem formation.
Right. And that didn't happen here.
No idea.
So a body being warm for a long period of time, that also increases the chances
It
of
could.
postmortem.
It could, yes.
And are you aware if when a body arrives at a ME's office, typically it's refrigerated, fair?
Yes.
All right. Was there testing done for yeast in his system that could produce alcohol?
No, there was not.
Because yeast in the system is something that would result in postmortem. Well, I might be phrasing that wrong, but yeast in the system could result in the production of alcohol that would be seen, such as it was here.
Yes.
All right, but that wasn't tested for.
No.
All right. So it's possible that there was postmortem decomposition, but it's equally possible that he took a drink before bed, correct?
Correct.
How long after taking a drink of alcohol? Well, is it fair to say alcohol takes about 10 to 15 minutes to hit the bloodstream?
Again, it depends on the stomach and if it's full or not. So if you have an empty stomach, then the alcohol can get to the intestines faster, which is where the majority of the absorption occurs. So yeah, maybe 15, 30 minutes if your stomach is empty. But if you have delayed gastric emptying, then it might take longer for you to reach that peak alcohol concentration.
Right,
But,
peak alcohol concentration.
yeah,
but that's
for some alcohol to be in the blood, sure, 15,
Okay.
30 minutes.
within 30 minutes.
Yes.
And some fentanyl would be in the blood probably within 30 minutes of ingestion.
Again, yeah, within 15 to 60 minutes in general, yes.
So, if Mr. Richins had fentanyl in the blood, but not alcohol, a real possibility is that he ingested the fentanyl and then took a drink, give or take maybe 30 minutes later. Maybe less, 15 to 30 minutes after he took the fentanyl. Fair assumption, correct?
I can't provide a timeline of when things were ingested. Some of it is, you say take a drink, did you take a sip? That might not even become measurable in the blood. Or how long did he live after the alcohol was consumed, and the body could have just metabolized it below our threshold for reporting. So I can speak generally about both, yes, can be absorbed and be present in the blood within the 15, 30 minutes.
Well, that amount of fentanyl, typically someone would pass away, would die from that dosage of fentanyl within 20 minutes.
I can't provide an exact time frame. Sometimes there's delayed deaths with respiratory depression, so I can't pinpoint.
Okay, you can't I understand. I mean, we're talking in generalities here. So if someone takes that dosage of fentanyl that you found, what would you expect? Would someone live for hours after that? They wouldn't.
Again, I don't even know what
testifying.
dosage was taken, and I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug, so I can just say what was detected in the blood, what was detected in the gastric, and I can provide general information about absorption of alcohol and drugs and timeframes.
All right, so he might have lived longer had this was not the first time he took fentanyl, he may have lived longer after he took the fentanyl.
Again, I don't know what dose was taken.
All right, I'm basing it on what was in the blood. You know how much was in the blood, which can give you an idea, approximately, of a dose that was taken. Fair?
I mean, assuming it, I'm not sure what you mean by dose, like how many micrograms of fentanyl were taken.
All right. You've testified that 15 nanograms per milliliter is 5 times more than a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Correct.
All right. So, and I understand, we don't know if that meant he ingested 1 pill of fentanyl or 5 pills of fentanyl. We don't know that. True?
Correct.
All right. However, he clearly took more than, and you're going to have to help me with the numbers, because I don't know how it converts from milligrams taken to what's in the blood. But you said a lethal dose could be as low as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
A lethal concentration.
Concentration. So in your experience as a toxicologist, wouldn't that give you some idea of the amount of fentanyl that was ingested to result in that in the blood? Maybe not exactly, but you would have an idea.
Well, again, previously I testified about postmortem redistribution, so I'm not aware if that happened or not and could have elevated that concentration of fentanyl. So there's limitations to being able to say what dose ended up with this concentration.
All right, let's try and put this in terms for a layperson. You're handed a fentanyl pill. It's got 1 milligram of fentanyl in it. Is that a lethal dose of fentanyl? Could it be? I know you don't know because it would depend on the individual.
Yes.
All right. And if someone took 1 milligram, a 1 milligram pill of fentanyl, and give me a range of what you would expect to see in the blood. Would that be more or less than what you saw here? A range. I know you can't tell me exactly.
So let's say you're given a 800 microgram dose of fentanyl, because fentanyl is very potent.
1
so
milligram would be a lot of fentanyl,
yeah, we don't
right?
give milligrams, so
Okay.
we give micrograms, so 1,000-fold less.
Thank you.
But therapeutically, you're trying to get into that 2 to 5 nanogram range, because it's a very small window of when it's therapeutic and when it's fatal. So.
All right. I think that helps me with my question. So someone's given a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital, which apparently is nanograms, because milligrams is a lot when it comes to fentanyl.
Micrograms, yes.
Micrograms, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I ever took a science class in college, so. What would you expect to see range-wise in the blood had someone had a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital? Let's say they died, not for some reason or another, after they had that therapeutic dose of fentanyl. What range would you expect to see in the blood?
All right, so clinically, when they dose people, then like 2 to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. So he clearly took more, obviously, than a therapeutic dose.
I can't make that conclusion.
Well, it would be pretty unusual to see
He took more.
15 nanograms per milliliter if normally you think you'd see 2 or 3. Or I think you even said lower than that, I'm sorry.
But again, I don't know if postmortem redistribution occurred. I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. And so if they had tolerance, they could take a higher dose and be able to be alive with a higher concentration.
All right. And we don't know that. Okay, let me just boil it down. Is it possible, based on the findings here, that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl and then after he ingested the fentanyl, he had a drink of alcohol? We don't know how much, but he had a drink. That's a possibility, true?
True.
All right. I want to talk about the quetiapine for a minute. Now, quetiapine is not naturally produced in the body after someone dies, right?
Correct.
So he had to have ingested quetiapine.
Correct.
And it appears that it was not a very high dose. You said it was probably a fairly low dose of quetiapine.
In the gastric, yes.
In the gastric. And again, the quetiapine had not made it to the blood. He died before there was a chance for the quetiapine to make its way into his blood. Correct?
There was no quetiapine above our threshold for performing a confirmation test.
Well, you couldn't measure any quetiapine in the blood. True?
No.
You did measure some in the blood.
Yes.
And where's that in your report?
It wasn't above our threshold for reporting or performing a confirmation test.
So in your report, there's no indication that quetiapine was found in the blood?
Correct.
All right. And your report's accurate?
Correct.
All right. So, again, quetiapine takes about the same amount of time to hit the blood as fentanyl, more or less? About 30 minutes?
Correct.
So a very possible scenario, likely scenario, is that he ingested the fentanyl before the quetiapine. Fair?
No.
Well, if he took them together, they would have both been in the blood, right?
That's not true. I mean, if you didn't take a dose that would lead to a concentration that's reportable in the blood, doesn't mean you didn't take it. It just means that it wasn't at a concentration high enough to be above our threshold for reporting.
I understand that, but maybe my question wasn't clear. Whatever amount of quetiapine he took, there was not a measurable, reportable amount in his blood.
That is correct.
The fentanyl he took, there was.
That is correct.
The fentanyl had made its way to his blood prior to him passing.
That is correct.
The quetiapine had not.
Not above a concentration that would be reported by us.
Not even in a concentration that you noted in any way.
Correct.
So it is possible that he took the fentanyl and then later took the quetiapine. That's a possibility.
Sure.
All right. So one possibility here is that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl, and then within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, he had a drink and took a quetiapine. That's a possibility, correct?
Sure.
All right. Just give me a moment, please.
Now you guys have earned another goat scream. From a lawyer who says, I don't know if I ever took a science class in college, questioning an expert witness on this. It's painful. Oh, my goodness.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you, Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Burmester, within the scope of cross, please.
Ma'am, did you ever take science classes in
Taking
college?
up
Yes? Okay,
where
no
we
further
last
questions.
Aren't there other equally possible hypotheticals, such as a drink of alcohol with quetiapine and fentanyl taken at the same time?
Sure.
Okay. Is the problem that there aren't enough, there are too many variables that are left unknown that we can't fix any of those? We can't fix the hypothetical and say one is more likely than another because there are too many variables?
Yes.
One of those is that you can't tell this jury whether the alcohol in the gastric fluid came from an alcoholic beverage or decomposition?
Correct.
When you look at the 15 nanograms of fentanyl and the 3.3 of norfentanyl, can you give any insight as, is there a relationship, those numbers have some sort of relationship that we can tell anything from that? For example, how long ago it was taken, that sort of thing?
So assumptions still have to be made. So you would have, one assumption is this person has never used fentanyl before. Then that means that they lived long enough for the body to form norfentanyl. But for me, I have no idea their history of use. So there could be norfentanyl still present from a prior use, and then the new fentanyl was taken, and maybe they died before it started to metabolize, but that norfentanyl is still present from a prior use. But once fentanyl is absorbed into the blood, as soon as that happens, it's circulating, can get to the liver, and that norfentanyl can start to appear right away. So within a few minutes, you're going to start having norfentanyl formed and present in the blood once the fentanyl is absorbed into the blood.
Whether you're a previous user or a new user?
Correct.
Okay. We have the marker, possible marker of the acetyl fentanyl. And if we make an assumption that that came from the same source as the fentanyl.
Your Honor, I think that's beyond the scope. I didn't ask her anything about the fentanyl.
There's an objection.
Well, let's see what the rest of the question is, and then you can renew your objection. Go ahead, Mr.
We can make the assumption that it was an illicit source as opposed to a illicit source.
Same objection.
Sustained. Just keep it.
Okay, it's fine. That's all the questions.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome to step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we finally got the 5 times the fatal dose testimony.
Give me a sense. Is this a 15-minute witness or a longer?
Shorter.
Okay, let's do it.
Have a very short witness coming in.
I need you next to a mic, Mr. Riverster. My apologies.
He wants to know if the witness can be released from her subpoena.
Ms. Lewis, any objection to releasing Dr. Peterson?
No, Your Honor.
Doctor, you are released. Thank you for your time.
Waterboy bailiff doing his job well.
Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
He's thinking right now, I got post-certified for this.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Frank Root, R-O-O-T.
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
6 years.
And what's your assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
Investigations detective.
And as part of your role in this case, did you meet with Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes.
And during one of those times that you've met with him, did you collect a cell phone from him?
Yes.
Was that an iPhone 7?
Yes, I believe so.
When did you collect that phone from him?
May 26, 2023.
Once you collected that phone, was it booked into evidence?
Yes.
I like how he reclines.
Was it
between
later
answers.
transferred to be downloaded, the contents?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any questions?
Mr.
Oh, Mr. Ramos, my apologies.
No, it's me. It's me. Can we approach for just a minute?
Sure.
Can we approach? Why do they need to approach about this? It's basically, this is a chain of custody witness. I love how he just reclines back, just like, yes. That's correct. It is so good. He's so comfortable up there. Great presence on the stand. Let's see what the defense, if they can whittle away at this. Obviously, chain of custody for the boyfriend's cell phone. They fight chain of custody issues quite vigorously, but I'm just not sure what they have here. Sidebar ongoing. Might be a lengthier one as well. Ms. Nesters asked a question. The judge is laying down the parameters of the questioning. All right. I think we got it. Here. Mr. Bloodworth is done. He's heard all he needs to hear. It sounds like the judge is on his side. He's just going to sit down as soon as they're finished. Everybody agrees. State raises an issue now. They're all on board. Okay, here we go.
Are there any questions for Detective Root at this time?
Very briefly.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective Root. How are you?
Good morning, counsel. Good, thank you.
I want to just make sure I understand. The phone you recovered from Mr. Grossman, was it one phone?
No, there were two phones.
Okay. And what color were the phones?
One was black, one was white.
Did you recover both of them at the same time, or did you do 2 trips to get phones from him?
No, I recovered 2 phones at that time.
Together?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever met Mr. Grossman?
No, it was not.
Right, so you knew it to be Mr. Grossman because you had met him before?
Ooh.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you had met him before is interviewing him?
Correct.
I can't go into the interview? Okay.
Nope. Judge says nope, not
We're
right
going
now.
to talk about that at another time.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you ever asked to return the phones to Mr. Grossman?
I was.
Right. And then were you ever asked to go back and get them again?
I was.
So how many times total did you pick up phones, deliver them for review, take them back, pick them up, take them back? How many times did you do that?
I transported phones multiple times.
More than 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you give Mr. Grossman a reason why you had to keep coming back and getting his phones over and over and over again?
Yeah, I think we're beyond the scope at this point.
No, why don't you just ask him if he had a reason?
Did you have a reason for why you kept going back to get his phones, take them, bring them back, take them, bring them back?
I was instructed to retrieve them by my chain of command.
So you don't know the reason?
No, ma'am.
Right. And in those periods of time, in between when you'd pick up the phone, take it to the station, bring it back, pick it up, bring it back, in those in-between times, you don't know what he did with that phone, do you?
Can you be specific about the he?
Mr. Grossman, sorry. I'll try not to use a pronoun.
In one specific instance, Mr. Grossman had the phones. During that time, no, I do not know what he did with them.
Okay. Did he ever show you things on his phone when you were with him before you took them into your custody?
On those phones, no, they were not operable.
They were not operable.
Correct.
So you took inoperable phones from him?
Correct.
Did you ever take operable phones from him?
When I was instructed to get them back from Mr. Grossman, they were operable at that time.
And when you went to go visit him and look at his phone, did he show you anything on the phone?
On those phones, I don't recall.
Did he show you anything on any phone?
He has shown things on his current cell phone to me, but the phones in question, I don't recall him.
Did you compare his current phone to the, excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, my apologies. I interrupted you. Let me hear the question first, and then Ms. Shervinack may have an objection.
Did you compare the current phone that he had to what was on that phone to the inoperable phones that ultimately became operable?
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor, I do think we're beyond the scope now.
I agree. Sustained.
So
Anything
broken
else
phones
about
that
the
he
two
fixed them,
phones that
and then
Detective
police
Rude
got him again.
collected?
Did Mr. Grossman give you any reason why he believed the phones were inoperable?
Yes,
What was the reason he gave you?
he had broken them on accident.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll reserve the rest of our questioning for a later time, and we would ask that this witness not be released from his trial subpoena.
Understood. Detective, you're free to step down today. You may be called back in the future. We'll give you some notice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good, sir.
All right. Is it lunchtime, break time? What do we have? Don't fall. Watch your step there, sir.
Yeah, watch out.
Yeah. Workers' comp costs the
Appropriate
county.
time to take a break, Ms. Shervinack?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a restroom break, folks. Thank you. Please rise for the jury.
Broke both phones by accident. That sounds a little suspicious. Sounds just a teensy bit suspicious. Still can't Melissa says, I still can't get over the lawyer that said she wasn't sure if she took a science class in college. I tell you, sometimes it's a blur.
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack, who's on deck?
Cheney Engtao?
Okay. That person present?
Yes.
Okay. If you would let them know to be ready to go at 10:45, court's in recess until 10:45.
Get a 11,
Very
well,
good.
a 10 minute timeout. A little break here. So. The accident was the affair? No. I think that was on purpose. How do you break two phones on accident? I've been either really lucky, or phones are better quality than I thought. My phones don't break. I carry them around and put them in my pocket. The rare times I have dropped them. Speaking of iPhones, even with the first one I had, which was the iPhone 3, it didn't break. I don't know. I'm lucky that way. I don't know how you break two phones at once on accident. 10 minutes. Lines at the restrooms must be long. Yes. WC meaning water closet. I like it. Purple coconut. Dropped both phones down some stairs in a toilet in a car accident. They got run over. Accidents happen. Knitting with me. They happen. I mean I can see that's reasonable for me. I can see that happening. It was probably all in one. Dropped them. They fell down the stairs in the toilet, bounced out onto the road, got run over. That's, happens to the best of us. Remember 3G? Oh, man. It was barely internet back then. Did he bring the phone to a military base? Is that too soon, Laura? Did he dispose of the SIM card in separate garbage on the military base? Are they calling her boyfriend or not? I imagine if he's called, we'll hear the relationship for sure. I don't know. Is it the dealer? I forget. Is it the dealer that's passed away? One of the potential witnesses in this trial is not with us, and I'm not talking just about the victim. I don't recall who it was. I thought it was the source of the fentanyl. To be fair, Kouri accidentally bought fentanyl, accidentally laced her husband's drink, and accidentally searched for lethal doses and ways to delete iPhone data, allegedly. The husband died. Yes, that's what brought us here, mom, veteran wife, for sure. That's the whole the impetus. I think it was the dealer cleaner, not Camilla. I mean, not. Is her name Camilla? I don't think the cleaner died. I thought it was the cleaner's contact. The dealer. They're dealing with immunity issues with the boyfriend. Oh, that's going to be... Well, I think that's easy to overcome with a deal. And Carmen, there it is. I knew it started with a C. Carmen was the cleaner. Have a question. Please help. Did they ever search Eric's phones? There are a lot of phones in this case. A ton of phones. I think even the prosecution admitted we got a lot of phones in this one. I don't know the extent to which each phone was searched and the extent to which each phone is going to be coming in evidence. But I think we will get some of the phones they recovered. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Why do people have so many phones? I have a burner phone. If that's, I mean, I can see having at least two, one for work and one for family. Ironically, my family sometimes calls me on the burner phone because it's the one I answer. Heard this morning that one phone extraction could fill 78 binders. We're going to need bigger binders. My mic is always low. I'm sorry, Posty 7. I don't get in the sweet spot of the microphone, which I probably should do. And I do turn it a little bit low. I always want to be second to court, right? Court is what we're here for, not necessarily me. And I don't want to talk over that. Technically, Dwayne has the burner phone. You're correct. Dwayne Bourne or Bond. I don't remember his name. I think it's Bourne. For some reason, spammers think that's my name. Thank you to all those who have clicked the like button, and welcome, by the way, if you're here for the first time. Love that you're here watching court with us. Please make yourself at home. A group of friends here. You're among friends. Even if we have different opinions. We just ask that you share the opinions respectfully, and we'd enjoy the conversation. Aaron Blackman says, I don't think immunity deals are as easy as we may think nowadays, RA, especially after the au pair trial. I think that was a harder one, but look back at the Rico case down in Georgia, Fulton County. That had some poison pills, immunity deals. Let's see.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
People are asking about some problems on YouTube. I'm looking forward to meeting with my account manager here soon. We are seeing a lot of problems on YouTube, both in the audio side, where intermittently the audio just discontinues. It just stops, so it goes silent. On my end, it shows it's still there, and for some users, it doesn't go away. If you've experienced that, speaking of burner phones, if you can just send me a text and let me know. Obviously, we know it's the stream, this channel, but let me know what browser or device you're watching on. So if it's on an iPhone, if it's on an Android tablet, if it's on a TV, just let me know, just so I can see if there's some sort of connection. I can pass that information on to YouTube. They have fixed the issue we had yesterday with people making comments and them just not showing up. Our mods were experiencing that as well. That's been fixed. But we'll try to get, yeah, I'm going to give them an earful. We're having some issues. Can you bring all of us to your YouTube meeting? We have comments. I'm actually not allowed to. I'm not even allowed to record it. It's weird. Okay, I'm getting some texts in. Thank you, Allison, on the iPad. Talking about Young Thug. Yes, that was the trial where we had the immunity deal. Try to force someone to testify. It is on every account. Part of the problem, sadly, may be your internet. That is a common problem on YouTube. If your internet has glitches or dropped frames or dropped packets, as the case may be with the communication, the program will will see that and say, hey, to prevent there from actually being like a drop in the video, we're going to pause your video and delay it a little bit and have a buffer, 10 seconds, whatever it is. So you're always behind live just a little bit. It could be your internet, and even if you have high-speed internet, it still might be dropping packets. If it's just a noisy line, it's not a good connection, or you might have some hardware or software or something somewhere in the line that's causing problems. See, I can't send it to the burner, but I'm on iPhone. Have had the issue of random silence. At the moment, my YouTube has decided I need to be on delay. Internet speed, upload, download capabilities can cause drops. YouTube app on the iPad. All right, did you say it's not me, it's you? Well, all I can say is you can, let me show you this really quickly. On my view over there, at the very bottom of the screen, let's see, right, this box right here, I can see the broadcast level meters for the audio. So I can see when the source that we're watching, which is our direct pool feed from court, when that source has audio levels coming in, I can see that, and I can see if it's going out. I can also see in this box right here the bit rates and everything else that is it's transmitting on. So I get a good idea what I'm sending to YouTube, and if YouTube is not buffering on my end, then it's and some people are not having the problem. It would seem to indicate that the problem would be on the other end. I hate that because I pay a lot for my internet. Yeah. I had internet go down on me just over the weekend. It went down briefly. And in that time, I had to call tech support to get help to get it set back up because they said it was fine. The internet says it's up, but it wasn't up. It wasn't working properly. I immediately set up my Starlink and activated it. Like, I cannot have an outage. I'm sorry. So I got Starlink up and running again this month, just as a backup. Sound drops on the iPhone. All right, Judge might be coming back here in just a moment. It is the time. It's 12:45. How much is Starlink? I pay between $50 and $160 a month because I use the roaming plan, and it works so I can take it with me and go anywhere I need, like anywhere in the U.S. aside from international waters. As long as I'm on land in the U.S., North America, I can roam with it for that price. It's expensive to get started on Starlink. It cost me, I think, about $400 for my dish. I think they're cheaper now by about $100. I got the mini, the dish mini, and it's worked well. No problems with Android. I am seeing a lot of commonality with iOS, iPad, and iPhone having the problem. Starlink has no contract. Unfortunately, they do on the months that I choose not to have Starlink active.
Ms. Nestor, okay, here
costs me
Ms.
$5
Lewis.
a month.
Are we ready for the jury, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shervinack, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we invite them in, please.
You will bring the jury.
There are some areas that are saturated with Starlink users, and they've implemented a service fee, an overusage fee that can be as high as $1,500 just to get access in that area. I got access, and that's why I pay the $5 a month, so I'll never face that. I got access before the area was saturated, and it's helped that way. Plus, the $5 a month, it actually stays connected, and it's I can use it to text. Like it's enough of an internet connection that I could text on a phone in an emergency without paying any extra. It's unlimited, but it's just very slow.
Seat, please. Ms. Shervinack, the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Mr. Cheney Entau. Before he takes the stand, I do need to move to admit the state's Exhibit 9-6 that Detective Root testified to.
Is it just one talking bottle?
9-6 was 2 phones. Are we admitting both or just the iPhone 7 that he testified to?
The iPhone 7 is the one we need, but
And forgive me, I didn't catch the color.
the color,
White
Yeah,
or
it's
black?
either white or black. Do we know?
it's the only iPhone 7.
Understood. Okay. Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the exhibit number, please?
It's
9-6.
9-6. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so the iPhone 7 that is part of 9-6 is admitted.
Thank you. We're ready for our witness.
Sir, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Cheney Engtow. Last name is spelled Echo November Golf hyphen Tango Oscar Whiskey.
Where do you work?
I work for the State of Utah Department of Public Safety Bureau of Forensic Services, but I'm assigned to the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory.
How do we
bet that's one big acronym.
refer to that place in shorthand?
IWRCFL.
IWRCFL.
IWR, yep.
And what do you do? Is it okay if I refer to it as the RCFL?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What do you do at the RCFL?
I'm a digital evidence laboratory technician there, and my primary role is to access data from Apple mobile devices.
Are you trained to perform cell phone
Apple
downloads?
specific.
Yes.
What kind of programs do you use to do that work?
For Apple devices, we typically use a device known as Gray Key.
Are you certified to, well, I guess, do you need to be certified to use that program?
No.
Are you also familiar with Celebrate?
Yes.
Are you certified to use that program?
Yes, certain aspects of it, yes.
And what are your certifications in Celebrate?
Cellbrite Certified Operator and Cellbrite Certified Physical Analyst.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite's just software that can be used to download phones, and it can also be used to parse out extractions which are obtained from phones. So it puts the data in a readable format for people.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to do extractions or downloads from cell phones?
Yes, they submitted 2 phones to the IWRCFL.
And were you able to complete downloads of those 2 phones?
Yes.
I want to talk first about the white iPhone 12 with the phone number ending 1987. Were you able to perform a download of this phone?
Yes.
And did you get a full file system acquisition from that phone?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's just the type of, there are different levels of information you can get from a cell phone when you extract them. In this case, we were given the passcode to the phone by Summit County when they submitted it. If you know the passcode or are able to break the passcode of a phone, you will get what's known as a full file system, which is essentially all the data from the cell phone.
And so you were able to obtain the raw data from that phone,
Yes.
and it was put into a readable format.
Yes.
And was that information from that phone ending in 1987 given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same questions for the second phone. You said there were 2 phones. Did you able to complete a download from a green iPhone 11, phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I believe it was a 11 Pro Max, though.
11 Pro Max. And same question, you're able to perform a download for that phone?
Yes, we were given the passcode to that phone as well.
And did you similarly get a full file system acquisition?
Yes.
And was that raw data then put into a readable format?
Yes.
And was that information given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Quick witness.
Mr. Ramos.
Very briefly.
See if he Comes out
morning.
with guns blazing.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Sure.
All right.
Sound right.
Could you just walk the jury through the process of how you use Great Key, what that gives you, in what format, what you then do with Celebrite, what you then get from Celebrite, what the format is, and then ultimately how it gets back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office. So basically everything you've just talked to, but break it down if that's okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So essentially, we take the phone. Now in this case, as I mentioned, we knew the passcode. So we would verify that the passcode worked. I would unlock the phone, and then you connect it to Great Key, which looks like a little computer. It looks kind of like an Apple Mac Mini is what it kind of looks like. Through a combination of the hardware proprietary, which is what Great Key is, hardware and software, it then accesses the data on the phone, and it gets an extraction, which in this case, as we mentioned, was a full file system extraction. That data is saved by Great Key in the form of a zip file. Now, that zip file is not readable. You couldn't just connect it to any other computer and just open it up and look at it. So that data has to be parsed out, essentially.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you explain how the data would look if we were to open it up before putting it into the Celebrite system?
You couldn't really even open it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would not be accessible. You need forensic software to access it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So then we use a program which was previously mentioned called Celebrite. Now in this case, we're using Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which is just a Celebrite software that takes this extraction. So you load the extraction in, and then it parses that data from the extraction into the various types of data that everybody would see on your cell phone today. So you would see it parses it out to the SMS, text messages, MMS, messages, emails, Word documents, pictures, videos. All the data is just put into a format that when you go into Physical Analyzer, you could say, I want to see all the texts that came from this particular phone number, and then you could read the texts that were sent. Once that information is parsed out, you then create a report. So it generates a report of all that data, and it creates something we call using a UFED reader, which is just part of Celebrite. It's like a standalone reader that allows us to give all the data from this report, along with the reader, back to the agency that submitted to us. And they take it. It typically is put onto like a Blu-ray disc. It depends how big the phone is. It may be saved to a Blu-ray disc. It may be saved to a thumb drive or hard drive. But in any case, that detective would then take what we've given them. They would load it into their computer, open up this reader program. The reader then is populated by the data from the extraction, and then they can go through and look for text or pictures or videos or whatever information that they're looking for.
And that's when the analysis will come in. Is that
Yes.
correct? Or the review of that information.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You did mention that you had two. Would it be called certifications for Celebrite? I believe.
Yes. Could
you explain what those are and if they have any acronyms?
One is the Celebrite Certified Operator, CCO. It's a certification that gives you familiarity and experience with using Celebrite as a whole. And then CCPA, which is the Celebrite Certified Physical Analyst, is using that Physical Analyzer program, which is what we use to parse that data out from those zip extractions.
And do you have any other certifications in Celebrite?
I have a certification with Celebrite Premium.
And what is that?
Celebrite Premium is kind of a competitor to Great Key. It's used to access cell phones, mainly locked cell phones.
Perfect. With the CCO and the CCPA, those certifications, do you need to renew them at any point, or are they kind of lifelong?
Yeah, I mean, you do it once and
you're solid.
Yeah.
I imagine, because of the constant updates and technology in our phone, I imagine that Celebrite also updates. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of what they can extract?
Yeah, both Celebrite and Grey Key
Perfect.
are updated constantly.
So I imagine because of that, you take additional classes or trainings. Would that be fair?
When and if I can, yes.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine you're quite busy.
Yes.
The last question I had is, you had mentioned, I put it in quotes, certain aspects that while using Celebrite, that you were certified to use certain aspects. Are there certain things that your 2 certifications maybe wouldn't cover, or that if anybody was in that analysis process would need something else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Just one question, Judge. So you went through the process of how the raw data comes from the phone and then it's placed into a readable format. When that's taking place, is it correct that the data can't be manipulated in any way?
Yes. So when we get an extraction from Grey Key creates what is known as a hash value. You can think of a hash value as kind of like a digital fingerprint. So every file is unique. For instance, if I went into a Word and I created a file and I typed hello and then I saved that file, and then I ran a hash, I got a hash value from it, which is just a hash is just a mathematical algorithm that looks at the file and then it gives you a unique like fingerprint, which is basically a big long hexadecimal set of alphanumeric characters, but they're unique to that file. So in my example with this Word document, it would give me a value. Now if I opened that document again and I put a period after the O and then saved it, and then I would hash that file again, that hash value would be completely different. So the way we use that is, now that I have the hash value for the extractions that I got from these 2 cell phones, I copied those to staging media, which is essentially a forensically wiped hard drive. Once I copy it to that hard drive, I then hashed the extractions on that hard drive. Those values that I got should and did match the values that Grey Key gave me. So now I know my files on that hard drive are identical to what Grey Key pulled off. Mathematically, it's impossible for them to be different. That hard drive was then provided to an examiner in our laboratory who then processed the data. When he was done processing that data, he would then hash the extractions again at the end. If those extractions show the exact same hash value, we can then say we did not change those extraction, which is the data from the phone, at all. And we could say it's identical to what Grey Key got.
And that's what happened in this case?
Yes, and in this case, the hash values all matched as they should.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
All right, no issues with the hash values on the Grey Key extractions. That's good.
So that's kind of like a double-blind kind of validation process, correct?
If you want to refer to it that way,
yeah,
sure.
Just to make sure that everything's the same.
Yeah.
Now, because of that, because it can't be manipulated, or you verify that it can't be manipulated, there's no reason to do another extraction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Are you sure, Mac? Anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
You can step down, sir. May we release this gentleman?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's an important chain of custody
Holden
item.
is the next witness, Judge.
Oh, wow, Jill. Man. A lot of people are saying all live streams on YouTube are having issues right now.
Mr. Holden, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn.
Brian Holden.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Pilgrim, it sounds that way. It sounds like they did an extraction twice for some reason.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brian Holden, Holden.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
By whom?
I'm employed by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, also known as the Utah State Crime Lab.
How long have you been with this State Crime Lab?
I've been with the State Crime Lab for over 20 years.
And what is your current capacity?
Currently, I'm a senior forensic scientist. I analyze unknown substances, determine their identification, and determine if that substance is controlled.
And were you serving in that same capacity in March of 2022?
Yes, I was.
I guess continuing through 23, 24 in that same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, in this particular case, were you given a number of items to test?
I was, yes.
What were you asked to test?
I was asked to analyze. Can you clarify? Are you asking what I was asked to look for, or what
were you
items?
No. You were given a large number of items to test.
Okay.
Were you given specific instructions to look for certain properties or certain substances?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was asked to look for a compound or a controlled substance named fentanyl in all of the items that were submitted to the lab.
Okay. And of all those things, let me just back up. When you receive something, is there a two-process testing that you do?
Yes, to be able to identify a controlled substance based off of our operating procedures, we do a presumptive test followed by a confirmation test.
And the initial presumptive or screening then tells you, oh, I can move on to this next step?
Correct.
I see. Okay. So of all the items you were given, did you run this screening?
I did, yes.
And after doing that, did you find, what were you looking for, I guess, is what I should be asking.
Like I previously stated, they asked me to look for fentanyl.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. So, were you able to confirm any fentanyl on anything that you tested?
No, I was not.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
It's not the sort of testimony you were hoping to hear from a prosecution that's trying to prove that Kouri poisoned her husband with fentanyl. He didn't test anything that came up positive for fentanyl, and that's exactly what he was looking for. You got to think the investigators thought that some of those items possibly would show it, but they did not. Maybe we'll hear what those items were specifically, if it were the medicine bottles or the tweezers or baggies or what. You guys are having fun with his grid shirt. All the fentanyl was inside Eric. That's sadly, from the toxicologist viewpoint, correct.
You were, what items, let's go through this. Are the items still up here? Chelsea has them. Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
I do have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
For
If
y'all.
we could pull up for the witness only, States Exhibit 1-19. All right. Sir, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes, I can.
And can you tell me what that document is?
It is a report that was issued for this case, I believe.
Was it the report you issued to report the results of your testing of these items?
I would need to see the second page or
Can you
the
go to
third
the second
page.
page? I think your name
yeah.
might be on the
There
last
should be,
page.
yeah, on the last page.
There it is.
Yes, it is.
That's your signature?
Correct.
Okay, great. Can we go back to the first page, please, Katie? Just to refresh your memory, sir, do you remember who was the investigating officer responsible for getting these items to you by looking at your
The investigating officer is Jamie Woody, I believe
Right.
that's how you pronounce
And
it.
then who was the individual who delivered these documents, if that refreshes your memory at all?
Yeah, that'd be, oh, hello, Chelsea Gibson.
Okay. Now, on the documents that you tested, I believe you said you were only asked to test for fentanyl. Is that correct?
Correct.
Documents, I don't think there's any mention of testing documents, so.
May we agree to items?
Did I say documents?
You did.
I meant items.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And were you ever asked to run any tests on any of the pills or other items that were seized from the home to see if any of them contained oxycodone?
No, I was not asked to do that.
And you've never been asked to do that in the last 4 years?
No, I was not.
And have you ever been asked to test any of the items that were pulled from the home for hydrocodone?
No, I was not.
And I didn't hear you say, do you have a chemistry background?
No, I have a degree in forensic science, which is heavy in chemistry and biology.
So do you know the difference between oxycodone and hydrocodone?
If I looked at the structure of them, yeah, they have a different molecular structure.
But are they both considered pain pills?
Correct. They're both opiates. They're both controlled, Schedule II controlled substances.
And you were also not asked to search any items for OxyContin?
No, OxyContin would be like the brand name, which would contain oxycodone. So
Okay.
no.
Thank you. And I believe you tested, it appears to me, and please refresh your memory if you need to, if we want to go to page 3 of the report, but it looks like you tested a total of 19 items that were brought to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And of those 19 items, were you asked to test an empty pill bottle, an empty hydrocodone pill bottle with residue on the inside of it?
I would have to refer to my notes.
Pause for 1 second. What's the objection? Mr. Burmester.
It exceeds the scope.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Objection exceeds the scope. The objections by the state, they're asking, we talked about, he tested items. We've got the report. I don't think it does exceed the scope. But basically the bottle, nothing came up with fentanyl on it. Maybe the scope is the oxy? I think the judge would allow this one. They don't want the jury to hear this. The state, I had to let them know that they didn't find any fentanyl on anything they tested. I am hoping the to get nice and spicy here.
And that's for the foundation. Objection is sustained. Would
Thank
you
you.
please lay some foundation?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor.
The spicy pickles.
So I want to go back to the question I just asked you about the hydrocodone bottle. If you were presented with an item to test that was an empty pill bottle, what would you do to test that item?
To test that item, I would rinse it with methanol and then run our screening procedure.
Rinse the inside,
Correct.
and whatever residue would be inside that bottle, you would test it, and if there was none, you would say there's none.
Correct.
Right. So were you given the opportunity to do that with a hydrocodone bottle in this case?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't recall.
Please
that.
take a moment and let's let you go through the 19 items. Katie, can you start with one, and just when you're ready for us to go to the next page, sir, please let us know.
Oh, I will need to refer to my notes that I prepared that has descriptions of what I tested and what was inside of the packaging.
Have you provided those notes to anybody?
No, I don't. That's done through grandma requests.
Did you bring those notes with you today?
I did, yes.
Can you
Grandma.
take a look at them?
Yes.
And can I see them for just a moment, please?
I can provide you with a copy of them, yes.
Yes. Can we do that now?
Yep. If you're going to look at the notes, if you're going to use notes on the stand to refresh your recollection, both sides get to look at them, and these become fair game.
Counsel, if you need a brief recess to sort this out, let me know.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Okay. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
Oh my goodness. This is the defense is grinning from ear to ear here. Not that it will become anything, but it might become something, because all of a sudden we've got this brand new source of documents that spell out exactly how a process took place that might have errors in it.
Have a seat. Yeah, why don't the two, if we're going to stay on the record though, one of the two of you, Vordi, or the witness about what he's referring to when he says notes.
what I'm referring to is just like
Mr. Burmister's already there.
Again, sorry, Chris.
Okay, I like
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, so this just describes all the packaging.
Whoa.
So that's what I'm referring to when I need to see it. Yeah, sure. Okay, that's all.
It's probably nothing, but it might be something for the defense. They're most likely going to get copies of this.
For example, a plastic container containing white powder, you can't say that was codone bottle?
Yes, it's associated. Yes, it is with this one.
I'm going to crank the audio a bit.
This is more subsections.
Yes. And then there's a plastic container with white powder. Yes.
But that one had 11 tablets. So can you just look at your notes and see if you find anything?
For what? Are you supposed
I'm not going to try saying it.
No.
Oh.
I'm asking if there's an empty hydrocodone bottle that you were asked to
Okay.
swirl out and test the contents, if there was.
Not discovery. Not a discovery issue. It's just...
Because I would have stated down here notes that an empty...
It's like a chain of custody treasure that just turned up. That's fair game. Guys, I'm seeing the problem as well. I've got my own monitor on my live feed, and it can't even monitor live right now. YouTube is having issues. If you run a 10-second delay, it should fix most of them.
I won't be able to finish.
No, it doesn't appear like there was. Yep. I don't. No, typically if there's passes that highlight or something I don't analyze, I would put it in my notes on the bottom. Like, hey, this was not analyzed. Yeah.
This witness is probably new to testimony.
The number of things that were tested.
He shouldn't. It is a potential problem. Not for the state. It's not the state's fault. But if he knew he was going to bring these up on the stand, he probably should have given them to the state. The state would have given them to the defense. They would go over them. They'd see there was no problem, and then it should be a nothing burger. But as it is, the defense says, "Oh, you have notes? We have the right to see those."
Why are you sending us to you again? The hookah. Because there's an OSC now. I'm not going to convert and rule, or I got to have a hearing. Like, they can just cool their jets. I don't need to do anything.
Two conversations going on here. One with the judge and his staff about something, I think, related to a different trial.
Well, maybe, but maybe not. We're going to find out when this no bail warrant that's existing is executed and we handle it. Oh, I mean, forgive me, I'm looking at it. Ah. Now I'm following. Well, 2019, but yeah.
Because they were still sealed.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, they're manufactured like
now. My apologies. Okay.
Is a Nobel like a no-knock warrant? Really like a Nobel Prize?
This is all the other submissions. Yeah.
The judge said we're staying on the record.
Yeah, let's just have a clear record. You okay?
Yeah, this chair is awful.
No, I agree.
Jeez.
I apologize.
I was expecting wheels.
You're the 10,000th person to say that. I'm so sorry. Ms. Nestor, anything else before we invite the jury back in?
No, sir, I only have a couple more.
Mr. Burmester, Mr. Bloodworth?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please.
Chair does not have wheels. This witness is not shy about letting the judge know. This chair's awful. This chair's awful.
Is this my water?
I believe it is.
Is this my water? Drink up. Drink up. It's either that or one of the samples a previous witness left, but you're welcome to drink it. I think this is a nothing burger with the notes and everything. Brittany, can you order a new chair for the witness stand? The problem is the witness stand is a step up, and if you have a wheelchair, somebody might slide off the witness stand with the wheelchair and then get hurt. So it's a safety issue. I can relate, though. I've sat in awful chairs before. Then they would need a wheelchair. You're correct. It's also a budget issue. Probably the bigger issue is the budget issue. Just trying to keep an eye on Attorney Ramos, see if he's eaten anything today. Might be interesting.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please be seated. Mr. Holden, you're still under oath. Please wait for Ms. Nestor's next question.
May it please the court. Okay, so we took a little break and you had an opportunity to review your notes that would refresh your recollection if you were handed or asked to test an empty hydrocodone bottle. After reviewing those notes, what is your answer to that question?
There was no empty bottle that was submitted for me to test.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing,
At
Burger.
this point, that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Burmester, anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Mr. Holden, you're free to go. Thank you for your time. Counsel, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, we're prepared to, but that might be splitting up a direct.
If you're comfortable doing that, I'm comfortable getting started. If you would prefer to not do that, I can understand why, and we can break for lunch now.
Your Honor, I think we also have some other issues to discuss, so maybe if we were to break for lunch now, we could discuss those other issues outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine.
And then
Just don't do it at sidebar.
maybe reconvene 12:30.
I think that's fair. Does that work, Ms. Nestor?
Yes.
All right, folks.
Jury gets an hour lunch break.
You know, Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
There is another issue that they're going to sort out that we got teased on a little bit this morning. So I hope that's what it is, and I hope we get to hear the details of that instead of just approaching and having it sorted at sidebar. But an hour lunch break sounds good. I don't think the judge has any room to complain about the jurors taking too much time from the court, because he himself took an hour off yesterday and then came back and decided he wanted the rest of the day off as well. So pot, meat, kettle, they're going to waste some jury time. They brought the jury back for one question. Yes, but then a long lunch, Mary. That's what, look at the bright side. Long lunch after that. Yes, we're leaving the stream up. No portal, no second stream. We're giving you live stream, gavel to gavel coverage of the trial all day, every day. Yes, this is about the quick and dirty transcript. So possibly something that happened early this morning?
For lunch. It is 11:25. Food will be here by 11:45. But this is a longer recess than we've taken the last few days. And so I'd understand if you want to get some sunshine, go get a cup of coffee, check on a family member, whatever. If you decide to leave the courthouse, which you are allowed to do, please remember the court's instructions. Do not speak about the case. Do not let anyone else speak to you about the case. If anybody in the outside world attempts to speak to you about the case, I need to know when you come back. Please do not listen to any radio or other media reports about the case. Please don't read any headlines about it. Please don't post anything about it. Please be back ready to go at 12:30. We will have lunch for you around 11:45 if that's something you're interested in. Please rise for the jury.
State of Utah is springing for lunch for this jury. With a longer break, the judge says you can leave the campus, but be good. And just outside world, let me just call it right here, don't do the things the judge doesn't want to have done. Don't try to talk to the jury about the case in any way, shape, or form. Selena is there. She may call in.
Have a seat.
But here comes the spice. Hopefully.
Mr. Bloodworth, we're on the record.
Your Honor, the state would like to make a record of, and I guess ask for reconsideration at the same time, what we discussed at a bench conference.
Can't go back in time, but you can make a record.
I appreciate it. It
Yeah.
may be more prophylactic than retrospective.
If when you're making this record, you would please remember that the court's ruling on any one objection to any one form of question is not necessarily a predictor of how it will rule on the objective form of a future question.
Understood and agreed, Your Honor. Yeah. The issue has come up where defense counsel is using hypotheticals with fact witnesses, and hypotheticals kind of are treated differently between expert witnesses and fact witnesses. It is the state's read of Utah law, and let me give the court a cite, please. It is Utah Department of Transportation versus 6200 South Associates, 872 P. 2nd, 462. Quick and dirty, that's kind of, I think, the case, at least to start with. I also think, to be fair, it's a little unclear because it deals with hypotheticals in a expert witness context versus a fact witness context. But it's the state's read of Utah law that for a fact witness, a hypothetical has to involve admissible evidence. I think the defense, and I can give examples, I have a dirty of this morning's transcript, is
He has the dirty.
Presenting hypotheticals to fact witnesses based on inadmissible evidence. That inadmissible evidence is statements of the defendant that I do not see a hearsay exception to.
It's a roundabout way to get the comments.
So I don't think those hypotheticals are, as a matter of law, permissible. Now, I can see a read under Utah Department of Transportation where it is in the discretion, it is in the court's discretion whether to admit those hypotheticals. And if that is the proper read of it, then I don't think it is, but it might be, then the state asserts that in these instances, the court should exercise its discretion and exclude the defendant's, the defense counsel's hypotheticals that are based on inadmissible, self-serving evidence of defendant's statements.
If you've got an argument in there, it's not very
I appreciate the
artfully
record. Just practically speaking, on a going forward basis, I think it would be helpful to me and opposing counsel if,
you would object
when the state is objecting on this basis, you just stand up and say objection foundation. Let's see if they rephrase or if they push back, and then I can exercise discretion as appropriate.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay. May I also just ask a favor? Can we have a one horse, one rider rule going forward at sidebar? You are, of course, allowed to confer, act as a team, but I just need one speaker from each side of the V at the sidebar.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Certainly. Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
Does the rider at sidebar have to be the same rider that's examining the witness?
That would typically be the rule, but we can just agree that that's not going to be the case. I'm not sure how you feel about your team dynamics if the person behind you is jumping up to object. And
I appreciate that,
yeah.
But I think
so.
Ms. Nestor has often argued regardless, and I have often argued regardless.
So what I'm asking for going forward, and if you would please just give it the college try on a going forward basis, that, for example, this is just an example, I'm not picking on anybody. If Mr. Burmester is examining the witness and an objection is made, you're welcome to confer with him right here as he comes up, but I need Mr. Burmester to be the one talking into the mic.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir, we would appreciate that.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, you're about to say something.
No.
Okay.
No, because one horse, one rider.
Anything else on the record before we recess for lunch? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will be back on the record at 12:30. I need to make this crystal clear. If any of you see a juror out in the wild, you need to turn around and walk the other way.
Run. Run.
I cannot emphasize this more heavily. All right, 12:30. We're in recess.
All right, we see Selena there in the courtroom. She's probably one of the last people that will be allowed to leave with where she's seated close to the wall. So we'll give her a minute to see if she wants to give a call in to report on today. But we're going to keep the live stream up, so we're going to be just right here watching the seal in case something magical happens with it during the lunch break. But here's where we started today. We finally got finished with Chelsea Gibson, who was on the stand for day 3, day 4, or the end of day 2, all of day 3, which was short, and the beginning of day 4. But we talked about the Matterport scan, things like that today, and then finished with her testimony. We had Dr. Brianna Peterson, who's a forensic toxicologist. That's where we finally got the details about the fentanyl concentration being 5 times the lowest documented lethal dose of lethal concentration. So we got that. We also got the fact that there was basically almost no alcohol, 279 milligrams per deciliter in the gastric fluid, where 1,900 milligrams would be a normal dose. Let's see.
Call from Selena.
Selena, how are you doing?
Hi
This is
there.
RA.
Yes. Well, I'm so cold. I have worn my coat all day trying to get warm.
Yeah.
Anyway, today I wrote down like the order of the jurors. Okay, so on the back row, first is a female, second's a female, third's a female, fourth is a female.
Those might
Then
all be
there's
alternates.
They must be, yes, because they're all together.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the 3 males. And then on the front, there's a male and a male, a female, and a male.
So 2 females on the deliberating jury of 8. And the
Correct.
rest are males. All the 4 alternates are female. So.
Yes. I thought that would be interesting to hear. The male on the back row, the second male, is the most engaged with like facial expressions, shaking, acknowledging. So it's really interesting. Now the second male next to him on the back row he takes the most notes of anyone.
Okay.
And
he's the avid note taker.
Right. Well, and they all take notes, but he takes notes like on almost everything. And the first male on the front row does not take as many notes, but he watches Kouri almost all the time, quite a bit.
Interesting. So looking for reactions in her. She's been fairly calm, although some people are saying she looks flushed, she looks flustered, she looks nervous. I haven't.
I don't see that. And well, I just see her back, but I don't see any really. Yeah, she's pretty much just stoic from what I watched yesterday too. And then the female. Number 10, so she would be the first female on the front row, is I would say she might be the foreman. I wouldn't be surprised because she is just really, seems like in charge, serious, just could kind of fill that role. She is probably about 30, very nice looking, very well kept, but just like, I don't know, what just radiates confidence, kind of. So.
I do think, if I remember correctly, in this courtroom, the jury chooses their own foreman at the start of the deliberation. I don't think they're picked right now. I might be wrong. Some judges will do that, but it'll be interesting to see if she's the one that the jury as a whole goes for, because you have to sort of win the popular vote at that point.
Right. And so, I don't know, I just had to read on that. And, okay, so I just wrote down a couple things real quick. It's pretty, Karen Reed, or KR, Kouri has only 3 family members there. That's it today. Her mom and a gentleman, and then a lady who I don't know if she has a sister. I don't know about her her siblings, but 3, that's it. And then, of course, Eric's family is the full role is taken. So
here's a question for you. Does the defendant get to have a victim representative? Is her mom allowed to be designated as the victim representative with claiming that we lost Eric, he died, we're victims too? Or is it just the family members of the decedent?
The only thing that's ever been mentioned about that, because that wasn't, an argument that they had, was Eric's family. So I think that is the only case. It's not her family.
Man.
And her mom is interesting to watch, knowing a little bit of her history, with everything we've heard about her. She's sitting I'm behind, they're on the row above me, in front of me this time.
Yeah.
And I've really just been kind of watching her very closely, and just interesting vibes. So anyway.
I asked the question about her mom being a victim advocate or a victim representative, because if she's in the courtroom, we have the exclusionary rule in place. That would indicate that we wouldn't be hearing from her in the trial, so she wouldn't be a witness unless she has that designation.
Oh, good point. That's not ever been addressed in the court, but it could easily be. I wouldn't be surprised if they were not going to call her as a witness.
Yeah. Interesting.
So maybe it works, that way as well. This is a kind of a cute thing I noticed. Okay, the defense attorney, Mr. What is his name? I forget.
Ramos?
Ramos. He came in this morning with a small brown Yeti cup, drinking something out of it. And then he switched after the first break. He had a different, larger cup. So I'm just curious. I've just kind of paid attention to that. It's just kind of
his
silly,
dietary habits have become quite interesting for me, so I'm watching that as well. But
I know, right? So the little brown Yeti cup was not very big. So I don't know if he does.
It was like a Yeti shot glass.
Correct.
It was
yes,
small.
I
And the way
must
he was
have.
holding it like a whiskey, like a whiskey glass. So
I'm thinking it's his shot of
little
caffeine, espresso, whatever it is. It gets right into his system, though.
And then he hydrates with water. So no, it's
yes, exactly. Let's see. I wrote down the female jurors do take more notes than the male jurors. When the testimony came up about the jacket with the tweezers in it, jury was very focused on that testimony, and they took a lot of notes. So I thought that was interesting.
I do wonder if we'll find out if the clothes that Kouri is wearing, they're obviously provided from the outside. I'd wonder if those came through her family, and if they retrieved them from the house. Because if so, it's possible that she's literally wearing her own clothes instead of something that was just, from these should fit pile.
That is, a great observation.
We might see something from that closet in court.
Exactly. And they look like they are her size completely. You know what I'm saying? They fit her like a glove. I would not doubt that they were not her own clothes.
She looks comfortable in them, like it's both her style and her size.
Well, absolutely. You remember other defendants sometimes we laugh at it because they're like too big, or we're like, where did they find that for them?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think this was probably provided through the jail. Usually how the process works is the lawyers coordinated it, and the family would bring the clothes. They'd be taken to the jail. The jail would analyze everything, go through the pockets, and say, yes, we're okay with this. It's been searched. It's been screened. And then she would have those clothes to rotate through. I don't think she's going to be wearing the same outfit. It looks like she has a wide range of clothes, which is why I think she probably has access to her wardrobe basically through that process.
Right, whether letting her mother bring them in.
If that green outfit shows up.
Oh, won't we
jacket.
just, that would be something. Well, and also, have you noticed she's been allowed to wear makeup? She has lipstick on and eye mascara and eyeshadow.
Yeah, I think that goes hand in hand with the ruling the judge did earlier, the motion in limine, to not tell the jury that she's in custody. One way to tell the jury that she's in custody is have her basically with no access to the cosmetic products that you would have on the outside. Looking very plain would look like you just came from jail. So I think that would be
true.
That's why that's allowed.
Okay, because I remember, was it Sarah Boone was not allowed to wear any makeup? There was somebody that the judge ruled that they did not allow her to wear any because the sheriff's office had a ruling about it. But anyway, it's just interesting. She looks very just like she came from home for sure. Let me look what else I wrote.
Greeners is taking my words out of context, saying that women without makeup look like they come from jail. Greeners.
Greeners.
I gave you that shield and I can take it away.
Yeah, Greeners. I miss seeing chat because it's kind of
that's fun.
Different being away. Yeah. Anyway, I thought this was one more interesting point I wrote down is how the private investigator had done that. The police had to go back, I think they said 10 times to retrieve things that he found that they didn't find. And that just really stuck out to me. I thought, wow, that's kind of not something I've heard in a trial before.
It's a lot. It's a lot, but
it is a lot.
You watch the Nancy Guthrie investigation into her, missing out of Arizona, right? That how many times have the police gone back to her house, even as much as yesterday? It's normal in an ongoing investigation, especially one that's developing slowly. And I think this one did. 10 times is a ton. And I do think that, but for that private investigator, that number would be lower for sure.
Oh, they probably would be one, and that would be it. And every time, I don't know, maybe it's just me not remembering, but I've never remembered hearing a private investigator dictating the police to go out and gather evidence. So anyway, but yeah, she listed 10 times, so that was a lot. And then I thought it was kind of funny when Dr. Peterson was on the stand. The defense attorney definitely was trying to get her to answer her way, and that didn't happen.
Not at all. The toxicologist was amazing. And she's like, nope. She wouldn't speculate. She wouldn't get out of her lane. She's like, this is what I can tell you.
Exactly.
And she wouldn't even rush to agree, even when most of the question was accurate. If there was a little bit that was off, she'd be like, I can't say that because, there's a little piece that's not right. So she was very, very thorough and a great witness.
Oh, she was awesome. Yeah. And she wouldn't waver, not at all. And this was kind of,
I look forward to seeing Frank Root, the laid back guy who picked up the black and white phones from the boyfriend. There's a story there. There's some juicy tidbits coming. Obviously, he hasn't been released. He's going to be called again, probably in the defense's case, maybe in the state's case, depending on what they need to bring in.
I was wondering what that story is about. There's a backstory there for sure.
The broken phones. Yeah.
Yeah, and how did they get broken? And all of that was asked and objected to and stuff. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Mr. Ramos is so animated at his little desk too. When the prosecution gets an answer that they like from a witness, he smiles and nods and he's just Mr. Ramos.
I imagine he was nodding and smiling when the prosecution asked their witness. It was Brian Holden from the Utah Crime Lab, this last witness. Did you find fentanyl on anything that you tested? And he said no.
Oh,
I imagine that's all smiles for defense.
It was, and I was just going to bring that up. That is huge. That is huge. And not testing that bottle that really got the jury's attention when she was able to say, did you test the empty bottle for residue? And, when he said no, then they all were writing furiously on that one. So
I have to ask you this, Selena, because you've watched both from home and from court now on this trial, and now back in court again for this day. Do you prefer in person or on TV?
Well, it's a double-edged sword because I feel like I can see the evidence better at home and hear better at home, but you pick up the, I don't know. I like being in person because I really focus more as well. I feel like the days I'm in court, I'm not distracted at all. I'm like, oh, I picked up on that. And I probably would not have picked up at home. I like watching the judge. He is so smooth in this courtroom and runs such a well-run trial. It's interesting to watch the facial expressions at the sidebars that we don't normally get to see that close up.
Is his voice as booming and resonant in the courtroom as it is?
Oh my goodness! Yes.
I've only heard him through the door into the jury room. That's where I was seated while he was talking when I was there for hearings, and I could hear him in the jury room, which might be a problem, but.
There was the couple ladies that I'm sitting by today. I don't know if you've seen me in court as much, but in the gallery. But yes, but they say we would love to hear him sing in a choir. They said during one of the breaks, and I'm like, oh, he has to with that voice.
Red Pen has a question for you. Did you hear anything? Any rumbles of why the court was cut short yesterday? Is anyone talking about what happened? I imagine it was something personal.
It was just something the judge had to take up and finish with another case or obligation. That's it.
Okay, so nothing at all.
So it was nothing to do with it was just the judge and the scheduling.
I thought so because the lawyers never went out and went into his chambers and to deal with an issue or anything. It was
right. Everyone left right after that, and they did mention that this morning. I heard one of the reporters talking and saying, it was just totally a scheduling thing, which sometimes in a long trial like this, they come up, that just comes up.
We'll probably have more. I know there might be a couple days where the judge has booked something else or, an outstanding appointment that we have to sort of break from this trial while he does that. So. Well,
yes, and you just wondered. So he said there's hour at first, and obviously I think it just was going to go longer. So whatever it was anyway. Yeah, and at the state crime lab, the jury really, when the state crime lab witness was on there, they really tuned in on that there was no fentanyl on anything tested of the. How many things? There was a lot of things, but they didn't test for anything else either. And so I thought that was an interesting point.
Yeah.
But that's all I have for the morning.
Selena, thank you very much. I'm glad you love it. Please get warm, get some food. You got about half an hour before we go back in. So
I brought a lunch today, and I'm sitting in my warm truck, and I'm going to eat my lunch, and then so go back in. I'll call you when we're done.
All right, Selena, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Okay.
We'll see you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Big thanks to Selena K from Utah, in Utah for this hearing. Be eyes in the courtroom. We're going to take a lunch break. By break, I mean I'm just going to do like this, boom, and disappear. Actually, I'll leave my desk lights on so you can see that we're live. But we're going to go this way like that. Ivan's on the phone.
Call from
Federal Gummy Inspector.
Ivan, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thanks for your support. What's on your mind?
Man. Can never be too careful on these gummies. You never know with these back alley
dark secret gummies could contain.
Yeah, illicit gummy bears. Yep.
They're awfully scary.
Yep.
So.
What are your thoughts? Is the state proving it? Or is your girl going to go free?
I've never been so disappointed in a sociopath. It's really been letting me down and bumming me out. I had high expectations for this, and I mean, not the trial's fine. I just mean for the intellect or the diabolical nature that I was hoping for from Kouri. She's really letting me down.
Well, maybe that's an indicator
fan club
that
memberships are at an all-time low. I gotta say.
Maybe that's an indicator that she didn't do it. Maybe that speaks to her innocence.
It's an indicator that she had no foresight and just suffers from every single one of the worst afflictions possible without any ability to think past tomorrow, it seems. Yeah. That's what I deduce.
Yeah.
But, I mean, far be it from me. I'm no criminal mastermind. I've done my time. Let's not get it twisted. But I also never did anything that will wind me in this sort of trouble. So,
yeah.
It all comes down to her. Like, so she's going to hang herself, which is sort of like the whole best part of it. And if there is a best part, because she really probably could have walked if it wasn't for the memes and the Google searches. That's really what's going to
I think
do her in.
Her digital trail is very telling, and it's probably some of the strongest evidence we're going to hear in the trial, because we don't have the video of her poisoning the glass, so we don't have a dying declaration yelled into a home video camera. She killed me. It was my wife. We don't have that. We haven't had that in any trial.
Yeah,
to think of it, but we don't have it in this one either.
I'm still, after my disgust for Kouri, my second level of disgust comes from the police department, and I feel like everybody's letting these people off the hook. I mean, for goodness sake, if a rich family from whatever neighborhood they're from can't get some special treatment, like, how's anybody supposed to get justice? If even the rich people are getting screwed, nobody's getting anything done. So
it does seem like the family sort of had to take the ball in the own court and sort of drive the investigation with their private investigator.
I mean, $4.5 million estate doesn't get it what it used to, I guess. I mean, for goodness sake, but.
All right, I know you've got a lot of gummies to inspect, so I'm going to let you go, Ayden.
I'll get on it. I'm here for you. Love you guys.
Thank you very much. See you. Love you, man.
Yep.
Bye. I love that guy. All right. Can we time out Ayden on a phone call? We might need to. We did. I hung up. He's all right. All right, we're going to go to lunch. I've got to lunch. We're going to keep the live stream. The audio is still live in court. If there is a hot mic moment, we're going to hear that. I'll be back here probably in about 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll keep the lights on so you guys can see that. Well, you can see that we're live because the colors are changing a little bit. But we're just going to wait here until court comes back. I'm going to crack open the jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles. I've just been looking at it this whole time, and now I'm starving. So I probably won't eat the whole jar for lunch, but I will warn you, if you're here for the first time, we have a couple sound effects.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Like that one that you guys can control using commands. The astute of you will see what the command is, and we'll leave the commands on. If you don't like them, just turn the volume down until we come back, and we'll be good that way. But
hello.
We'll let you guys entertain yourselves for a little bit. We'll see you guys after lunch. Grab some lunch. We'll see you here in 15 to 20 minutes. Bye-bye.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Because he's the guy.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Well, thank you.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Hello.
What more do you need to see?
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
In front of the Walmart. Hello?
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Bring the jury.
Is that correct?
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Because he's the guy.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Shame on you, sir.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. You look good.
In front of the Walmart.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Hello.
How does he do that?
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Remember in the beginning when we started?
Hello.
I saw a chicken fight.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Have them send someone with more experience.
Hello.
I'm not a camel.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
I'm not a cat.
Because he's the guy.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Happy birthday. You look good.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
And now let Murdoch stall it.
Bring the jury.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
If you could just use your words.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
Is that correct?
Alex stole it as well.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Bring the jury.
I'm not a cat.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I'm not a camel.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you. I'm not a cat.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Hello? Hello?
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I saw a chicken fight.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Hello?
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Hello, hello? Hello?
Is that correct?
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
I'm not a camel.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Hello?
Is that correct?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I object.
I'm not a cat.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Hello?
What more do you need to see?
Bring the jury.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
I'm the one that gets to say that.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I got a stubby little pencil.
Hush!
Squirrel.
Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Have them send someone with more experience.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
In front of the Walmart.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Alex stole it as well.
Because he's the guy.
Have them send someone with more experience.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
In front of the Walmart.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Hello, hello.
Have them send someone with more experience.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
in front of the Walmart.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Shame on you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I'm not a camel.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
All right. I'm back. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion.
Hush!
Hush.
Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
All right. Speaking of which, we're about to start court, so I'm gonna
Somebody just sent me a video.
turn these down. I'm gonna turn these down. Oh man.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
All right.
You don't put a
You guys
diplomatic
have been having fun while I'm gone. Did everyone get lunch? That was the whole purpose of this break. You were supposed to get some food, get some rest, grab a drink, and then come back. It looks like you just playing around. All right. We are trying to think. Brian Holden, you took Crime Lab. Did he get released? I think he got released. So we'd be on witness number 17 now.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Banished from the state of Georgia. Yeah, I know. I had spaghetti. It was delicious, says Barbara Taft. Yum. I had fish sticks. And it was good. I won't say delicious. It was just good. Although I'm the only one in my family who likes eating them with vinegar. So. Do we have a podcast tonight? Yes, we do. 8 o'clock tonight, podcast. I'm going to be eating some soup drops. You've got to come for that. Leftover mashed potato bowl. Homemade mac and cheese. Eat them with vinegar too. Fist bump. Pound it. Sauteed cabbage, onions, and cinnamon. Wow. Just a lunch burrito. Sounds delicious. Okay, it looks like you're all fed. Fish sticks and tartar sauce. Oh, I love tartar sauce. We just didn't have any. Tartar sauce is my go-to with fish sticks. If I can get breaded fish sticks, like beer batter fish sticks, that's the best, as opposed to the processed little fish fingers, which we know fish don't have fingers. Don't eat them, you suck on them. Okay. Soup you can suck on. I'll try it tonight. We'll let you know how it goes. You left us a toy. Food was not important. Well, I imagine you used all the commands while I was gone. Oh my goodness. Make your own tartar sauce, mayo, and pickle relish. Seriously? No. All right. I always had the Skipper's brand. I like that. Cheese and crackers, boring lunch, but filling. Did you see the new Kelsey Fitzsimmons spicy motion with video? Laura, I have not. How spicy is spicy? I left the pickles in the other room. Now I have a problem, and my family's gone. That's grown-up Lunchables and a great lunch. Go get them. I think I will. Cheated and ordered Outback Steakhouse. We have time. We've got just a couple minutes, about 5 minutes before courts can be back in session. This was an hour-long lunch break, the first hour-long lunch break we've had, as long as you don't count yesterday where they were just dismissed before lunch for the day. We normally get half an hour. So, time to make a robot. I need to run just for a second and check the 3D printer. My son was trying to print and had an error, and I've tried to fix it, and I hear it making noises, and I need to know if those are good noises or bad noises, because if it's recreating nanobots, I've got an issue. But hold on just 1 second.
And your orangutans here.
Unfortunately, it was making nanobots, so had to put a stop to that. We'll fix it here tonight. Lindsay Ross, thank you very much for gifting a membership. 3D printer is on the fritz. I think I actually need to change out the nozzle, as they call it, the filament tip, the heated tip. It's not working right. My bestie puts ketchup on her fish and chips. I mean all over her fish and chips. That's fish soup with ketchup. Yum. Fire roasted frozen Brussels sprouts. Man, good stuff. Good stuff. Lindsay, thanks for your generosity this afternoon. Defense motion filed. Motion with video of Kelsey's father and of her child breaking into her home and stealing all kinds of stuff while she was in the hospital. That kind of stuff. Ooh. I'll have to look for that one. I have not seen it. I've been cheating on the channel following Nancy Guthrie case, so someone needs membership, says Lindsay Ross. Lindsay, Nancy Guthrie has just been, it's both a heartbreaking and a fascinating investigation. As I've been getting the updates from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And the updates initially were like, we're trying to get the word out. We need your help. Anybody who knows anything, call this number. Now it starts out like, dear media partners, we're trying to make your life as miserable as possible, so you'll just leave. To do that, we have blocked off the entire community around Nancy Guthrie's house and made it all known parking zones. Initially, we put like really awkward one-way roads in place and barricaded things off so you wouldn't be able to move very well. But you're still here, so we're now making the entire place a no parking zone starting today. Ready, go. They don't want the media there anymore. They're done. And had they been successful in solving the case, I could understand. But they're still looking, and the family definitely wants people to keep looking. They just announced $1 million reward. Looks like the judge is here. Let's stop talking and let that go. So it's a heartbreaking case, but it's got to be annoying for the people who live here. That's what the police are saying, but some of the streamers that are in the area are actually being told by community members, hey, you can use our driveway. You can park on our driveway. If they're going to kick you off the road, we want you here. We want this solved. Get more news, get more eyes on this. So, mixed messages for sure. All right, just checking. I have about a month's worth of state data left on that drive and 7 hours on the other. So, the sheriff's embarrassed they haven't solved it yet. Yeah. Here's what struck me as just disingenuous. When the sheriff's office comes out and says, to all those people who want to organize private searches, get out of here. We don't need you. Don't get in our way. We're doing the investigation. And then at the same time to basically be seen that they're sort of ramping down the hours they're put into it because they're running out of leads. They're running out of credible leads to chase down. The two don't go together. I think at some point you've got to ask for, at least allow the public to have a chance. Everyone's getting oranges. Just take the most delicious orange. I had a little cutie, the mini orange, like a mandarin orange, yesterday. It was my evening snack, and it was really good. Brian Anton posted just about 16 minutes ago, day 26, walking to Nancy Guthrie's house, new restrictions making it difficult.
9.
Here we go.
Ms. Shervanack, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is the state's next witness in the wings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. If you'd please invite the jury back in.
You will bring the jury.
you want me to move over some more space? Do you have your portable on? Oh, you do. Okay. Great.
I did open the spicy maple bourbon pickles. I'll let you guys smell them briefly. Just, isn't that delicious? Yeah, isn't that good? No, smell-o-vision's not a thing, but, oh, they're good. Just waiting for the jury now.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lauber.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you pull, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. If you would just pull the microphone closer to you. It's easier to move that than the chair.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see if that's close enough.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Carmen Lauber.
Do you spell your last name Lauber?
Yes.
It's indelicate, but how old are you?
54.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to get you to, hold on.
Just pull it to the edge of the...
Get it right up, yeah, it's gonna be
I
annoying to you.
Okay.
Push it back a little bit.
Yeah, that's like,
Okay.
it's like right here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, again, please, what do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability and mental challenges and stuff.
Do you have a history of drug use?
Yes.
When did that history begin?
6th grade, I was smoking pot, and then it just varied up through junior high and high school.
How did it vary up?
Through cocaine, through pot, through mushrooms, LSD, acid, just drinking stuff through junior high and high school.
Did it continue into adulthood?
Yes.
For how long?
For most of my adulthood.
Have you ever sold drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal history involving drugs?
Yes.
Does it involve drug possession?
Yes.
Does it involve drug distribution?
Yes.
Do you have felony convictions for drug distribution?
Yes.
Are you currently on a type of probation for drug distribution?
Yes.
And are you on a probation for a felony drug distribution?
Yes.
Is that probation in Wasatch County's drug court?
Yes.
What is drug court?
Drug court is where you go in, they give you the tools to rehabilitate yourself. They give you groups, personal therapy, one-on-one treatment. They give you random UAs. They have you complete an MRT book. Just tools to rehabilitate yourself.
When you say UAs, is that urinalysis testing?
Yes.
To see if you're hot for drugs?
Yes, we would call in daily, and you would either have a number or a color. And if your color number was called, you had to get over to 5-minute clinic and do a UA.
And is the idea behind drug court that it's a rehabilitative program under court supervision?
Yes.
And that if you complete the rehabilitative part of the court supervision, there's some benefit to your pending charges?
Yes, it's a plea in abeyance.
Okay, and a plea in abeyance means it doesn't go down as a conviction?
It doesn't go on your record, yes.
Are you also pending charges in Wasatch County for marijuana possession and possession of a gun by a person who's prohibited from possessing a gun?
Yes.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
How long, ma'am, have you been sober?
A little over 4 years.
Is that the longest time in your life since 6th grade that you have been sober?
Absolutely. Except for the time I was pregnant. It's the only time I quit. And then I'd go back to being high. But yes, 4 years, a little 4 years.
Ms. Lambert, I apologize for interrupting you. We're going to make a small adjustment. Turn the mic a little bit towards me. We just need it to line up with your face a little better. There. And then pull it forward maybe 1 inch. Okay,
I feel like it's jumping out.
Yeah, you just, and you can lower it
Okay.
a little if that's a little more comfortable. There you go. Please.
Are you represented by a lawyer in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Are you testifying pursuant to several grants of immunity today?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Summit County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Salt Lake County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from the federal government?
Yes.
And is there also an understanding between you and Wasatch County, or at least your attorney and Wasatch County, that there is immunity for the gun and the marijuana in Wasatch County?
Yes.
And do you have those 4 grants of immunity because you have committed crimes in connection with this case in all 4 of those jurisdictions?
Yes.
What is your understanding of those immunity agreements?
With proceeding forward with the truth, and there will be no charges filed back on me.
Do you understand that they require you, in order to avoid criminal exposure, they require you to testify today truthfully?
Yes.
Do they require you to testify today fully,
Yes.
regardless of who's asking you the questions?
Yes.
And that if you don't testify truthfully and fully, you could lose all of that immunity?
Yes.
Did your lawyer assist you in getting that immunity?
Yes.
Did he advise you of the potential criminal exposure you face if you lose that immunity?
Yes.
I need you to speak up just a little.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. I may need to remind you from time to time.
Yeah, because
it's not
just
personal.
like, yeah, you're fine.
Did you interview with investigators before you got immunity in those cases?
Yes.
About how many times?
6 times, 6 or 7 times.
And over the course of those 6 or 7 times, before you had immunity, about how many hours total did you speak with investigators?
Give or take 10, 15 hours.
Why did you speak with investigators before you were granted immunity?
Well, after they told me what I was being held for, sorry, I wanted to make sure it was the right thing to do, if this is actually what happened.
What do you mean, if this is actually what happened?
If they told me that Eric had died of an...
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
Your Honor, if that's on the record.
what are we approach this?
All right, the state is jumping up to object, and this is where they are primed in their seats, ready to object on this. This witness is not good for Kouri. How do we know that? Kouri has not made eye contact that we can tell about this witness yet. In the past, she was looking at everyone, almost daggers at each witness, just in depth, soaking in everything. Now it's head down in notebook writing. Kouri's worried about what's going to be said, and the defense is worried about what's going to be said. This particular thing, this is not a mistrial issue. You know, it's hearsay. It's not admissible. She found out that.
Woodworth, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Eric,
Ms. Lauber, I just asked you why you testified before you had been granted immunity. You had started to say that the investigators told you that Eric had died.
I said defense.
Is that right?
Defense is ready to
Yes.
jump up.
Can you please pick up your testimony from there?
Defense is objecting, correct?
When they had first told me that, when they first mentioned that Eric, I already knew Eric had passed away. But when they had mentioned that it was from an overdose, that hit hard.
Now she's looking.
Only for the fact that if that's what happened, I needed to step up and take accountability of my part in this that happened and what I was asked for. At first, it took a minute to process everything. Sorry.
That's fine. Is it fair to summarize, though, that you interviewed with investigators before you had immunity, in part to take accountability for your part in Eric's death?
Yes.
Kouri's breathing is off the charts. She's going to be hyperventilating soon.
Was another part of the reason you spoke with investigators prior to a grant of immunity was that you hoped you would eventually get some benefit, some grant of immunity?
Yes.
Before you interviewed with investigators prior to the grant of immunity, right, the 6 interviews over 10 to 15 hours,
Mm-hmm.
had you consulted with an attorney?
No.
Had you reviewed any materials to prepare for those interviews?
No, I was in jail. I was in, yeah.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't meet with him. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, ask the question.
I'll ask it again. To get ready for today, did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes, sorry, in the back room, yes, sorry.
Not just today. Let me just ask generally. To prepare, you knew today was going to come, right?
Oh, yes.
In order to get ready for today, over the course of the several weeks or months, have you met with your lawyer to prepare to testify like you are now?
Yes.
In the course of that preparation, did you review any materials so that you would be ready?
Yes.
What did you review?
Some of my testimonies when I was in jail and some pictures and data from cell phones and
Ma'am, did you know Kouri Richins?
yes.
How did you know her?
I worked for her aunt for LTD's personal house cleaning.
And And as part of working for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning business, did you clean Kouri Richins' home?
Yes. Every other Friday, unless she needed an extra clean or a deep clean.
About how long did you know Kouri Richins?
I worked for her aunt for 9 years.
And did you know Kouri Richins that whole 9 years?
Yes. We got to know each other throughout the years.
Did you also perform other cleaning services for Kouri Richins?
Yes, when I wasn't working for Doreen, I reached out to her and asked her if she had any house cleaning or landscaping or anything that she needed help with.
Did you ever discuss your drug history with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How so?
We just talk about how how I was going in drug court and when I would graduate, and she would reach out and ask how things were going, or if we'd run into each other. I'd tell her I'm almost graduating.
And that's the drug court in Wasatch County.
Yes.
When did you go into drug court in Wasatch County?
Late 21. I had my evaluation in 2019 and I entered in late 2021.
So then am I right that your drug court discussions with Kouri Richins would have been while you were in drug court beginning in late 2021?
Yes.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I cleaned his house, and he'd come in and he would joke with us that we were there a little later than what we should have been. And he'd tell us, get out of here, we're working past 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. I've gone to their house with my grandkids on a barbecue when it was one of their sons' birthdays with her aunt.
Did you know that Eric Richins owned a stonemasonry business?
Yes.
Did you know any of the workers that he employed in that business?
No.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
Did you purchase illicit drugs for her?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
When you purchased illicit drugs for Kouri Richins the first time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Susan Kohler.
When you purchased Kouri for Kouri Richins drugs the second time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Robbie.
By Robbie, do you mean Robert Crozier?
Yes.
How about the third time?
Robbie.
The fourth time?
Robbie.
Let's please begin with the first purchase of drugs for Kouri Richins from Susan Kohler, okay? How did Kouri Richins approach you about purchasing drugs?
She had reached out and asked if I could do her a favor, and I said, yeah, probably, what is it? And then she had called me and asked me if I could reach out to somebody for some pain meds for an investor that she knew. And I told her I could see what I could do. So I knew Susan Kohler was still using at the time, an active user still. And then Susan Kohler reached back and told me she knew somebody that had some pain meds.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak up. Thank you.
Sorry.
How did you know Susan Kohler?
She used to work, she was working for Doreen at the time.
And how did you know Susan Kohler was an active user at that time?
Because that's one of the reasons why I quit working with Doreen, because they were still active users.
So you had worked with her at the time?
Yes.
Knew she was an active user?
Over the year, yeah.
When did Kouri Richins approach you that first time to get drugs?
February 11th, February 10th, right around there.
Was it February or was it January?
Was it early February?
Early February?
In January, early February.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Lawler. I'm sitting within 3 feet of you and I
Sorry.
can't hear what you're saying. I just need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like louder than you just did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
We're gonna treat that as the floor. It's that point and louder, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so sorry.
It's okay.
About what time? Month? Beginning month, end of month? Was it end of January, early February, late February? When was it?
Early February.
I think she's made a mistake already.
Would that be 2022?
Yes.
How about the money for the drugs? Did Kouri Richins front you money for the drugs?
For Susan?
For Susan, I'm only talking about Susan
Okay.
Kohler now. I think that might be confusing.
Yeah, no.
I'm only talking about Susan Kohler.
Okay. No, she did not. I had given Susan the money.
Okay, how much money?
$600.
What drugs did you ask Susan Kohler? What type of drug did you ask Susan Kohler for on Kouri Richins' behalf?
Just some kind of pain pillar, an opiate.
Did you, and you gave Susan Kohler $600 of your money?
Yes.
What in return did Susan Kohler give you?
A couple hours later, she had returned back to my house with an envelope full of pills.
Okay, what type of envelope?
Just a mailing envelope.
A normal letter?
Just a white envelope, yeah.
Okay. Did you look in the envelope?
No.
How did you know it was full of pills?
Susan told me that's what was in there.
Did you feel the envelope?
Yeah.
Did it feel like there were pills in
Yeah,
it?
they were just little round pills.
What did you do next?
Then I had texted Kouri and told her that I had got some pills for her and asked her what she wanted me to do with them. Told me she would, it was late when Susan returned, so she showed up in my driveway the next morning.
Okay, when you say she showed up in your driveway.
Kouri.
Kouri Richins showed
Yes.
up in your driveway the next morning.
Yes.
Did you hand Kouri Richins the pills that next morning in your driveway?
Yes.
Did she give you any money for those pills?
Yes. She gave me back the $600 that I put up for them.
You mentioned you have part of this transaction with Kouri Richins and Susan Kohler involved text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
No.
Do you know what happened to those text messages?
I deleted them.
Why?
Because if I had lost my phone or anybody else got a hold of my phone or anybody in drug court wanted to see my phone, it was evidence that I was not following drug court rules. I was still involved with people that were using
It was evidence that you're dealing drugs,
and
right?
participating in selling drugs.
I think she said little round pills. Round.
Let's talk about the second time that you purchased drugs for Kouri Richins, which is the, am I right, the first time you purchased them from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that first purchase from Robert Crozier. How did Kouri Richins approach you on that purchase?
She had reached out to me and text message said that her investor needed or wanted something stronger. And I kind of told her, well, I can reach out to the people I don't know. You just can't say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When you're buying drugs off the street, you pretty much purchase what you get. And at the time, I didn't know anybody, so I reached out to another acquaintance that I knew that was still using, which would be Nicole.
Okay. You reached out. We have to keep your voice up, please.
What's that?
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you reached out to an acquaintance of yours, Nicole, that you knew was still using, right?
Yes, at the time.
And is that Nicole Cummings?
Yes.
How did you reach out initially? How did you reach out to Nicole Cummings?
On Facebook Messenger.
Scott, can I get 3-3, please?
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect?
Yes,
plug
Your Honor.
back in? I don't know why that happens, but it seems that unplugging and plugging back in fixes it.
Fixes everything.
It's the judge's fix for any tech problem is unplug and plug it back in.
For the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the witness.
There you are.
I know, I was like, oh, I can't see it.
Do you
Now
see
I
it
can.
there?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, and you just, when you turn your head, the light has to follow. There you go. Thank you.
Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document as a, excuse me, as a Facebook exchange that you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes, it's off my Facebook Messenger.
And is that an accurate depiction of the exchange you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-3 in the evidence.
No objection.
States 3-3 is admitted. Would you like to publish, Mr. Blutterer?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lauber, do you see there, blown up out of 3-3 where it says, text me, I got a question and won't do it on this?
Yes.
Did you send that message by Facebook to Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
And it says on February the 5th, 2022. Is that when you sent it?
Yes.
Why did you send that message?
I was going to ask her if she knew anybody that had any pills.
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No.
Why not?
Because once again, that's showing what I'm trying to buy. Illegal activities of buying drugs.
We couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Illegal activity of buying drugs.
Thanks, Scott. Did you ultimately speak to Ms. Cummings over the phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ask her?
If she knew anybody who had any opiate pills for sale.
And how did she respond?
She said yes, she had a friend that could help me.
And did she identify the friend?
Yeah, she gave me his name. She said Robbie.
And is that the Robert Crozier you've mentioned before?
Yes, it is.
Did she put you in contact with Robert Crozier?
Yeah, she gave me his number.
Did you call Robert Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you ask Robert Crozier for?
If he knew anybody who had any pills, pain pills for sale.
And how did he respond?
He said he would reach out to a couple of people.
Did he ever get back to you after that?
Yes, he did.
When he got back to you, what did he say?
He said he had a buddy that had some fentanyl pills.
What then did you do?
I had texted Kouri back and told her that I had a friend that could get them, but they were fentanyl pills.
So you told Kouri you had a friend, a hookup for fentanyl pills.
Yes.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, okay, go ahead and get them.
So, did you go ahead and get them?
Yes.
What was the next step in getting them?
The next step was reaching out to Robbie and tell them to go ahead and get them.
Did you arrange a time and location to purchase the pills from Robbie?
Robbie did, actually.
Okay.
Because he was coming up from up north. So he had me go to a Maverick off 126 in Draper. It was closer to his person.
That's just south of Salt Lake.
Let me maybe do this.
Sort of
One
between
more
Provo
time.
and Salt Lake City.
The text messages between you and Robbie, do you have them?
No.
Are they deleted?
Yes.
Did you delete them?
Yes.
Because they were evidence of drug distribution?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I think you're going to testify about a lot of text messages. Did you delete them all?
Yes.
For the same reason?
Exactly.
Okay, so you set up to purchase fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yes.
Did you front the money for these?
No. That was more, way higher.
How much money was involved in this transaction?
$1,000?
How did the money come about? Who?
So I reached out to Kouri and told her yes, that it was going to be kind of pricey. And then so she had, I asked her how she wanted me to grab them. I had to go to the house in Midway, not the mansion, it was a Midway house that she was flipping. And that the money would be in there.
Okay. So, let me make sure I understand. Kouri Richins said she would leave you $1,000 at a small house in Midway.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the small house in Midway that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the small house?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 8-12.
No objection.
812 is admitted.
Compare that to her next flip of the Mega
Ms.
Mansion.
Lauber, did you enter that house and get the $1,000?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
Kouri told me the back door was unlocked.
Was it?
Yes.
Did you enter through the back door?
Yes, I did.
Where inside the house was the money?
In a closet in a box with a couple of coffee cups.
Thanks, Scott. So once you got the money, what did you do next?
I had called Robbie and told him, okay, I had the money. How long it would take him to get down from where he was coming from.
Was he coming from Ogden or Logan or what?
Did you then drive to the Maverick and Draper?
I didn't drive at the time. I didn't have a car.
Who drove? Did somebody drive you to the Maverick?
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Is Nancy Peters?
Yes.
Where did she drive? Where did she pick you up?
At my house in Heber, off of Center Street.
And then she drove you from your house in Heber to Maverick and Draper?
Yes, down Provo Canyon.
Down Provo Canyon. Scott, can I get 3-7, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction of your, some photographs on from your cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate depiction of the photographs extracted from your cell phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 into evidence.
Your Honor, we'd object. I don't think that Ms. Lauber can identify the Celebrite. The Celebrite hasn't even been introduced into evidence. I suppose she could introduce the photos if they want to pull up the photos separately, but she can't identify the Celebrite, which is not
She
in
can
evidence.
identify them as photos from her cell phone, correct?
I think she can, yes, as photos from her cell phone if they want to show the photos without it being on the Celebrite extraction.
Okay, for the moment, Scott, can you?
Your Honor, we're going photo by photo as D1, D2, D3.
Let's do that. We'll come back to this. I'm sorry, counsel, my apologies. Will you approach briefly?
The judge is like, well, for the moment, can we just put them in and identify them? Defense is saying, no, we're being sticklers about this. Foundation hasn't been laid for that document, the Celebrite report. We're to the person right before that. And so we can't admit them as the Celebrite report from the phone. You need to just show the image. Judge is seeing if we can probably talk it over and see how this will work. I'm sure they just have the images available as well. This is why we're not seeing the collaborating text messages. The extractor has not yet testified.
Ms. Lauber, those 4 photographs, do you recall where you were or where you were traveling to and from when they were taken?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what?
Can you see 3-7 on your screen?
Yes.
If we scroll down, I think is it 3 or 4 photographs? Scott, can you scroll down? Oh, there's a whole bunch. There's 6 photographs.
I see 3 on mine.
Scroll up. There's 2 pages with 3
Okay,
each,
yeah,
is
now
that
there's
right?
total 6, yes.
Okay. And do you know where those photographs were taken?
In Nancy's car.
As you were driving from Heber to Provo Canyon? Or from Heber down through Provo Canyon to the Maverick and Draper?
Yes.
And do you see the time? Scott, if you can bring one up. Do you see the time
Oh, yes.
and day on
Yes, I do.
February the 11th, 2022, beginning at 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that an accurate date and time for those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, or actually, Scott, can I get 3-7 Delta 1? Is that one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
Can I get, Scott, 3-7 Delta 2, please? Is that another one?
Yes, it is.
3-7 Delta 3, please? Are those 3 photographs accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 Delta 1, Delta 2, and Delta 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3-7, D1, D2, and D3 are admitted.
Can we publish, Scott, 3-7 D1? Is that you in the photograph?
Yes.
Who's the dog?
That is my silver lab, Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
And who's driving that car?
Nancy.
Hey, D2, please, Scott. Is that you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
Can I get D3, Scott? Another photograph of you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
In Nancy Peterson's car?
Yes.
Driving to meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper Maverick on February the 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Meeting, Your Honor.
He's already laid foundation. Overruled.
On the way down, thanks, Scott. On the way down Provo Canyon to the Draper, did you text with Mr. Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those texts?
Just how far out are you? How long is it going to take?
On the way down Provo Canyon, were you texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the context of those texts?
Sorry it's taken long. I'm headed there now. I'll let you know when I leave the Maverick.
Did you end up meeting with Mr. Crozier at the Maverick?
Yes, I did.
What happened once you two met there?
He would text me and tell me what kind of vehicle he was in. I would tell him what I was in. He came up to the window. I gave him the money. He told me he'd be back like in 20, 25 minutes. And then he left the Maverick.
So the money that you gave him was the $1,000 you got from that small Midway house?
Yes.
Did he ultimately return?
Yes, he came back.
Did he have anything with him when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
He handed me a little clear baggie with some pills in it, little round pills.
Can you describe, please, the baggie?
Just a little clear baggie. Clear like a plastic cup clear, you could see it through it.
Okay. Small, big, like?
Just a small.
What's small?
Kind of small, like you know if you buy a shirt and it has an extra button in it, that kind of size.
Gotcha. Did you see about how many pills were inside that baggie?
No, I didn't sit there and count them. It was 15 to 20 is what he told me.
Did you said they were circular?
Yes, just round.
Did you notice their color?
It's kind of light green.
What did you do once he gave you the pills?
Left.
Left to where?
Back up through Provo Canyon, back up to my house in Heber.
On the way back to your home in Heber, did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those messages?
I let her know that I had him. What did she want me to do with them? I really didn't want them with me at my house.
Did she tell you what she wanted you to do with those pills?
She responded back with, take him over to the Midway house, put him in a shed. There was 3 sheds on that property. I didn't feel comfortable leaving him in the shed out in the open. So I went to the fire pit and kind of dug a little hole and put the gravel back on top of it and then kind of turned a brick to the side to kind of cover it up.
Scott, can you bring up 8-13, please? Miss Lauber, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That is the house in Midway.
Is it the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 813 into evidence.
No objection.
8-13 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom.
I might need that soundbite.
Is that the shed that you just referenced?
Yes.
Is that the fire pit that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
So you put the pills that Robert Crozier sold you, the Draper Maverick, in that fire pit?
Yes.
There's no fire at the time?
Not at the time, no. There was no fire.
Thanks, Scott. I want to pause on the drug deals for a minute, okay? So we've got the Susan Kohler drug deal, the first Crozier drug deal, right? I'm going to pause. Scott, can you bring up 2-33, please? Can you split screen it with 2-34, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Letters from Kouri saying I did some community hours.
Did Kouri Richins give you those letters?
Yes, she did.
Are they accurate depictions of the letters that she handed you?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves 233 and 234 into evidence.
No objection other than previous objection that is ongoing.
It's preserved by the record. It's been ruled upon. Court stands upon that ruling. Forgive me, the 2-33 and 2-34 are admitted.
Can we publish those, Scott, please, in split screen? You mentioned, Ms. Lauber, that those are community service, those are letters, I guess, evidencing, perhaps, community service.
Yes.
What's the
I'm
genesis?
so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just need you to speak a little louder.
What's the genesis of these letters? Why these letters?
I was late for a couple of groups, so I got sanctioned from drug court to do 10 hours of community service.
Okay. So groups, do you mean group therapy sessions?
Yes.
And because you were late to court-ordered, they're court-ordered, aren't they?
Yes.
Because you were late to court-ordered group therapy sessions in drug court, am I right, the judge sanctioned you to community service?
Yes.
Then did you approach Kouri Richins about getting community service letters?
I had asked her if she knew anywhere I could get a letter with a head on it saying that I did some community hours.
Okay. Scott, maybe pick the one on the left and blow it up so that we can just read it a little bit easier. Thank you.
I'm hereby writing this letter to verify and confirm the community service undertaken by Carmen Lauber at our rescue ranch in Hennifer, Utah. Carmen dedicated 2 days of working with primarily our horses, from assisting in cleaning stalls to brushing and walking them in the corrals.
Flip it out. Yep. Ms. Lauber, did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you perform that community service?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever stepped foot on a Circle R ranch?
No, I have not.
Did you submit those community service letters to the drug court in Wasatch County?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go?
Not too well. I ended up in jail for a day and got more community hours.
Ms. Lauber, you were in drug court on a felony drug distribution charge, right?
Yes.
And you just testified that you bought drugs for Kouri Richins.
Yes.
Which is more drug distribution, right?
Yes.
And you just submitted a fake letter, 2 fake letters, to the drug court judge, right?
Yes.
Why on earth would you do that?
Well, I obviously didn't have time to do my community hours because I was reaching out to Robbie Kazera and picking up pills.
But why would you try to put one over on the court at all?
In the early stages of addiction, when you're slowly getting clean. You still test the waters. You're not ready to surrender yet. You're not sure about how much you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
So at that point in time, did you think you could get away with more drug distribution and fake letters?
No, not get away with it.
But you tried.
Yes, I did.
Have you since surrendered to drug court?
Absolutely.
Let's turn back to the drug deals. We've been through the first one with Miss Kohler, and the second drug deal, but the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? Want to take a minute?
No.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins again approached you for illicit drugs?
Yes.
If you want to take a minute, let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Do you recall about when that second time with Mr. Crozier was?
Still in February. I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Would you just say whatever you just said again a little bit louder?
I said I'm not quite sure of the date.
When Kouri Richins approached you that second time involving Mr. Crozier, what did she ask for?
She said her investor needed something a little bit stronger. And I proceed to tell her, like, it's not something you can just, when you're buying something off the street that's man-made, you just don't say, hey, this is what I want to order. I just told her you get what you get.
Did there come a time when she asked you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
Yes.
Was that this time?
Yes.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson stuff to mean?
I actually wasn't sure. I had to Google it.
You're getting away with some leading there, but the defense didn't call that one.
So you said there was ultimately this third buy from Robert Crozier. Did Kouri Richins give you the money up front for the third buy?
Yes, it was the Midway house still.
Was it the same way she...
Same little house at Midway.
Okay.
Back door.
Did you enter the back door of that little
Yes.
house in Midway?
Yes.
Did you get some money?
Yes.
Do you remember about how much?
About $1,000.
Was it cash?
Yes.
Was it cash the other time also?
Yes.
Once you got the $1,000 out of the small Midway house, what did you do?
I texted Robbie.
What did you say? What did you set up with Robbie over text?
Just saying, hey, does your friend still have any of those left? And then of course, you know, it doesn't happen right then and there. I could text him and he'd say, I'll get back to you in a couple of days, I'll see what I can find out. So then when Robbie texted me back, I let Kouri know that I could get him, and then head back down, had Nancy take me once again down Provo Canyon to the Maverick on 126th.
Just like the time before.
Yes.
Like before, were you texting with Robert Crozier on the way down the canyon?
Yes.
And what was the content of those texts?
Same texts, or how much longer, how far out are you? Because he always had to find a ride as well.
Were you texting on the way down Provo Canyon with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the content of those texts?
Same thing. Sorry it's taken long. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll keep you posted.
When you arrived at the Maverick, were you still texting with both Robert Crozier and Kouri Richins?
Yes, I would text Robbie and tell him I'm here at the Maverick. How much farther out are you?
And what would you text?
I would text Kouri, sorry he's taken longer than I thought.
And you deleted all of those texts?
Of course.
Did you ultimately meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper that second time?
Yes.
Big sigh.
What
and
happened
Kouri
when you
shakes her
met up?
head.
Same routine. He'd come up to the car, I'd give him the money, he'd leave again for 20, 25 minutes. Then he'd come back. And then he'd give me the little clear baggie with pills in it. And then we'd go our separate ways.
Can you please describe the baggie?
Clear little baggie. Just a small little clear baggie. As if you were putting an extra button in it.
Same as last time?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many pills?
15 to 20. I never stopped and counted them, but that's what he told me was in the baggie.
Were they round again?
Yes.
What color were they?
A lighter blue.
Once you received the pills from Robert Crozier, what did you do?
Text Kouri and told her I was headed back up Provo Canyon. And sorry it was getting late, so what does she want me to do with them?
Okay. Did you text with Kouri Richins on your way back up Provo Canyon to Heber?
Yes.
When you got back up to Heber, what did you do?
Oh, went to my house in Heber.
Did you still have the pills with you?
Yes.
What ultimately did you do with the pills?
Well, it was Nancy that drove me, so I had taken her to my house. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. Hold on a sec.
Take a minute.
This is a lot, hold on.
Surprised if they made it all the way to Kouri without being sampled.
Okay, sorry, you can repeat the question.
So, sure, the second buy from Robert Crozier, you went back up Provo Canyon to your house in Heber. Nancy Peterson was driving, right?
Yeah.
And you had the pills with you when you arrived back at your home in Heber. And the question is, what did you do with the pills?
I had them with me.
Did you hold on to them?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
I had given Nancy a couple for taking me, because that was her drug of choice at the time. Not very long.
What did you do with them?
I reached out to Kouri and asked her what she wanted me to do with them, because I didn't like having them on me.
What did she respond?
That she would come pick them up.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Why the long
Where did she pick them up?
In my house, in Heber, in my driveway.
Basil Albert, I need you to speak up.
She picked him up in my house, in my driveway, in Heber.
Kouri's face is facing. Why the long pauses, and why is Kouri looking surprised every time she hears an answer?
Okay, so we've been through the first purchase from Susan Kohler, and the first purchase from Robert Crozier, the second purchase from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And that second purchase was the end of February?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death, did you buy any other drugs from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins died?
Oh, no. There was just... Wait, now you confused me. Can you Ask me again.
Ms. Lover, my apologies. Pause for 1 second. Pull that mic a little closer to you. We're having trouble hearing you. If you would re-ask that question, Mr. Bloodworth, please.
Yes. You testified about 2 drug buys from Robert Crozier, right?
Yes.
Other than those 2 drug buys, before Eric Richins' death, did you ever buy drugs from Robert Crozier before?
Have I ever bought any from him?
Do you remember when Eric Richins died?
Early March.
Before Eric died, how many times did you buy drugs from Robert Crozier?
Twice.
Any more than twice before Eric died?
No,
those
just
2
the
times?
twice.
Before Eric died, have you ever been, other than those 2 times, to the Maverick and Drake?
No.
You just said Eric died in early March, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that Eric died?
It was one of Doreen's employees that had told me that Eric had passed away.
And do you recall how soon after Eric's death she told you that?
It was a day or 2 after.
Did you ever speak with Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
When?
A couple days after.
Where were you when you spoke with Kouri Richins the first time about Eric's death?
I was with my friend Nick, and we were on our way to do a UA for drug court.
Is Nick Bon Savage?
Yes, it is.
And the UA again is a urinalysis?
Yes, it is.
So you and Nick were together. Were you on a way? Were you driving to the UA?
Yes.
When you had that conversation with Kouri Richins about Eric's death, were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could Nick hear the conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her?
I said, please tell me these pills were not for him.
Did she respond?
She did.
How did she respond?
She said, no, they were not. Eric passed away from a brain aneurysm.
Did there come a time after that conversation where you asked whether Eric died from those pills, or you asked Kouri Richins whether Eric died from those pills? Did there come a time after that conversation when Kouri Richins again asked you to purchase drugs from her?
Yes.
How did she ask you?
She asked me if I still had the hookup or my friend.
Scott, can I get 2-44? If you look down that column labeled description, Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that as a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
And did it occur on March the 7th, or sorry, March the 6th and into the 7th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Does it accurately show the type of message and whether it's an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes, it does.
Does it actually accurately show the sending party, the from party, and the receiving party, the to party?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-44 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. The Celebrate extraction has not been admitted into evidence, and she cannot identify a Celebrate extraction where it came from.
Please.
Judge says, step right up. This is some spicy testimony, but the cross-examination is probably going to be fire. This is going to be incredible. I will say, I'm a bit concerned with the pauses, with the confusion. The several times the witnesses said, let me wait. No, you're asking. Repeat the question. That does not bode well for confidence in truthfulness. I'm not saying she's not telling the truth. It just seems odd. And this is a key witness for the state. This is a key witness. Now, this text message exchange that corroborates her story and tells us what was going on. So we can, even though we don't have the other text messages, we've got the pictures that show they were going down to Maverick together, or at least headed down Provo Canyon, or that's the story. So we've got some supporting evidence to support the story. We've got her testimony about the Midway house that she would have knowledge of because she would clean it. Did you just steal some tissues, ma'am? Did you just take some? Did she just take some tissues? She could be trying not to lie. This is very important. Leona, 100%. This is a big deal. If she says this right, this is much better for her, legally speaking, if she testifies correctly. And by correctly, if she testifies the way the state expects her to testify. She's told them the story, and they've offered her a deal based on that story, and she needs to match that. I'm hoping it's the truth. She's emotional and nervous. I see that. I think the emotion we see about the pills, specifically the buy that allegedly went to Kouri for Eric, that ended up killing him, allegedly. I have to put some allegedlys in there. That one she seems really torn up about, and that looks genuine to me. But I'm worried that on cross-examination, defense is going to eat her up. Between her nervousness, the deal, the change of story, we're going to hear about some changing stories that she's had over the time. I mean, this is all coming. She's about to go into the fire. This is easy. This is the easy part. And she's struggling a little bit during that. Greeners. How do you demote a mod? Can somebody? I'm asking for a friend. Love you, man. I'm worried for her, first of all, and it could be nerves, but she's struggling with some of this direct questioning. She's struggled on the dates. I said she made a mistake. I think she made a mistake initially about when this first started. I think the state was expecting her to say that the first time she was contacted by Kouri for some sort of illegal drugs or medicine procured illegally was in January, not in February, and she stuck to February, early February. The state, just after trying to get her to say, "Well, you sure it wasn't January?" She stuck with February. They just moved on. That might come back to bite her, especially if there's any hard evidence that shows that's what the date was specifically. Well, we're going to hear probably testimony from previous interviews where she said it was a different date, so she'll be impeached on that. Defense is playing the same card they played just a little bit ago, saying you can't bring that evidence in because we don't have the Celebrate document admitted yet. That's a technicality. We know it's coming in. Judge says, but I can't allow it unless the foundation's set. I think he's agreeing with the defense here. Mr. Bloodworth being the one-horse rider. Looking for a way around this. They might just have to call the Celebrate guy. And then recess and call her again. Or let her step down and call again. Defense, as they're challenging several things on chain of custody, probably is going to try to challenge the Celebrate report to make sure it was authentic. We think that the testimony will hold up because the hash values added up before and after. But they don't want to let in this evidence that is a derivative of the Celebrate report. If you know, there's a chance they could keep the Celebrate report out, right? Longest whisper ever. Okay, I have to tell you, every time I turned off the camera, this is confessional time. Every time I turned off the camera, I was eating pickles, and I might have run out. This is the same jar I showed you before. I ate them all. I'm sorry. They were delicious. Spicy maple bourbon pickles. They used to be able to be for sale at Walmart. Walmart discontinued the brand for some reason. They were the Sam's Choice brand. Now it's just empty. It's got a couple. It's got some dill seeds and a couple peppers, which I do not eat the peppers because those are straight fire. But now I only have 2 bottles left in my pantry. If you ever give sworn testimony, you know how difficult it is. Yes, Jenna, I once testified in a traffic court as a young boy. A new driver testified in traffic court as a witness to a traffic accident that happened right in front of me. And I testified differently than everyone else who witnessed the accident. And man, that had me second guessing what I saw. It was crazy. Of course, all the other witnesses were in the driver who I believed was at fault. They were in his car, so they had incentive to lie. Can you put some cucumbers in the juice and make your own? No, it doesn't work like that. There's a magic factory somewhere that makes it taste amazing. So I don't think there's any bourbon in there. There's no alcohol in there. I think it's just got flavoring. But the pickles are fantastic. Yes, it was a pickle confession. If looks could kill, hey, there's Selena right there. Get a close up. Selena in the glasses.
I apologize for that. Please rise, stretch your legs.
Ooh. I think this witness might be dismissed for a minute. Mr. Ramos doing the gum thing, not always allowed in court, but
everybody have a seat. Carmen, I need you to do me a favor.
She's going to step out.
I need you to go wait in the lobby. Okay? Just for a moment. I need to have a conversation about some legal issues. I need to make sure that conversation does not pollute or affect your memory in any way. Mr. Moffitt, you can't counsel her regarding her testimony during the break. Understood, sir. Thank you.
I think we'll get to hear this one. There's no reason for us not to hear it now.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, if you would please, however the form of it you wanted to admit, publish to the jury and admit it as an exhibit, would you put that form on the screen? So we're all talking about the same thing at the same time.
Can we
Your
see
Honor,
it, Judge?
it is there now.
Please.
Okay, so it's the zoom in that we're currently looking at, rows 1 through 5.
Right, we can back it out so you can see the whole form.
Is this the page? Is it one page?
It's two pages.
So it did say Celebrate. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to, I'm sorry, I don't have control yet. State's Exhibit 2-44 is a 2-page exhibit. that says Cellbrite extraction report at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you'd like to admit this 2-page extraction report through this witness, not just the content of the text messages and the metadata regarding to, from, whatever.
You can't do that.
Your Honor, the state wants to admit the content. Now, I can see the 244 at the top is labeled with Cellbrite's branding. You know, if we were to, for example, redact the labeling, that's fine. But the content...
The distinction, I apologize for interrupting you, so I can just provide a little more context for my question. The distinction I'm drawing is the previous photographs. We admitted just the photographs.
Yes.
Not the report from which the photographs were derived.
Correct.
Here, it seems we're doing something, the state is proposing to do something different. That is, admit the report, not just the content. That is the photographs in my analogy.
That is correct, but the state proceeded to just admit the thumbnails as photographs simply to keep things moving along, not because the state thinks that the report is inadmissible. The state just didn't want to bog down in this discussion.
May we do the same now, understanding that the state's ultimately, as I understand your position at sidebar, going to be, we have another witness that's going to get this report and many others in.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I think the way we can do that is to just redact the heading. And that leaves us with nothing but content without identifying the source of the content, but Ms. Lauber has already authenticated the content itself.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd put your position on the record.
On the record, Your Honor, this is a Cellbrite report that has not been admitted. We don't have testimony as to how it was extracted. We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in through a later witness, I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting Cellbrite, the word Cellbrite, solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the text.
That was not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of the Mr. Bloodworth and his direct using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant.
Right.
To use it to refresh her recollection. And you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't
gets
do that.
me.
Please stay
well, that's
focused.
what gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
I think your ruling was appropriate, that it can be used to refresh your recollection. We discussed this, you ruled, and I think your ruling should stand.
You understand that this will limit your use of this document in impeachment?
That's fine.
Okay. With any further record?
Yes, Your Honor. To use the photograph analogy, it doesn't matter who took the photograph. If somebody was there to observe the content of the photograph, they can impeach it, or they can authenticate it. That is what we have here. Carmen Lauber was a participant in this text message exchange. She can authenticate it. And that is the only substance in this report. She has authenticated 100% of the substance of this report.
Are you comfortable presenting it to her as, this is a document? Does this document match your recollection of text messages you had with this person on this day?
Your Honor, not only am I comfortable with it, that is precisely what I did when I had her authenticated.
Okay.
And how it was extracted doesn't matter. That is when you don't have a witness who was present to authenticate it.
I understand.
Okay.
I hear you saying if you had a screen grab of text bubbles from a phone, and her testimony was the same, like, I remember this.
Yes.
I remember this exchange on this day at this time. You would seek to admit the bubble as a document that she laid foundation for.
Correct. Regardless of who took the screenshot of the bubbles. Right here, Celebrate took the screenshot of the bubbles. Doesn't matter.
I understand the state's position. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight regarding which this witness has not laid foundation. So,
sustain the objection.
State's Exhibit 2-44, just the table, not anything from that blue line in the header or above, Scott, may come in through this witness. Yeah, show me page 2, Scott.
So crop out the Celebrate header. So
Mr. Bloodworth, any further record regarding the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
No, they may do a voir dire of the witness.
We didn't, 3-7 by itself didn't come in. It was D1, D2, D3 only. Yeah, but those photographs I don't think had.
Nothing further.
Did they? No, yeah. Okay, so we have, I'm really just talking to Scott at the moment. It's going to stay this way, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you, the state, at some point before tomorrow morning, print this version of 2-44, understanding this may be mooted through Mr. Katradimos at some point, but.
Does it think it admitted as 244R for the redaction? Or if we might to admit the original 244?
Yeah, let's do that, Your Honor. Let's label this 2-44 Romeo R.
Okay.
To denote it as a redacted version of 244.
Got it.
The main version will come in probably tomorrow.
Anything else for the record?
Well, if we have court tomorrow.
All right. What I would like to do, counsel, is complete the. Well, you know, want to take a restroom break now, and then we'll just go directly from direct into cross. Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Listen.
Ms.
Nobody
Lewis
can
is
talk to
still
Ms. Lauber out in the lobby, please. No appearances of contact with Ms. Lauber. Let's take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
I told you we get the spice today. It was starting today. It's only going to get better. This is just scratching the surface. We haven't even got to cross yet. This is good. The judge, stop, don't do that. Don't do that. Miss Lewis got her hand smacked and her butt spanked, and now she's a little bit bothered by it. Sorry, that was a little bit crass, but she did get paddled a little bit. You know, we use the somebody's about to get a whooping soundbite, and that's basically what you got from this judge. Probably the most we've seen to date in this court. Saying, hey, no, we don't do that here. Don't try to bring that. They do have complaints. They're like, but judge, they're doing this, they're doing that, and they keep doing it, and you're not stopping them, judge. Let's see who's
call from Sonny.
Sonny, is that you?
Hey, yeah, it is. How are you?
Doing just great. You're live on the air. What's on your mind?
I just want to say I think she's tweaking right now. The witness.
Oh man, I don't know. I think
her eyes are running. She's twitching. She's picking at her arm. She can't sit still. She's getting more and more nervous, and I don't think it's just nerves.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I didn't see that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge to be able to make that call, but it didn't get that impression at all from her. I think it's nerves. I think it's just nerves.
Well, I'll bet Ayden will tell you that she is having some issues.
Well, Ayden's on Team Kouri.
Anyway,
so yeah. Anyway, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to say that, and I want to tell you that I had a family member who died, in an apartment that was attached to my house, and it was natural causes. But the way that the police treated the family and what they did was entirely not like what these folks did. But I mean, they treated it like a murder scene immediately.
Wow.
It was very traumatizing. And it was almost, I think, a year before the autopsy came back. But I knew that she had died of a seizure, and it was not drug related. And it was brutal. And the scene really was not very buttoned up. But they wanted to search the house, and I didn't have a problem with it. But I said, well, what are you going to search? And they said, everything. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just very much a amendment person, and I did not feel like they needed to do that. But they did get their warrant. They did search, but they didn't find anything. But it was terrible.
I've had the opportunity to be at the receiving end of police activity that where they suspected something was much worse than it was. They suspected drugs and everything else. To be fair, the indicators, let's see. Young kid driving out of an industrial area early in the wee hours of the morning in a car that's not registered with no insurance and has a bunch of boxes in the back and weird stuff. I'm sure they thought something bad was going on. The truth was, I had just dropped my buddy off at his dad's shop where he was going to sleep until he worked early in the morning with his dad. We had just been fishing up, actually, near Kouri Richins' house.
Ice fishing.
This was in.
I used to live in that area.
This was in the summer though, and the boxes in the back were tackle boxes and everything else. But yeah, I got pulled out of the car and they went through everything, and I had little jars of salmon eggs in my pocket. Like, what's in your pocket? And I was like, it's literally bait. I can open and smell it, but you're going to regret it. It stinks. But I can understand. Sometimes the cops look at something and see it differently. And I think here in this situation, when they first went to Kouri Richins' house, they didn't see it as something that needed.
Well, I understand that they need to do an investigation, but the immediate response was total absolute suspicion, and I'm sure that a lot of it has to do with so many overdoses, so many deaths like that. But to me, it's the equivalent of you're in a plane crash, but everyone looks at you as if you are the terrorist. I mean, it was dreadful. I mean, it was really, really traumatic, and it went on for hours and hours and hours. Yeah. And the dogs were just, it was terrible. It took the MA a long time to come. They wouldn't let me see her, and it was just, really, really rough. Yeah. But anyway, that was then.
Sonny, thanks for the call.
Later,
I do have to disagree with you
about
on
a year
the
later,
witness, but yeah.
Oh well, okay. Well, you just noticed that she's gotten more and more. I think
she's nervous. I think she's super nervous.
I think that the defense attorney will ask her if she can pass the test right now. I'll bet that she asked her that question.
I bet she could pass it. That's where I stand. I think there's a confidence that comes with speaking about sobriety that I think she had. She was talking about how long she'd been sober. I think that was. I'm on that side. I'm not sure if her whole story is accurate.
Well, I was fairly convinced until she started to pause and when she had that long pause, and I thought, well, he said, what'd you do next? And I think the next thing they did was they went and used. I mean, that was my feeling.
Well, she gave some pills to her friend that drove. But Sonny, we've got to call it there. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Bye. We'll see you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I think there's I think the combination of being nervous, okay, because you're not just on the stand, you're back in court. Something is right in here. You're not just when you're testifying in a situation like this, you're not just a random witness who happened to observe something on the street. and trying to recollect as best you can the story. Literally, how you testify could affect your freedom. So she is the only other person in this courtroom that has something writing on the line as far as freedom goes, other than Kouri right now. So obviously, a level of nerves. There's a jury there. There's cameras. There's a ton of pressure, and cross-examination's coming that's not going to be friendly. So I think we've got to give her some room just to be nervous about that. But I am concerned about the pauses. I am concerned that maybe the story the state's wanted to tell wasn't perfectly accurate, and she has to tell it that way, or else there might be a problem. I'm concerned about that. All right, I hope she does well during recross. I'm worried that doors will get kicked open on recross, that defense is probably going to try to shake her, to make her to get her off her comfortable place, even though she's not comfortable on the stand, to get her out of the comfort zone of answering questions, to throw her a little bit, throw her curveballs, and get her talking before she thinks it through all the way, and it could cause problems. It could cause problems with impeachment. Anyway. Let's see. I kind of liked animated Kouri. Kouri has come alive during this witness. She has come alive. I've on Top Mark Media, I've been taking, I should have taken them on this site, but I've been taking some screenshots. We've got pictures of Kouri, almost like deer in the headlights, eyebrows up to her forehead, up to almost to her hairline, just like, really? You're going to say that here? Just some amazing facial expressions, where up to this point in the trial, she has been almost disinterested, right? We've seen her breathing has been pretty fast today at times, and now the facial expressions mixed in. I think for sure defense is going to impeach her on some things. I think she's made enough mistakes. This witness has made enough mistakes that they can impeach her and probably even make it worse, right? Not just say, "Oh yeah, I did say that before," but which one is true? Are you lying then, or are you lying now? Type situation. That's what's coming here soon. I voted for RA to twerk. Christy, I wouldn't even know how to start. And if I did start, I'm pretty sure I couldn't stop. That's not going to do that during the break. Oh, it was Greeners who initiated it. Nice. All right. I see what happened here. Common thread. Nobody's voting for that, says Ivan. No, the most I do is I play the air drums. That's all the entertainment you get out of me. Scary to trust the state not to take backseat the immunity agreement, even if she tells the truth, because a man did still die. Laura, I think that's the one thing the state, once they take the stand to start testifying, really has to abide by. Because all their credibility, not just in this trial, but in every other trial where they want to get a deal worked out with somebody, is on the line. If it comes out that this prosecutor, he makes deals and backs out of them, first of all, I don't know if legally they can, because they are like written out. It's a contract. But if that's something that happens, no one will help them, and that will hinder their pursuit of justice in a big way, or at least guilty verdicts. Let's see. RA does have in-sync moves. I do. I can do the bye, and jump turn. That's the one I've got. Is that in-sync? Or Backstreet? I don't know which one it was. One of the boy bands. If anyone's having trouble buffering, the Top Mark feed has been fairly consistent. It also has closed captioning on it. So you're welcome to watch over there on Top Mark Media. More like Michael Jackson. Gaily May, I went on a date with my daughter. There was fathers and daughters dates where most of the daughters that showed up were probably teenagers or below, all the way down to newborns. And it's basically just a get-together function at the church. But it was the first dance my daughter's ever been to. And all the other dads had the moves. I did not. There was one guy out there who was doing the moonwalk, like he taught Michael Jackson how to do it. And I'm like, I can't be on the same floor as these people. was one of the dads was actually a contestant on one of these recent Mr. Beasts. Made it to like the top 12 people and then got eliminated in a soccer match or something. He had the moves too. You can do Britney Spears when you have that mic you use when you drive. Don't drive and live stream anymore. I'm worried about her nerves, just being really nervous on the stand. I don't know. The future says I'm cracking up at RA saying, and if I did start, I'm pretty sure I couldn't stop. It's just a physics question. It's like Newton's cradle, little gravity. Yeah, once you get going, you know, an object in motion will remain in motion. I can do a mean robot. Got me into break dancing, says Jody. You need to practice during the birthday song. I'll let you guys do that one. Let's see. Just a moment here, and we should be back. Waiting for the judge to call the jury in and bring us back. Once we come back, we're going to hear the end of direct and straight on to cross. No break this time. Miss Lewis has already got her hand slapped a little bit for complaining and pointing the finger, throwing the prosecution under the bus for their behavior. In full truth, that was fair because the prosecution was pointing out that the defense was doing the same thing by sort of using backdoor ways to get Kouri Richins' statements in as questions to witnesses. So they've both been doing the pointing the finger of blame at each other today. Jury's coming back in, waiting for audio. And I like this judge. Oh my goodness, I like this judge.
Thank you for the reminder. All right, Ms. Lauber, I'll give you the early warning. Just get close to the microphone.
Sorry.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It just feels like it's so
I know.
in my face.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lauber, you are still under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed. We have 2-44R queued up. Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
These are the
You
text
hesitated.
messages.
We don't have to do that. Did you want to go somewhere else first?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, any further record on this?
Nothing more for the record, no.
Understood. Let's publish 244 now. 244R, my apologies.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified that you had recognized a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
I just noticed she's wearing like a
Now, Ms. Lauber, you had testified that
button-up hoodie.
Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
And when you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I messaged back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
Was that third time after Eric's death?
After that, do you still have your hookup text exchange? Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, about a drug buy? What was that conversation about?
That I could reach out to Robbie again.
And how did Kouri Richins respond?
Okay. Same routine.
Same routine.
Mm-hmm.
So, did Kouri give Richins then provide you with money to buy drugs?
Yes.
How so?
In the house to Midway.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Wait.
hear you.
Sorry, what?
Did Kouri Richins give you money to buy drugs that last time from Mr. Crozier, right? I'm talking about the third drug buy from Mr. Crozier now, after Eric's dead.
Oh, no, she gave me she told me that the investor would leave money under her doormat at her house.
The investor would leave money under the doormat of her house for you to buy drugs?
Yes, in Camas. Her
Okay.
house in Camas.
So, did you go to her house and pick up that money?
Yes, I was with Nick. Nick drove me.
Okay, is this the same Nick Bonsavage
Yes,
that was in the car when you asked her whether the
yes,
pills caused Eric's death?
yes.
So Nick drove you from where?
Nick picked me up in my house in Heber, and then we headed to the backside of Jordanelle to the house in Camas.
Kouri Richins' house in Canada.
Yes, Kouri and Eric's house in Camas.
Jordanelle is a reservoir up there, big body of water.
Did you
Man-made.
check under the mat at the front door for the money?
Yes, I went to the door, looked at the mat, there was nothing there. So I kind of looked at Nick and kind of shrugged my shoulders and ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there, so I ran back to the front. And I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Kouri a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check. So then she went over to her kitchen counter and grabbed kind of a book about so big and wrote me a check.
A business checkbook?
Did she hand you the check?
Yes.
Scott, can we bring up 5-31 for the witness, please? And it's 3 pages. If you could slowly scroll through so she can view all 3 pages, please. Sorry, can you just breeze through it one more time for me? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the front of the check, the back of the check, and a deposit slip for the check?
Yes.
Are they authentic depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 531 into evidence.
No objection.
States 5-31 is admitted. Publish.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's zoom in on the check, please. Ms. Lauber, is that the check that Kouri Richins wrote you that morning?
Yes, it is.
In the memo section, do you see where it says construction clean midway?
Yes, I do.
Did Kouri Richins owe you any money for any cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money for any construction cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money related to Midway?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money that would make construction clean Midway memo make sense?
No, I never cleaned a house ever in my life for $1,300.
Okay. Let's go to second page, please, Scott. Is that the back of the check?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Third place. Third page, please.
American
Okay.
First Credit Union, not a sponsor.
Do you recognize that as a deposit slip where you deposited a portion of that check and took out cash for the other?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please explain how this came about.
I had to go to the bank and cash the check. I was in the negative, so they had me deposit some to clear up my negative balance. And then they gave me the remaining balance of $1,000.
Okay, when did you go to the bank in relation to picking up the check?
The day of.
So you picked up the check?
Yeah, that morning,
Did
yes.
you go straight to the bank?
Yes, I did.
And who drove you there?
Nick.
Did you see that response? I think she's wrong there.
Do you see where the date says March 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Is that the date that you picked up the check Went straight to the bank and deposited it?
Yes.
Deposited 300 of it and took out 1,000 in cash? Does that
Yes,
sound
I
right?
did. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Once you deposited a portion of the check at the bank, cashed the remainder, what did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to a couple of thrift stores.
Where did you go to thrift stores?
In Orem County.
Deseret Industries.
You said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
Same Maverick up 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back, and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street, but we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour, and I kept texting him like, hey, this is taking too long, it's too late, I don't like sitting out here, just wrap it up, let's go. And then he texts back, he's like, no, I got my friend, he was asleep, I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my check and my bank account, and Nick got 3, and then he got the remaining balance.
You know that math does not add up.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3, so Robbie got the remaining balance.
You got the rest?
Yes.
Can we call that 700?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
Still doesn't add up.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
$1,300
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Or $1,200. It's $1,300.
Were the
that adds
pills
up.
round?
Yes.
Just like before?
Yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house. Texted Kouri. Told her I have him. What does she want me to do with him? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon?
Yes.
Towards Heber?
Yes.
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
Yes, in the closet on the right above. Like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door, put on top of the closet.
Was that the same closet where you had previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
So am I right that the only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you just testified?
Yes.
And the only 3 times you've been at that Draper Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified?
Yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more, and if my friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached out to Kouri and told her, hey, my friend said that his buddy has more if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment,
Buckle up.
but I'm sure defense counsel will.
I'm
okay?
sure they do.
Okay.
Kouri looks over at her lawyers and says, go get him, Tiger. Let's see if they bring the heat here.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber. Let me turn on my mic.
You just tapped it.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're gonna go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are
Yeah, I don't know who's what it is.
okay.
You can put it over here.
Whoa.
I'm going to ask you to refer to
just don't
these
want
as we
this
talk.
Stacks
These
of
are the
binders.
transcripts of the interviews that you did in April and May of 2023.
Yeah, we're starting to
All
strike
right,
with
and
impeachment.
just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first two interviews. And we're tabbed here, interview 1 with the date, interview 2. All right?
Okay.
This is interview, we've got the dates, March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
This is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. If you want to just set that aside
Yeah.
till we get to that. And then your last two interviews, 13th and 14th, are right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple, okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes I wasn't charging. Sometimes they'd swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about?
Yes.
All right. And you say they. Was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together, or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together. And so they came to your house a couple. What, does a couple mean 2, or does a couple mean 5? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on limb and say maybe 3 or 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not really my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up, like, hey, where was you at this time? Stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And, okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case? Either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was an initial meeting when this case first came up here with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Lewis. I apologize for the interruption. Pull the mic a little bit to your left. Yeah, you can move the blinders again.
Okay.
There you go. Now pull the mic
throw 'em on
in
the
front
floor.
of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, if you ask your
Sorry, go
last
ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Would they correct you if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you, is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
All right. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They can give you any advice on how to answer the questions.
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did they help put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together. Kind of refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're going to get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now...
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated?
Okay, in jail, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
There was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Ms. Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
well, we'll get back to that too. Well, you talked to Nick Bond Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where, in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that. Specifically, you did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court. So in 2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
All right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, let me grab some papers. I mean, you were arrested for how many first-degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well then give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first-degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes, yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right, so you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. And when you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well.
Yes.
And you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is, yes.
I mean, I was an attorney in
They
drug
expect
court.
a lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity. But you're expected to do a lot.
A lot, yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True?
Oh, yes, sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry, yes.
Sorry, I'll try to do better. You're expected, you get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean.
Every day you call in, yes.
And then, so it's random. You call in every day. And
yes,
then,
it's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
all right. And how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing, do you have to work?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first?
Yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program it was in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
You think it was September?
Yeah, I think. I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just... Okay. Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 2026 or 22nd, something like that?
Not quite.
I mean, no, I mean the date.
April
April 20
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's what it was, yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time, until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier. Katie, do we have, it's Defense Exhibit 1007. Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lauber? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like, I
All right,
barely see that.
so let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
About what happened in court that day.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
drug court team members' notes.
Understood. So you started drug court September 15th, September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy. I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yes.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment, Ms. Lewis.
Can you see that there?
We need the microphone turned.
Yes.
Okay. And you had to pay a $40 fee, or you had to pay for your mistreatment?
Yes, that's still in the beginning of when I entered drug court, yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that?
No, if you missed it, they considered that a waste of the therapist's time when somebody else could have took that spot.
All right, well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
Okay, so the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page, you failed to appear at drug court.
I don't recall that one, but yes.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes. Mhm.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive for benzos. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs, I don't know, well, you tell me, do you know what benzos you were taking?
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium, all right. And you were sanctioned, it says.
Yes.
All right. Now, you continued through November to miss therapy, true? Look at November 3rd. It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I don't know, you guys are moving them all over, so.
Would you ask the question again, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth, or whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11/10 of 21. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the witness?
Of course.
Thank you.
Hop up there in the box with her.
All right, let's see.
Ms. Lauber, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, November 3rd, drug court, you missed therapy and received, oh, you didn't get a sanction yet, they waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug test that week. Missed a drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me, now in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes, but some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or we're running behind.
Sure, that happens, but as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work, can I do it next day?
And
With
they
approval.
sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because
When
you
it-
didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction, so
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I went the next day, but still received a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that, but all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Right here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests. You were sanctioned, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Most drug court participants have a record like this. And then towards the end, that's when
All
you're
right.
seeing the growth.
Now, you got a
see the
negative
change.
drug test, it looks like in,
What's the year on that?
there, you got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020, oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke, I said February, it was December of 21.
Yes.
All right,
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
okay, well, now it's January of 22. Okay, so you're missing drug tests. Then, on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you said, no, retest it, that's not true. I didn't use.
Yeah.
But then the next week, you came back and you said, well, actually, I did use. You don't need to retest it, I relapsed. Which happens.
Well, yes, working with active users, once again,
Yeah.
with the cleaning company, they were all still active users.
Well, but it was your choice to use.
Absolutely, but if you keep getting offered and offered, and as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going
All
to
right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
That's what addicts do when you're using.
That's true, addicts lie. All right.
Active addicts.
And then in February, now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group. Your treatment, so you were sanctioned then, right?
Yes.
February 11th, you tested positive for amphetamines. Tested
Yes.
positive on February 11th.
Okay, yeah.
And again, you denied it.
Of course.
But that's the same day you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, it's just, yes,
Okay.
I was with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again, when you're going to relapse when you're around active people, yes.
I understand. And
So condescending. Like she doesn't understand.
let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I was there. It's from drug court notes, yes.
So if it's, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to
you're
like
good.
poke you with that.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in here, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right, so this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text messages, you were high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just
Sorry.
testified.
Sorry, I wasn't
That
listening.
you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022. You were high that whole time, February, March 22.
Not the whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
I guess, well, yes.
Okay. Now, this continues all through.
Ms. Lewis, may we pause for a minute? May we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
We may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So this continues, the missing drug tests, the positive tests. Sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly. Continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were using all through February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22 until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, were sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of drug court in 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023. Correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before your arrest in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, well, let me do this in 2 parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license, and then there was an order to show cause issued in drug court.
Yes.
Right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show cause, can you pull that up, please? Just for me and the witness. So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court or probation, on probation, and you're accused of committing a crime, they say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing, and you need to come into drug court and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court, if you're going to be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued in May of 2020. Well, I'm looking at the date. You were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest. 2023.
Would you restate the question?
Is that the order of to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit and to publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendant 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
He thinks this is pretty funny.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation, you're found to have committed new crimes, what happens is your plea in abeyance goes away, and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay. Trying to explain so they all understand how this works. If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect, and a plea of guilty would enter, correct?
Your plea in abeyance would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes, and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 1 3rd-degree felony.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
yes,
is a crime if you're a felon.
Yes.
A serious crime.
Yes.
Potentially a federal crime.
Yes.
All right. So.
Holly Mack, thank you so much. OG. Defense trying to show what she has to
We're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't know yet about the firearm. You said you've forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard show up to talk to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there.
No, I had no idea.
But they told you, hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
And if you're violated, and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony, you are looking at 2 5 to life prison sentences and 1 0 to 5 prison sentence potentially.
Yes.
And the court could choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 5 to life, then you do a second 5 to life, and then you do your 0 to 5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
This is fair game for a witness with a plea deal. It's ugly, but it's fair game to point out to the jury the incentive they have to tell this story.
Can I just get a, I just want to not. Remember to go back to something. But in that very first meeting, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect?
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
All right, well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose.
No. One of Doreen's workers were driving down the road. It was Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
Okay. You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not till later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl. Correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys here and there, but I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true. Wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal in fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter, I'm sorry. She's not past tense. You still have your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear that, but she had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin, and it turned into fentanyl, yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple of times.
All right. So fentanyl scared you?
Absolutely.
All right. But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
It's sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't you look at, let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there.
In the book?
In the book,
Or
yes.
You're going to pull it up?
No, we're going to use the book. So we're going to go old school on these interviews. There's too many pages to ask poor
Where do I got to
Katie
go to?
to find them all.
You can help her, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5:30, right?
Let's go to the first notebook. Interview 2. No, interview 1. Let's go to page 98. actually, why don't you start reading here to yourself? Remember that now?
Yeah.
That was easy.
So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but we're going to help you out.
Yes.
All right. And you know, because drug court has not been going the most smooth, if you get kicked out of drug court, you're looking at potentially a lot of time.
Yes.
And you do not want that to happen.
No.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him, but I had to let her know when and what time and the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find on the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please?
Katie,
All right.
can you check into that?
So they say, but we think you can, something to the effect, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to the effect, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, you know, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything. I do believe I told him it's a
Why don't
lot
you
to
take a look at
process. Open it back up?
Yeah,
To what page?
the end.
The end? Like the end?
No, the end of this section. Let's see, I don't think. Right there.
Got to give props to the witness. Carmen is her demeanor with the defense, even though defense is coming off really sharp, with lots of jabs and snide remarks. Her demeanor is still consistent on the stand. She's rocking it.
Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they're telling you you could be in trouble in drug court and you say that's gonna fucking kill me.
Right.
Say, all right, we're gonna give you some time to think about this. We'll come back. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days
Yes.
and you don't know what's going on, but you know you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair. But it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter?
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd. And they bring, it's Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time, right? Agent Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
So this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5-to-lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison, right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone and someone died from that drug, that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the law.
It does not misstate the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding was, I think we can get past this.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at.
Yes.
Distribution resulting in a death.
Yes.
And that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out. Right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, but you also said here today, that, okay, yes, Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and could you get me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would maybe, you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants, maybe she meant some pain pills, you didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. But you couldn't remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I couldn't remember the exact dates, no.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you say, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates, no.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl.
No.
Because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I'm right about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills?
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you?
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lauber, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what
is it?
It's not the highest education it's a low-grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so you go to Susan.
They're trying to break her down.
And did you ask her for Roxy's or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
Like a hydrocodone pill.
Are they, and I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
Which blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question again, and if you need Ms. Lewis to restate
what was
it,
the
that's
question
okay.
again?
She says with
I'm
her
not sure.
mouth
So
covered.
you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get from her friend.
Okay, and what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is it I'm sorry, say that again?
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's an opiate. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break?
Just for a sec.
Your Honor, we've been at this since about 12:30.
Yeah, Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no, Your
witness,
Honor.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury.
I think it's about time. The state was a little late on that call. The defense is punching below the belt. These are low blows. They're legal. They're technically admissible questions, but they're designed to hurt, not to seek the truth. They're designed to
Have a seat, please.
to humiliate, not
Ms.
to
Lauber, we're gonna take a break.
illuminate the jury.
You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you.
And what sucks is this woman is in recovery. She's fighting a battle for her life, something that she's struggled with her entire life. And this sort of treatment makes it difficult, right? You heard her say, you know, when you're around people, when you're working people, you're in recovery and you're around people who are using, you're gonna lose that battle, right? I hope that her work in drug court recovery and in her addiction recovery program has given her the strength to face this type of adversity and not give in, because this is something most of us couldn't take in private, let alone in public, and handle well. Most of us would break down.
Call from
Ayden.
Ivan, what are your thoughts today?
My thoughts are that every person on that jury has somebody in their family who's dealt with drug addiction, and this isn't landing at all. So I don't understand. You have to realize that once you have alienated the issue, you need to just put the shovel down, and you don't need to beat yourself over the head with it. And that's what she proceeded to do in almost a comical of errors, like you know what I mean, almost in a scripted comical of errors unfolding before your eyes, as if a character in a movie would be doing it, except this is what she does for a job. So that's
when they write the books about this court case, there are going to be two major mistakes that are going to be mentioned by the defense, and the first one is going to be Mr. Ramos. Mr. Ramos coming out and yelling at everybody on that. But this one is fast becoming competed with that for the biggest misstep by the jury. Now there's plenty of grounds they can impeach her with, right? They can challenge her on the dates, they can challenge her on her memory, where she
belaboring drug court is just stupid. Nobody cares. Like, everybody knows that addicts play cat and mouse games. We all know that.
Yeah.
Like, people in general do that. Of course addicts do that more. Everybody knows that. Like, I expect her to be doing that. Carmen seemed like she was quite a good time. I probably would have been hanging out with Carmen in my earlier life.
We see it every time we go down to watch Judge Stephanie Boyd. And she's like, hey, you broke the rule. You had you on probation. You're supposed to. Why did you miss your test? We see it over and over. This happens. This is the process you follow. There are relapses. They make mistakes. They make poor judgment calls. Sometimes it was just an innocent mistake, but sometimes it's like, yeah, I completely screwed up. But it's the process.
Where are the objections here? That's what I don't understand. Why are they just letting that happen?
I think the state was slow on calling that. When they're seeing these punches and you see the tears coming and she's pulling out the tissues, it's because it hurts. I mean, she's getting slapped across
I don't even
the
care
face.
about this. Before it even got there, like, it should have got cut off at the knees when you start dragging drug court records and, failed urine tests. Yeah. What are we talking about?
And her daughter's drug use. Why are we going there? And by the way, you sucked in elementary school at, grades, report cards were a pretty bad day for you, huh? You really sucked as a student, right? What?
Yeah, you bring my kids' problems into it. When I'm on the stand, you're going to get hit in the throat, at least once. Like, we can deal with what happens after that, but then we start at ground zero again. But, that was uncalled for.
Yeah. I'm with you, Ivan, on this one. I think the witness is holding her own. She is strong. She's really strong. And she's fighting a battle that most of us can't. I know a few of us can, but most of us can't relate to. And she's doing it on two fronts. So props to her. Ivan, thank you for the call. I've got somebody trying to get in. I think it might be Selena.
I love you guys.
Love you, man. We'll see you. Bye.
Call from Meanie Banana.
Oh, it's Meanie Banana. Hello, Meanie Banana. How are you doing?
Good. This testimony is making my blood boil.
I know.
I worked in the drug and alcohol field, and the fact that she started using in 6th grade, there's probably some trauma behind that.
Oh, a ton.
And this woman is just this is so harmful. She has. I know she's doing her job, but this is so harmful. It just makes me so angry.
I think she's struggling. Hopefully, I'm fingers crossed. She's not reading the room. I think the jurors with her, because if the jury was given the impression that they didn't believe Carmen, Carmen would catch that. Carmen would see that, right? As somebody who, growing up using drugs, she knows when people don't believe a lie.
Right.
Yeah. And she would know if the jury was giving those signals. I don't think they are. I think the jury trusts her. She's been brutally honest. Okay. The state called her out and said, look, spill all your dirty laundry. Okay. Tell us everything out front. Okay. And now tell us what happened. And she's spilled it all. She's told the truth, and it hurts and it's raw. And now for the defense to get up afterwards and throw these jabs that don't add anything of value to the case. It's not like it was like if we just understood what a bad student she was in elementary school and how she didn't graduate from high school. If only we knew that would all make sense. No, it doesn't. This is a lady who works her butt off with her hands and cleans houses and cleans a bunch of construction.
I guarantee you this poor woman's probably been traumatized in her life. Over 90% of women who use and end up addicted have been traumatized. They've been raped. They've been whatever.
It sadly goes hand in hand, unfortunately.
It's the statistics. It's fact. Yeah.
I'm with you. I hear what you say. I hear what Ivan says. It's frustrating. I wish, and here's the thing. Some of this is fair game. I've said this. I've got to give this to defense. It is fair game to call out the reasons, the incentive someone would have to agree to this, testify for the state, because guess what? You're getting a sweet deal, right? You're getting it's a get out of jail free card for you, or severely reduced punishment, or no prosecution. That's a good deal, and that's incentive, and that's something the jury should know about and should consider. As do we trust this witness and what she's telling me? But to just, they're punching her in the gut and kicking her while she's down.
It's making my blood boil. I'll be honest with you. I rarely get this angry, but I'm getting so angry.
It could backfire. And I honestly, I want justice, right? I want the truth to come out, and I want justice to be served in any court. And if that means Kouri's not guilty, that means she's not guilty. If it means she is, I hope she gets convicted. But in this process, they are treating Carmen as a disposable byproduct. Like collateral damage. It's okay.
This bothers me. I'm in this field, and this bothers me. Yeah. You could destroy somebody's life. You really could. Yeah.
I hope what we're seeing from Carmen is strength. Yeah, it hurts and it's raw, and she's showing tears, but she is strong. And she's just continuing, and I think that speaks to those. I'm 4 years clean. That she was able to testify. That is just amazing, and she's proud of that.
It is amazing.
That's what she can hold on to.
She should be proud.
Yeah,
she should be proud. That is amazing.
Yeah. All right. Selena says the jury looks disturbed. More to come later. We can't wait to hear what happens there.
Yeah. All right.
Meanie Banana,
thanks for letting me vent.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. Nicole Goodman on the phone.
Call from.
Hello, Nicole. How are you doing? You're on speaker. It's hard to hear you. Hang on one second. That or you're in a dungeon.
How about now?
Much better. What's happening?
Okay. Sorry, I'm painting my house, and let me step outside because it's so echoey in there.
Yeah.
This line of questioning is so far off the wall. I am shaking. I'm so mad. Why bring up this lady's education, and where is the prosecution standing up and screaming when they brought up her daughter and her daughter's overdose?
Yes.
What does that have to do with credibility?
Zero.
It has nothing to do with credibility.
Nothing to do with this case at all.
Nothing. And the only thing I can think is that they're trying to break her down so bad so that she leaves, and then they strike all of her testimony.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I can see them doing.
That's a very gutsy move. But it
It is,
might also
and
show the
I'm-
level of desperation from the defense because
It is.
because
It
this
is.
pretty
It does.
damning
It shows a
evidence.
weakness in their case. Yeah, it's a weakness in their case. If they're attacking her, learning disability and her daughter and not getting into, oh, this is the incentive, this is the reason why you lied and so forth, which they really have not touched upon, then there's nothing.
Yeah, I said I was upset with the state with not objecting, but at the same time, I can see, looking from their vantage point, she is holding her own. Yeah, she's crying. It hurts, but she is holding her own. She is strong
She
up
is.
there. She hasn't buckled.
They don't need to object. Yeah, no,
her
they just
demeanor's
let
the
them
same all
attack
the way
her
through.
drug court. Yeah. Let them attack her drug court. That's just as in poor taste on their part. But when they got to the daughter and nothing was said, like Ivan, I would have come unglued. It would have been the end. I would have stood up
Keep
and
my
I would have
daughter's
just
name out your mouth. Yeah, there would be some slapping going on.
exactly. How dare you? Right? What does that have to do with this case?
Maybe
Just nuts.
maybe as we get a little wiggle from the camera, we might be coming back.
Okay.
Maybe the prosecution or the defense takes a look on the internet, looks at the comments section.
Let's hope the prosecution does too and wakes up.
I know. Oh my goodness. Nicole Goodman Law Firm. Thank you very much. Good friend
Talk
of the
to you
program.
soon.
My standby lawyer. Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for the
you.
call. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I'm not alone in my frustration there. I did expect spice, and they came out swinging. I didn't think they'd be punching so low. That's it. It does just, it reeks of desperation. Nothing else. Psycho says, "Hi, I'm autistic and I got learning difficulties." Awesome. I think we all have some. Some of us are diagnosed and some are not. But knowing your strengths and your abilities are, it lets you be able to achieve. I think. I've got family members who qualify in all those as well. Kelsey says, "Please reach out if you're struggling. No matter, you're not alone. 100%. Oh my goodness. If there's anyone here that this is really tough for, let us know. You've got friends here in this community, and sometimes the topics that come up can make us pretty mad. But I'm just hoping, I'm fingers crossed that Carmen's going to walk off the stand with her head held high and be able to not just get the benefit of the deal that she fought for, and is going through very difficult things to earn, because she is earning that deal. She's paying for it right now. But she's going to be able to continue her path on recovery that she's already got four amazing years on. So, all right. Hope the state comes back on recross to remind the jury that her learning difficulties and daughter drug issues are not relevant. Attack the deal, sure, but why attack the woman and her child? Very bad look here for the defense. I agree, Cody, 100%. Pantoufle, member for 33 months, says, hashtag Team Carmen. Thank you, you are an OG, Pantoufle. Oh, man. This is... Oh. I don't think they're done. And by done, I'm not just... I think there are more jabs coming up, and I wish the state would wake up. They need to see that the clue is not... Okay, back up for a minute. When you have a witness on the stand that is vulnerable to the bullying of a lawyer, okay, and the badgering, and I'm saying that within the text of what's allowed by the law, okay? When you have that happen, you need to be aware and make objections, sometimes just to give them 3 seconds to breathe. Objection, hearsay. That's not hearsay, totally overruled. I know, but guess what? They needed 2 seconds to catch their breath between the beatings, between the rapid fire questions. Make the objection, stand up, give them, ask for a break, especially if they're crying. That's a freebie. If they're in tears on the stand, say, Your Honor, this is important testimony. Somebody's singing in my house. Hang on. Okay, they're singing. But stand up, make the objection, say, Your Honor, this is important testimony. Okay, we want the jurors to understand it. We need them to be able to have that without the emotion. Clearly, our witness needs a break. She wants to testify. She's here to testify. Can you give her 2 minutes? Can you just give her that? You heard the singing. I don't know why they're singing, but they're clearly not watching what we're watching. Working on their pipes. My youngest son, I think, has perfect pitch. That kid can just, and then he can sit down at the piano and just play a song that he heard. Did not get that from me. Was that Megan Trainor? Yeah, copyright strike incoming, Greeners. Thank you for that. Okay, getting back to pickles. Scott, save that brine to use as marinade. I suggest pork. I've saved it. This is not a sample, by the way. This is, sorry, I'll hold it this way so you can see the label. The other way, it's like, why do you have a jar? No, never mind. Let's get this in the fridge. Pork marinade. Spicy maple bourbon pickle pork. All right, thank you. A huge super chat goes out to Ivan. Every juror has a family member like Carmen. No one gore one like Kouri. What? Spell check got away from me, or I just can't read it, Ivan. But yeah, I think if any juror does have either their own history of addiction and recovery, or someone in their family who is going through or has gone through that, even if it was a battle that was lost, there's a knowledge that comes with that understands how addiction works, the disease it is, and how recovery and relapses, how that works into the battle for sobriety. That is going to immediately turn on the defense. And maybe they know something we don't. Clearly, they already have the jurors' questionnaires. They know what answers they've been given. And maybe we have a jury who just, for some reason in life, just has never encountered somebody who's tried to break addiction. I just don't see that the case. Statistically, doesn't make sense. You get even 8 people like that. Why pickles? Now I want pickles. Well, this channel has always been a big fan of pickles since I started eating them on my sandwiches early on in the live streams. And then I found these, not a sponsor, by the way, they're hot, spicy maple bourbon pickles from their Sam's Choice from Walmart. But they discontinued them a couple months ago. So there's a couple places where you can still buy them online, but they're out of stock now. Boiled egg in that pickle juice. I tried that one time. Cola Claymaker, I think I just about killed myself. It smelled so bad. I tried to do the boiled egg, just stuck it in there, thought it would, No, I was pretty sure I was making like anthrax or something in there. It was not good. It was not good. Ivan says, I pay for typos. I pay for typos. Thank you, Ivan. There's another one right there. It was supposed to say 4. So... Heard they were discontinued due to the mercury greeners. That or the arsenic, one of the two. But they taste delicious. They are so good. They changed my life. Delicious pickles, if you like a little bit of heat. Who says they need 8 people? They need 1 person. Defense only needs 1. Prosecution needs all 8. Could I repeat what Selena said? Selena was I think she texted something on break, but I missed it. You guys caught it in chat. I didn't see it directly. But something about the jurors and how they're responding to this witness, to Carmen Lauber. I applaud her in getting sober, but that doesn't negate prior wrongdoings. It doesn't. It doesn't. We're not giving her a pass for that, and clearly she's not giving herself a pass either when she talks about making that purchase that I think at least she believes contributed to the death of Eric. That's when she struggles. That's when she tears up. That was the hard one. She has to carry that for the rest of her life. She's got to carry that. Wasn't that jar full this morning? It was full at lunchtime for Ginny Little, and now it's empty. They were delicious. Let's see. They did discontinue my favorite pickles. I hate it when that happens. Clearly, I didn't buy enough. I'm counting that was my problem, not theirs. Okay. Hazel and Lulu says, I never really understand the addiction thing until my brother started taking my cancer painkillers. Addiction will... It tears apart families for reasons like this. Not just the honesty issue, but in the throes of addiction, when those cravings are so strong, addicts will do deplorable things to get that next fix, even to people who they love. I wasn't aware pickle jars were single serving. I wasn't aware they made anything but single serve pickle jars in any size. Let's see. The pork marinade idea. Just lost RA my one unopened jar of maple bourbon pickles. Pantuflay, try it out. Tell me how it is. Sounds delicious. Addiction is the worst. It is the worst. It's terrible, but it's not unbeatable. And we see success stories, not just in courts, but here in this community with us every single day, which is inspiring. This break is taking a little bit longer. Let's see. Did I hear they're doing court tomorrow? I know they're not doing court next Friday. I'm sort of waiting for the judge to tell the jury if we're having court tomorrow. There's a chance that it's every Friday they're off, but I'm not sure. If somebody can confirm that, that would be great. Read the ingredients and see if you can duplicate. Arsenic. No, just kidding. I am Super T. 91 days smoke-free. That is awesome. We'll send off the little party horn for that. Congratulations. She obviously has a learning disability, probably has a reading problem. That's why they put all those binders in front of her, and the state let her drown. Yes, I believe she did. We've seen from the beginning, when they first showed her something on the screen, part of the delay in her answering the question, they say, do you see that on the screen? And she says, you're moving it a lot. She's slower to read. It takes her longer to find the spot and read it. And the state's like, up on the screen, here's that part, here's the other part. Did you see that? No? Didn't catch it in time? So it's just another way to point out her weaknesses. All right. I think it was the weaponized empathy that triggered me. Are you okay? Oh, yeah. The defense is so worried about her. Are you all right, ma'am? Do I need to go slower for you? I'm so sorry you have to do this. Condescending all the way. Classic dyslexia, things jump around. Yes. Send help. The cat has trapped me. You're on your own on that one. Sorry. A lot of Americans have borderline literacy issues. It fills people with shame. Kouri knew this and had her attorneys attack her. I'm not sure if it came from Kouri. This is probably something that any attorney could discover in a, just sit down and interview, do the whole sit down, talk to the witness, and you can glean things like that. I do not have water. I should have water because Mrs. Ari just brought 2 big bundles. I'm going to ask for water again. Hang on. Got a call coming in. Let's see if we have time to take
Call
it.
from
Meg Osborne.
Meg, hello. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm always fabulous. Listen, I have one question.
Yeah.
Who do we know this defense judge from?
The defense attorney?
Or attorney, yes,
Miss
a
Lewis?
judge. Yes.
Miss Lewis, I don't remember seeing her in another trial.
I've seen her somewhere.
We don't.
I'm like ready to
a lot out of Utah.
screenshot it and Google her image.
Miss Nestor is on the Tyler Robinson defense, but this one who's doing the cross examination here is Miss Lewis. I don't think we've seen her before.
Miss Lewis. Really?
I don't think we've seen her before. I got my water. Thank you.
Oh.
Not a sponsor, Deer Park.
Deer Park. All right, that's it. I swear she looked familiar, and my God, she's a pit bull. She is just ripping on at this poor girl, and I feel so bad, but
yeah,
I guess you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted as Mrs. Ari is giving me news in my other ear at the same time, so I apologize for that.
Oh, wife comes first. Goodbye and tell Miss Ari she's fabulous.
I will. I do, and I will. Thank you very much for the call.
All
I appreciate
right.
it. Bye-bye.
Bye, Scott.
My son works at a ninja warrior gym, like one of the American Ninja Warrior type stuff. He works at one of those gyms as a coach. And he's like, guess who came to work today? The Vienna Boys Choir. I don't know. I didn't even know they were in North Carolina, but they showed up at his work. That's why they were singing. He's like, just some kids that sing. So they were there playing around, I guess, doing a performance up here. All right. That was neither here nor there. Miss Lewis, do a 180 like Mr. Ramos did. I don't know if she can right now. I can see at the end of the day, which I'm looking at the time, it's only 3:40 in Utah, so we're not there yet. And there's the judge, so we're coming back. I just don't see her being able to dial it back. She still has at least two more binders.
I appreciate everyone's patience. In a moment, before the jury comes back in, I just need to remind everyone in the courtroom that there can be no audible reactions to any of the evidence or any of the events in the courtroom. You just need to sit, be still, listen, no audible reactions to anything. If anyone is unable to follow this instruction on a going forward basis, I'll need you to step out and the deputies will help you do it. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth,
you know what that tells
ready
me?
For the jury?
That tells me that people in the audience were responding the same way we were.
Lauber in the wings. Looks like they're grabbing her now. Okay. I'm going to let her take the stand before we have the jury come in. Thank you.
All right, the judge takes a little sip out of, I don't know what mug, but I think he's got a little tea of some kind. Looks like a mining logo on the mug. If somebody wants to do a rewind and a screenshot of that, tell me where it comes from. I'm always curious about what the judge's coffee cups say. I think there are people in the audience that are responding similarly to how we feel, and maybe making it maybe it's difficult to contain those emotions. And if that's the case, Ms. Lewis,
Richins, if you'd take the stand again.
Read the room.
Please watch your step. Here, just stay standing for a second. Please rise for the jury.
Selena is on the second row all the way back underneath that light. The second light on the right on your screen. Not the one in the top corner, but the one back there. She's in a black and white shirt, wearing the glasses. She's our court watcher today. We expect to hear from her as soon as the court ends for the day. She'll be making a call
Please have
as
a
soon as she's
seat
out of
as
the
you come
courtroom.
in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lauber, same warnings regarding the microphone, and please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again? And Ms. Lauber, we spoke about that. That's your docket from during court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd move to admit Exhibit 1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
No objection.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
Mr. Bloodworth laughs because it's like, why?
Carmen, let's go back
why do we
to
need that?
when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's and that Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30s?
They are a stronger pain pill. Hydrocodone, I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now, but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone, and when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41?
This is the area where they probably should be focusing their time, where her story was inconsistent, where she might have said time number 2 I used cash, or time number 3 there was a check, or time number 1 I left the pills in the fire pit, or it was time number 2.
see that?
Those confusions, those mix-ups. That's what they need to focus on.
Yes, I do see.
Okay. So at that time you said, I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway, and the money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember? That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong, so now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right, we'll get back to that. Now, in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No.
So you just
Not this one, no.
did that. It's not a very good drug dealer, correct?
Right.
All right, so you just took the money, got the pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
Just, I thought she was a friend.
All right. So at that time, at that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You bought pills once from Susan, twice from Robbie.
Oh, once from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just to be sure. Next one, I might start here. Let's see. This is different, but I'm kind of looking right here and right here. Okay. All right, so when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of 23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit, I got the pills from Susan, I left the pills in the fire pit. Detectives told you that it was really important you had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened. No, I'm just asking you if you were trying your hardest to tell them what you remembered.
Yes, there was a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire pit.
Yes.
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And why don't you turn to page 62, but you told them you were gonna fight. You were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, and that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes.
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
Yes.
And you tell them throughout this interview, and really throughout the next 6-7 interviews, that you have a lot of memory problems.
There's a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them, though, that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know those exact words, but
Look to page 64.
The officer in back with his hands by his neck is holding his bulletproof vest up off his chest just to let it breathe. It's a position they hold sometimes just to cool off a little bit. They're wearing a lot of gear. He's seated right behind Kouri if they show it again.
yes.
Okay. And you told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
That my memory wasn't the best, yes.
Yeah. You told that to Nick Von Savage when you spoke with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told them that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes.
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
Probably yes.
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you you might be going to prison here.
Yes.
But that's not going to happen. We talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
Correct.
And by helping them out, they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032?
Probably was.
Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness, or can we, I'm not to admit it, it's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
I at least got to give Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you.
I provided it.
Do you need a chance to review it?
Impeachment for what?
It should be up for counsel.
She just said, I'm not sure if those were her exact words.
Okay.
Their exact words.
Is there a transcript of this? Yes. Where's the transcript?
Is there a date that you can identify
Do you
for
have
us?
Do you have the transcript from the interviews, or do you want me to pull up that one? I can.
There it is. It's up.
Oh, thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
Just take me to the.
Katie, you deserve a raise. Just point to the transcript. Why are we playing a video? Make her look bad?
Have it up on the back. So what are you talking about?
Cinnamon Bear, Ms. Lewis defended Brian David Mitchell or Wanda Barzee, the two kidnappers.
He wants
from
to see
Wisconsin.
the next page. Oh, I'm sorry.
Brian David Mitchell. So we have seen her before. We didn't watch that case here, obviously. Amazing story of kidnapping and then finding her alive months and months later. Hidden in plain sight in the same city that she was kidnapped from.
The video.
It's a crazy story.
This portion.
Yes, it's a small portion. Can we play that for the jury now?
How does she hear it and not?
Object, State.
I'm sorry. I might not be following.
Please approach. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm counting that as an objection. The state is not very clear. They're like, why are you doing this? I can tell you this video is not to prove the truth of whatever the issue is that they're trying to cross Carmen on. This video is to make Carmen look bad. If they get to play it, it will not be complimentary to her in the slightest. That's the purpose. They have a transcript. They're not using the transcript. They want to play the video. Or it could possibly also make the state look bad, where they come out and just blatantly say, we just want to make sure we get the conviction. That looks bad.
If you would pay attention to the screen for a moment. Katie, if you'd cue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever timestamp.
Just the clip that we have.
Yeah. And then let me know when you're ready. Okay. Go ahead.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay?
Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. That's all right. This happens. If you would, Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in.
Catnap, you don't have to mute. It's okay. YouTube's doing it for us. They keep screwing up the audio. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand it.
Cue
This
up
is
the
frustrating.
video again.
I did count that objection, didn't I? Let me put it up there on the screen. 50.
And press play, please.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by help, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh, that sounds terrible, doesn't it?
So that's what they said to you.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Yes. And let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
McKay King.
Yes, correct.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And by helping him out, that means you need to give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm willing to go forward with the truth, yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes. That means incriminating me, yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
And I just needed, I guess if you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Okay,
Page
this
what?
looks
80
really
of
bad on
the
the state
same
right now. This
May
looks really
2nd.
bad. This is terrible.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint, you need, lay it out for me. Correct?
It just says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said, I'll do whatever, because you struggled really hard to get where it is, I'll do whatever it takes. Correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry, yes.
It's fine. Okay, you did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting, Detective O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened. All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light green pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up Exhibit 1030? Can you see that, Ms. Lauber?
Yes, I do.
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are darker green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay. Can I admit that? For comparison, she says the pills were lighter than the pills in those pictures, in that picture.
No, Your Honor, authenticity?
I can blow it up bigger. It's just a picture of the pills.
Just the picture.
They're wrong.
If it's just the picture of the two pills.
Tablets,
Yeah, you haven't laid the
That's fine.
foundation.
But there's a whole lot of.
No, how about, can we just publish this? We don't have to, do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objection?
If we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about
Okay.
here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
She's redacting it in real time.
There you
Is there
go.
a second page?
They tried to authenticate a picture saying, are these the pills?
I'm sorry, is there a
No.
second?
I'd like to admit this.
No. Oh. I don't think so.
Yeah, that too.
Where's the foundation for the picture? If these are not the pills.
Should we? If we want to publish the photo of the two pills now, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll mock
and
up,
then redact it later and.
Understood. Let's publish just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
So your memory is the first pills you got from Mr. Crozier were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I don't recall. Like I said, they were in a little plastic bag. I didn't sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with the detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually some of the same questions I was asking you. They are asking you, you asked for, what are M30s? Do you remember? They were asking you about M30s and Roxys or Oxys.
I don't recall.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 90? It's over 90 and 91.
Whoops.
All right, and they're asking you about M30s. You see that? Are you on page 90?
I am on 90.
What's the question, Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, well, it's...
The question is, they ask you what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxys or Oxys, correct?
Correct, but I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
All right, well, maybe you just remember. They asked you what M30s were, and you told them M30s are Roxys or Oxy, which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lauber, I'm sorry, we're getting confused here. I need you to be more specific about when you're asking her, whether it's something in the transcript or if you're asking something based on her memory.
Okay. Do you remember that they asked you what M30s were? Or they asked you about M30s?
Yes, it's right here.
And you told them M30s would be Roxys or oxycodone?
Yes.
Oxys.
Yes.
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
Yes.
And you say, well, what do you say? Do you remember? Is it there?
I don't recall.
Did you
Let me
say,
see.
oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them.
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, because you don't know anything about fentanyl.
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
No, when I had told her what Robbie had, she said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask for, when I told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that, though, right?
No.
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
In jail or, now I'm confused. Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Yes.
And you kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxys.
The ones from Susan Kouri, yes.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I had reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one that told me that he can give fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No, like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
and you Google it,
Yes.
and you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Lauber, we couldn't hear you.
Correct.
All right. But then they keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that that's what.
You turn to page 124. And while you're looking, let me just, so up to this point, you've told them you got Oxycontin, Roxy's from, or I said Oxycontin, oxycodone, from Susan, that you were, Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, that you didn't know what that was, and then they tell you it's fentanyl, and you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl, and you said, well, I didn't know that, just to recap. And now at this point, you say, well, I must have asked for fentanyl. Because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak louder.
Correct, sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I had reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day. This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lauber, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you've said, no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct?
Mm.
Ms. Lauber, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
They're the ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay. But during this interview, you're very confused about what happened because first you told them that you dropped the oxys from Susan in the fire pit. Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan, they were the light green pills that you got later, correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's see. Let's go to page 135 of that interview.
This is probably going to continue for some time as there are inconsistencies throughout the stories that Carmen gave detectives at different times.
Where did you tell them you left the pills?
This is combined, yes. No.
Oh, okay.
There's, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show it.
I'm looking at 3 different transactions. There's a combination for Susan, and then another one, and then another one. So there's 3 different ones. Yeah, there's 3 different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Folks,
Whoa.
We can't have a private conversation.
Yay. Yeah.
I need you to pull that microphone back.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining, and I'll ask the question based on
That's
that.
like
All right. Thank you,
completely
Carmen.
improper.
All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
It says combined, yes, because the ones from Susan, and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them,
The state said
that-
nothing during that.
let's go to page 159.
The judge
Because
objected.
You change your story. Tell me if you recall this.
The
Go
ex
to page
parte
159,
meeting
you're
with the
last one.
witness.
I'm sorry, I know.
On the stand.
You would just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes,
Okay,
159.
but then listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page, okay?
Okay.
So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, look at the page there.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right, fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the closet?
It would have been the third one.
You think it was the
I
third
think
one?
I do believe so. Yes.
Now, the third one, which, the original third one or the new third one? Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions. 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4. 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation, they're the same transaction.
And argumentative.
She said the transaction, she
There'd
said
be
there
the
were,
third one no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third no matter what you do.
It's the 4th that
Yeah,
was added.
sustained, it's the 4th that was added.
All right, well, no, then let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the last transaction. Now, the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said you were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the 3 from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's.
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
I don't recall that.
All right, we'll get back to that in another interview where you talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
Was it after February 11th? You testified on direct, you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been at the other house, the Midway house.
Okay, so that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it, and in the closet, she told me there would be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
Yes, possibility.
Do we need to find it?
No.
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up?
I don't recall.
Turn to page 213.
She already said possibly, and now you're going to try to impeach her with, isn't it true that you did? Well, she already admitted she may have done that. She doesn't remember it, but she's like, yeah, I could have done that.
What was your question?
That you told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
213. You put 15. Correct.
Okay. And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, I remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What page?
165.
It's funny because defense sort of wants this two ways. They want to discredit the witness, but at the same time, they'd love to rely on some of her earlier testimony.
Yes. It says 3 purchases were... Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, all 3 purchases were before it, yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before Eric died.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking you. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
The 4th one?
The new 4th one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Oh. Defense, as much as we don't like her, is scoring some points here.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you, and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor, objection.
Objection?
To what?
To what?
Be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question-
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a
can,
nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them, write it all down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement, yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
Because she
To write my
struggles-
statement, yes.
Struggles with
For you.
writing and reading.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked them
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to over. You would just sign whatever they wrote,
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
that they were going to write for you. Correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it, correct?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lauber, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It
what
says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you. All right.
You know, she has a learning disability. She struggles with reading. She probably also struggles with writing.
We're going to move
The police
to
say,
the May
"Okay,
3rd interview.
make a written
'cause
statement."
They come back.
She's like, "Can you guys write it for me?"
I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd. I don't know if you recall. According to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know Maynard came one day, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're having a very, I mean, and I understand this was 3
This-
years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now, right?
Yes.
Okay. But 4 years after it happened, you remember it. But a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it
Yeah.
again, okay? Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years ago.
Well, 3
but
years
yes.
ago, yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's look at page 3 of interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. Which
Still
might be in the next book. Book 2.
Book 2 of 3 if we're working chronologically. We may not be done with this tonight.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
I say, oh, okay.
Do you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yes.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
I think the state will be able to clear that part up, but this is more of the impeachment that is appropriate for the defense to do. It's dirty, it's mean, but
And they tell
it's
you
not below the
Susan
belt.
could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
All right. Now they start to ask you about Nicole Cummings. You brought her up a couple of times, but this is really the first time during the interviews that you talk with the detectives about Nicole Cummings.
Correct.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you knew, were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay. So
the bedroom I rented, it wasn't my house, I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there, and his girlfriend would
Okay, that makes sense.
pop. Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
I think it was after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry. Okay, are we talking about, this is where I get confused because we have the three. So if we're eliminating Susan's, just talking about Robbie's?
No, we're
talking
still
about Susan's.
We're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug, which you don't know what that is.
No.
But it's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her.
I know what you're going to say, because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
Correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, I'd like some Roxy 30s.
I just asked her if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory, is, so you don't remember saying, can you get me some Roxy 30s, or?
I think I named off a variety. If she
I'm
could
sorry,
get me,
what?
I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean fentanyl, right?
No, they meant fentanyl on the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right, okay.
Blues are blues. They've always been blues.
And she told
It's not
you,
like Breaking
you
Bad
need to talk to my
changed their
friend,
language.
Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged, like gave you
She gave
her-
me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said they, but I think maybe
You
it was
said
just
they,
Maynard. Was trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
We'll look at page 87.
Okay, what was your question?
They're trying to help you figure out the dates, and they tell you they find 2 dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as He was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
Somewhere up, yeah, the Ogden guy.
We were
And that they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could put it to link them together.
Okay. And that, I mean, they did. They found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes,
And
instead of
that's how you-
Robbie and Nicole.
Okay. All right. So they say you contacted him twice for pills, and you said, yes, that's probably right. I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I hope that helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right. So you're going back over again and about the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And today, or not today, I'm sorry, that day, May 3rd, is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right? Correct?
For Susan, yes.
Okay, but the day before, that's not what you told them.
I do not recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before, May 2nd.
Okay.
Can you go to the other binder with the May 2nd interview?
What page?
Ooh. Might have to help here. Go to page 40. Actually, maybe could you pull up 40? If I don't know what's quicker for you two or for me to walk up there. Actually, would you take that off that? All right. So the day before, you tell Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Sorensen that somebody left the money for you in the fire pit. Look at the bottom. No, we may need to go to the next page.
I'm about to drink this pickle juice.
So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
Okay, what was the question? Sorry, I was just reading.
Okay. On that day, you said the money was in the fire pit and you left the pills in the fire pit. And we're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you tell them on May 2nd.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And you said, I never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay. But now the next day, you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan. And then I went and put the pills and picked up the money all at the same time.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd. Page 108, going over to 109,
Which binder?
the May 3rd interview, binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
108 to 109.
It's strong. Didn't the check say cleaning Midway House? Midway Construction Cleaning? Something like that? That Midway House was that little tiny one room, one bathroom, one kitchen house that we saw the picture of. Do you know how much cleaning you'd have to do for $1,300?
That's when you changed your story to that you fronted the money to Susan, correct?
I'm on page 108.
So over to 109.
Yeah, it was construction cleaning Midway, 3 words. That's a tiny house. There's no way cleaning that is $1,300.
I've got to be in the wrong binder.
Need some help?
Yeah, I think I'm confused on the binders. Because that one's showing different.
My cleaning lady charges us $100 to clean our Airbnb, 2 bedrooms, 1 kitchen, 1 bath.
Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine.
Dining room.
You're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the way.
Well, it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're telling them, I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending, Ms.
Yes.
Lewis.
All right.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You said you didn't get any money from Kouri ever, and then you said that you fronted the money to Susan.
Correct.
And then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you tell them on this interview.
Correct, but I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's not what you told them.
Your question?
Okay. I'm saying that's not what you told them, correct? Correct. You told them it was the Susan, the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
Correct.
Okay, you're getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card from us.
Correct.
From them, okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right, thank you for clarifying that.
Still think it was there.
All right.
What's with the comments? State doesn't object
Just
to anything.
go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay.
Let's do this. First, I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet.
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try and go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems, the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 131, I think it is.
So 131?
Yes. Let me see. I'm not sure which page. Right, okay. Do you see down towards the bottom of the page? All right, so I know for a fact the first ones weren't. That doesn't help when you blow it up here. And then let's go to, do you see that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, what was the question you were asking?
The question was, on this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said correct. Right?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were asking the question. What was it?
So at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134? I'm going to look at, I can't find the exact spot I'm looking for right now, so I'm going to go back to that.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
At the bench?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just briefly.
It is 4:46 right now in the great state of Utah, where this trial is taking place. Summit County, just east of Salt Lake City in the Park City region where the Olympics were held in 2002. Beautiful area, a little lack of snow right now. Which they pointed out. You had mentioned this, Court. Remember when we used to have snow here? Park City is a snow city. It is a ski city. Used to be a mining town. Those mountain mines got converted into ski resorts. And it's some of what the Utah calls the greatest snow on earth, because they get a very dry powder, which is just heavenly to ski on, or so they say. I've never done it myself.
I think this will be an all right place to stop.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. My now becoming traditional warning, please, though, hear me out. Do not talk about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Please affirmatively avoid listening to, reading, or watching any report about the case on any source. Please do not do any internet searches about the case or anything you heard in the courtroom at all. Please enjoy your evening. Travel safe. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
As the jury exits, I wonder if the judge has any words for the two sides. As it's gotten a little testy between them. Tensions have been a little higher. Both sides have taken pot shots at the other.
Ms. Lauber, I appreciate your patience today. I need you to come back tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to be here, ready to go again at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
All right? An important instruction. Between now and then, you can't cannot talk to anyone about your testimony. You can say things like, I have to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. They're not done, but the substance, the questions, can't talk about any of that. It's as if you're still on the stand. Can you do that? All right. You can step down. Please travel safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from the jury and the action we took. Any objection?
Yes, please.
No objection.
Note from the jury?
No,
What?
regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand, thank you.
not from the jury.
I got it.
I think this was written by a juror.
Oh, I had it understood.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror. So, during an afternoon recess, a juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, Judge, I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury, question mark. Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise. In response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number. That sketchbook was confiscated. The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way, so they do not have to speculate about whether that's continuing. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on the record before we recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Counsel?
No.
Okay. We'll recess for the evening. Please travel safely. Take care.
That was not Selena Kay. Selena's still there in the courtroom. We see her in the white and black. So it was not our person in court. Give me just a second to wrap up the live stream over on Top Mark Media. And we're going to talk just for a minute and give Selena a second to come out and talk to us as well. So let's see. Give it just a minute to catch up. All right. Member of the media? I don't know. It's funny because sometimes there are still courtroom artists that are. That's still a thing, right? Okay. Off there, and end the live stream there, and we're off there, and end this. Stop the hyperdeck. Stop that hyperdeck. All right, now we're done. Now we're done. Okay. All right. What a day! What a day! And it ended with fireworks. I think that's Selena right here. Just 1 second.
Call from
Selena.
Selena, oh my goodness, we are excited to talk to you today. What a day to attend court. How are you doing?
I don't even know what to say. I feel like my anxiety is so high. I'm having a little bit of chest pain, but it was a lady drawing the jurors was sitting 2 people away from me, and I don't even know how people can be so brazen.
Busted. They got busted, and they won't be in court again. So
no, never. They don't get to come back at all. And the jury caught her doing it.
That's crazy.
They could see down where she was sitting and see her drawing them. Can you imagine the nerve and the?
It's a little distracting.
I don't know.
Knowing that this is a 5-week-long case and somebody's out there who's releasing information that might identify you as a juror in the case. Whoa.
I would have freaked out too.
Yeah.
And they were not, and she was numbering them, the judge said. You know how I gave you the numbers of where they were sitting? She had them numbered. Oh, anyway, oh my gosh, that was the.
Was it right at the end of the day?
Yeah, like about 4:30ish. Well, it was before we came back from break. Sorry, the last break. The lead security man came in and said, "We have had notification that someone is sketching." And then he looked over at her and said, "Will you come with me?"
What
And
was
she
she
left.
wearing?
She was wearing a really light tan sweater. And she was on the opposite end of the bench of me, so she was closest to the jurors on my same row.
So she was not a member of the media. That was a public row.
No, she was like me, like a public.
I'm just looking at some of the
Spectator.
screenshots I've got.
You should be able to see her if you look. Light. It was long sleeved, tan sweater. She had her hair, I think, pulled in it was shoulder length or in a ponytail. I can't remember, but yeah, that you can go back and you'll spot her.
Yeah, I'll have to peek at that. Interesting. Let me ask you about something else. You know, on this channel, we call it Recovery Addict. We celebrate addictions and recovery all the time. When we get a witness on the stand who is fighting that battle, right? There's a part in our heart that just goes out to them.
Yeah, I'm an alcoholic. You don't have to tell me that.
Okay, I know. I'm just trying to lay the groundwork here. Carmen got on the stand and was attacked on cross-examination in ways that I and most of us felt was highly inappropriate. What was the feedback of the jurors when specifically during cross-examination of Carmen?
Okay, the jurors, before the judge called that break to let her get it together, it was so uncomfortably and intense and wrong. They looked distraught. I think that's one reason the judge called the break, because they were visibly like the rest of us. And the family got in trouble for doing an audible gasp during that.
Yeah.
Kouri's family.
Wow.
I heard them, and the judge, didn't kick him out, but said, we will remove you if that happens again. But so they were that upset about it, as of course. But so I was just sick because of my own history. But anyway, the thing that bothered me the very most about what the judge let disallowed is when she made her tell what her learning disability was.
Yeah, that just felt yucky.
That was the nail in the coffin. And I'm like, where's the prosecutor? Stand up. Where's the objections? And the judge made her answer that. So I was like so upset. I'm so glad they called the break, because I came out and tried to call you, but I just come out and just chugged my Diet Coke.
Yeah. The daughter, the learning disability, just every single relapse from drug court.
And why did she have to say what her learning disability was when she said she really didn't want to say that? And that really wasn't relevant.
Yeah.
So why did the judge make her do that? I don't know. I guess I don't understand the whole law. Of course.
I'll say this. Yeah, when you're on the stand, if it's a legal question, you have to answer it. The judge is going to make you, and he did.
Okay.
He made her answer it.
He did. He did.
Now that the state has brought it up in such a indelicate way, it actually might benefit the state a little bit when they go back and they're, redirect, asking questions from the witness and say, look, you took a lot of flack from the defense. Obviously, they can't say it this way, but you took a lot of flack from the defense saying, hey, just write any statement and I'll sign it, whatever you want, anything. That's what they try to make it sound like. But with the learning disability, with the challenge, she's like, what you're asking me to do, to put everything that happened for these all the interactions and the phone calls and the texts and the drives and the purchases and the drops and everything else. You want me to write that all out? That is hard for me. Possibly because of the learning disability.
The script there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you can write it, I'm telling you, I'll narrate. I can do that. You write it, I'll sign it. That comes across as exactly what it means. And it's just like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And it's very different from the story the state's trying to present.
And the prosecution can use that. And I hope they do, because if they don't, they miss a big opportunity there.
Yeah, I've done a witness statement for police before, and I'm like, is there some other way other than writing? Can I make a cassette tape recording and
I know, right? I know.
I hate writing. I hate it.
I am in such an uproar. I don't know if I already mentioned this, but when the jurors came back from that break after that horrific cross, they almost all of them smiled at that witness.
I think she sees that. I think that's
they looked at her and smiled and were like, and that was a huge moment. And I was so impressed with the jury, because that isn't.
Once again, the defense has lined up for a penalty kick and ended up scoring an own goal. They've kicked the ball into their own net because of how they're handling the witness. This is the second time during this trial they've really screwed up a cross-examination. And unfortunately with this witness, this is one they could have gotten a lot of mileage from. And because they did this, that may limit it. I mean, this witness, to be fair for the defense, changed her story a lot. Gets a lot of things
Well, she did.
wrong.
And to be honest, I literally feel like she didn't sell at this moment in time. The defense got across to that she really probably didn't sell fentanyl to Kouri. That's how I feel listening so close, even though I was mad, but listening to how her story changed so much. But I don't know if the jury, I think everyone was sitting so upset. I don't know if that's going to resonate with them, but they did prove a lot of false things that she said.
Yeah, and that's going to continue tomorrow as well.
Oh, yeah.
3 binders
in the morning.
I'll say this: the defense wants things two ways. They want her to be a liar and the jury not to believe them, but at the same time, they desperately need the jury to believe that she did not, in fact, at any time sell fentanyl to Kouri Richins.
Absolutely.
Because then if Eric died of fentanyl, it wasn't Kouri's fault, right? Because she never bought it.
Well, yeah, that's where they were going, and that's where that whole thing went. Is never once, unless tomorrow they get her to say she sold her fentanyl. She did not say that this afternoon at all. Yeah. She sold her pain pills. She sold her Oxy 30s, remember, and all of that, but never fentanyl. And that was put into her from the investigator. So I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but
those were some points the defense scored on this one. They did gain some ground, but I'm just not sure if it's made up by how they handled the witness. So.
Right. They gained ground and they had all that on their side, but that woman did not need to do the complete destroying that witness to the point that she did. It was horrible. And then after, when we were sitting there and the jury had left for that break and the witness had left the stand to get herself together, that attorney was like joking with the others. I don't know. I have so much empathy for people that I was beside myself with that attorney and her behavior, and then joking with the other attorneys.
Yeah, it's hard to watch sometimes, but we'll see what happens tomorrow when she comes back. If her attitude's a little differently, I think she has to still go on. It would be wrong of her not to point out every discrepancy in the testimony. Okay.
Well, right, because that's her job. That is her job, but she can do it she can do it and still be a human.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh my gosh.
I think they took a gamble and tried to make the jury hate the witness, and instead she came across as lovable. And
it backfired. Otherwise, when the jury came back in, they would not have smiled at her and gave her a comforting look. Every one of them did it.
Yeah. Yep. That's
so
that's
being in the courtroom, you see things that you don't get to see. You know,
isn't it wonderful? I love it.
Selena,
Selena,
it is.
thank you very much. What are your plans for tomorrow? I know you have a life as well.
You know what?
What?
Because she may be on this. I may come up tomorrow since she's going to be back on the stand. I wasn't going to, but I'm feeling. I think I will. So I will let you know for sure in the morning.
Sounds good. Excellent. Please, whatever you do, drive safely. It's
okay.
I hear it's really windy out there today. Is that the case?
Oh yeah, it was super windy. So, but I feel like I can come a little bit later because today there was only about 5 people that tried to get in, 5 or 6. So I may leave my house at 5 and then get here just before 6.
Just chance it.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I recommend that. Get some more sleep.
Knowing myself, though, I probably won't because I don't like taking risks, and I'm always early everywhere I go, and so I'll probably be here at the same time, but I will. I'm going to head home now.
We're going to let you go get some sleep because you're going to be up early in the morning. Selena, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Talk to you later.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Love that. That's the information we were looking for. We thought that how the jury was taking that testimony, and especially the cross from the state, was super important. I'm just creating the live stream for tonight. We have a podcast that starts in 1 hour right here on this channel. It is very different from anything you've seen on this channel if you just watch court with us. So please, if you just want to break for the day and just hang out and watch some funny, some fun times,
Angela.
Do come join us for that. Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing actually great because I was finally able to watch the court, and I just got caught up on day 1. And thank you, Selena, for the catch up on day 4. So I know what I'm looking for to watch hopefully on Saturday or Sunday, whenever I catch up to day 4.
Yeah.
So yeah.
With what you saw today, I saw you in chat as well, so it was wonderful to get to catch you live. What did you think of specifically the defense cross of Carmen Lauber, the housekeeper?
I just saw the last bit of it, but thanks to Discord again, I may not like the defense at all. I mean, I already do not like the defense attorney because I saw the cross of Eric's sister today, and I do not like the defense because they were too harsh against the sister. So and the rumor is, from what I saw in Discord, is that they were even harsher against this witness. So yeah. I think that they went too harsh, and based on what Selena said, they went too far. They should not have gone too far. And based on what chat said while I was reading, it like the reason why they did not object was it. I mean, if you saw someone if you see someone digging their own hole, let them. Don't help them.
Yeah, they're digging their grave.
Basically.
Why stop them now, right? The sad thing about that is it's at the expense of the witness. Okay, I mean this is doing damage. This is something that's causing trauma, and trauma leaves scars.
That's the sad part.
But I don't know. I think there's something more the state could do and still get the goal they want out of this. Anyway, Angela, I've got very little time.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I just have one request because when there was the first time that the problem with this witness came up about the not selling fentanyl or not, there is a DEA report from 2022, November 2022. You can look it up. 6 out of 10 oxy-30 were tested, and they were found to have fentanyl in them. So even though she may think that, no, I did not sell the fentanyl, but she did sell oxy-30, and they may have had fentanyl without her knowing it, because there's a study there's a paper that DA published, and I hope that the state can put it in somehow, and
Yeah. There's still a lot more to come in, so I think the state will get a bunch of this, and there's still some key pieces of evidence I can't wait to hear. I want to hear about the timeline that was in the cupboard. I want to hear about what's in the orange notebook. I want to, obviously, everything that's on the phones. We've barely scratched the surface of the phones. So all that is coming here soon. But what else is coming tonight?
And I'm looking forward.
What else is coming tonight, which I'm looking forward to, is I have this soup you can suck on, which was from Progresso. They're soup drops. They're I guess, like candy that tastes like soup. So I'm going to crack open this can of soup with beef pot roast, chicken noodle, and tomato basil, and give those a try tonight for your pleasure, so you don't have to. So if you join us for the podcast tonight, that starts in about 15 minutes.
I will be fast asleep because I'll be probably at work tomorrow. So I'll watch that with the rewatch
watch it
crew.
on the replay. It might be terrible. It might be like eating a bouillon cube or worse.
It sounds terrible, at least. Sorry.
It is. It might be one I throw away as soon as I taste it. But all right. Anyway.
Yeah. Good
Angela,
luck.
thank you for the call. Good talking to you. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. With that, we do have a podcast tonight. It is the Not Relevant podcast. It is not relevant because it's not about anything in court. We're just going to have a fun time hanging out, talking about some other things that are happening around the world and trying some of these. Thomas has the box identical to this one. So we're both going to be trying soup you can suck on and tell you if it's worth. No, I can tell you it's not worth what we paid for it, but if it's worth a try, that's what I'm saying. All right, with that, we're going to wrap up tonight. Thank you all for being here. If you're here for the first time, before you leave, make sure you click the subscribe button. That will make it so that you can talk and chat next time when we start tomorrow, 8:30. They are having court tomorrow. It's next Friday they have off. So we will be back again for court tomorrow morning for another full day, and it's going to start with a bang because Cross is still going on with Carmen Lauber. Then we need podcast tonight, so join us for that. So click the subscribe button. Join us for the podcast. It's lighthearted. If what happened today was sort of weighed heavily on your soul, this will help. Or maybe you'll just regret it. Either way, like 9 out of 10 people don't regret watching the podcast. So please join us. It's the Suckcast. We might rename it after today, thanks to Progresso. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We survived today. Thanks to our wonderful mods. They're absolutely incredible. And throwing double duty on them, we've got 2 channels running, one with the clean feed, one with commentary. And they're taking care of everything. So just a shout out to our absolutely incredible mods. They make this possible. I could not do it without them. They're wonderful. So thank you, all of you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live tonight with the Not Relevant Podcast, Season 4, Episode 7. Please join us for that one. And I can't wait for my big debut of the tomato basil soup candy. So this one, not so much. Yeah. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you later. Bye.